The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 4. By Timbre. Translated by Grave Robber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 12. Situation changes. Chapter 87. Return. The southern incident was resolved. Since the situation escalated too much than first anticipated, Leo was called back to the imperial capital. To ask them about the situation in detail, Anu and Jürgen were also called back to the imperial capital to be given their reward for their quick response as a pretext. The group of people that were called also included me, but this is bad. In front of my eyes is a group of people crowding at the gate of the imperial capital. Leo and the imperial knights along with the knights from the southern local lords who fought alongside them are marching into the capital. Leo was leading them into the capital gate, but a fervent welcome was waiting for them, so they can't proceed normally. Prince Leonard. It's the triumph of the hero prince. Leonard Sama, please look at me. Everyone knows that the purple signal fire has risen from the south. The last time it was lit, the news of the crown prince's death was delivered to them. Everybody was prepared for the same thing this time, but what was delivered was some mildly bad news about the damage done to the city of Bassau and that the scale of the incident was small for a national-level incident. Then comes the good news that their prince had led knights and adventurers to fight and won against a large number of monsters and powerful demons. The people's joy was just as much as the amount of sadness they were prepared to face. Cheers were raised from the crowd to Leo and the others as if they were celebrating in a festival. It's Liselot Sama, Marshal Sama, long live the Princess General. When Leo and his group passed by, this time it was Anu and her soldiers from her cavalry regiment. She gave up the leading position to Leo since he was the main protagonist of this incident, but she still received the same cheers as Leo. She is a beautiful princess who defends their border and has the greatest military achievements among all the members of the imperial family. After they were able to witness her appearance after a long time, the people seemed to be getting excited. After her, it was mine and Jürgen's turn. The first person that the people started cheering for was Jürgen. That's Duke Reinfeld. It seemed he paved the way for Liselot Sama, you know. I heard that it was because of the Duke's effort that Liselot Sama was able to arrive in the south in time. Duke Sama. There are quite a lot of people cheering for him. Somehow, the people here seem to have quite a fast information network. There he is, it's the dull prince. I heard that he tried to go to help his younger brother at first, but he got tired halfway there, so he just left. Even if he went there, he would just be pulling their legs anyway. That prince is really useless. I can't believe that he and Prince Leonard are twins. Why is he marching together with them? He should be a little ashamed. That's right, that's right. You damn leech. He is such a disgrace to the imperial family. Mocking voices and slanders were raised sporadically among the crowd. There's no end to such to it. They are all mocking me with the same mouth they used to cheer for Leo. I understand that is just how people are. So I push up my chest and take it. If I avert my eyes, the mockery will just start getting louder. After all, no one would want to recognize a pathetic royalty. In fact, the one who will be in trouble if they can't control their feelings is them. They are plenty disrespectful enough, but I am the only one in the imperial family that has a different outlook on such disrespects. They probably won't get caught unless they throw something at me. However, if they start doing that, then the city guards from the capital garrison who are taking care of the security will move. It would be pitiful for them to get caught just because they throw something at me. The satisfaction they are having is natural after all. Your Highness, if you wish, I can silence them for you. Jürgen concerningly offered. If I wish for it, that does sound like what he would say. I gently shake my head. Seeing that, Jürgen smiles and looks forward. Then, please rest assured. Your kindness and strength, my knights and I, Jürgen von Reinfeld, know about it well. Please hold yourself up with pride. Your Highness deserves it. You think too highly of me. In this world, the easiest thing to do is to do nothing. You certainly weren't able to go to His Highness Leonard's side. However, you have chosen to stop. I think the choice you made requires courage. At the very least, I and my knights have been saved by you. Even if it's His Majesty himself, I will not allow anyone to deny that fact. Stopping requires courage, her. You really are strange, Duke. Is that right? It sounds like a normal thing to say for me though. While having such a conversation, I can no longer hear the voices of the people. Feeling thankful for his consideration, I headed to the castle with Jürgen. Section. Welcome back, my children, my subjects. I am glad that everyone made it back safely. We were welcomed by Father in the throne room. Everyone kneels down and lowers their heads to Father who is sitting on the throne. The adventurers who returned told us all about your fight. Solving such a big incident like this, you all can consider yourselves a hero. I have prepared a small feast tonight. I want every one of you to heal your fatigue there to your heart's content. After saying that, Father clears his throat and looks at Franz, the Prime Minister. Knowing what he wanted to say, Franz nodded and started talking. On this occasion, everyone who participated in the resolution of the Southern incident will receive a reward. Among you, those who have performed exceptional deeds will be bestowed a special reward directly from His Majesty here. Please step in front when your name is called. Saying so, the maids holding the rewards come standby near Father. Upon confirming them, Franz started announcing the name of the receivers with a loud voice. First reward, the 8th Prince, His Imperial Highness Leonard Lakes-Adler, step forward. Yes. After he replied, Leonard stepped in front and kneels before Father. Seeing that, Father receives a sword from one of the maids. It was a long sword with a golden falcon symbol engraved on its sheath. It was the ceremonial sword used in appointing important positions for military officers. 8th Prince Leonard had made the wise decision of raising the signal fire and leading many knights to prevent the situation from worsening during the Southern incident. After that, to tackle the root of the problem, he led the charge at the forefront and defeated a demon. For his meritorious deed, he is now hereby appointed the vacant position of the Honorary General of the Imperial Capital Garrison along with the right to attend the Privy Council. I thankfully accepted. Leonard reverently accepted the sword. Hearing that, there was an uproar among the ceremony attendees. Not just the Honorary General but the right to attend the Privy Council. Isn't that a bit too much? So his achievement was that great, her. This will make things unpredictable again, you know. Even an honorary general is still a general. This means that he just acquired the position equivalent to Gordon's, who is also an emperor candidate. Moreover, he now has an influence over the imperial capital garrison. An honorary general is an honorary position, but due to the influence of his predecessor, the late General Dominique, Leo can move a considerable amount of force in the imperial capital if he needs to. In addition, he was allowed to attend the Privy Council, which Eric was originally the only one who was allowed to among the candidates. With this, he is now able to convey his opinion directly to Father without going through the ministers. And with Earl Bales, who had become the Minister of Industry, we now have 2 votes in the council. In other words, this means that he has gained a solid voice and influence over national politics. With this, the power structure of the succession war has changed. Thanks to this incident, Leo is no longer just a newly emerging 4th candidate but one of the leading candidates who can even threaten Eric. Next, the second reward. Marshal Liselot Lakes-Adler. Step forward. Yes. This time, Lizaranu stepped forward. To such Lizaranu, Father handed her a cane. Marshal Liselot had swiftly responded to Leonard's signal fire and swiftly moved to action, leading the elite soldiers of the Eastern Border Army to the scene. Later, together with Leonard, she had paved the way to the city. For that meritorious deed, the Eastern Border Army will receive additional troops and expansion of its budget. I thankfully accepted. As expected of Father. He understands well that Anu doesn't need something like a medal. Anu, who received the cane, looked quite happy herself. Last, the third reward. Jürgen von Reinfeld. Step forward. Yes. The last person called was Jürgen. Father has prepared a large gem for Jürgen. Duke Jürgen, along with his knights, defeated the monsters and paved the way for Liselot to advance together with his foresight in creating an efficient route in case of an emergency. He is hereby bestowed treasures and an expansion of his territory. I thankfully accepted. Jürgen, who received the box filled with gems, back down. Now the special awarding ceremony is over. After that, Father finishes the formal greeting and steps down. Now, the rest is just the party tonight. While thinking about such a thing, I heard the conversation of the participating ministers and influential nobles. It might be better to start approaching Prince Leonard her. But it is already this late in the game. Attitudes are important, you know, attitudes. You better present yourself to the emperor candidates too, you know. It has become unpredictable who will become the next emperor after all. But no matter how much bigger Prince Leonard is going to grow, Prince Eric's faction still has the advantage of manpower. At least, Prince Leonard even has to use that dull prince. Their difference in personnel is obvious, you know. Certainly, that prince has always causing problems. It seems he didn't even play an active role this time as well. Someday, he might just drag Prince Leonard down with him. But it makes you think, right? If he even has to use that dull prince, then right now he is obviously looking for more capable human resources. I think that now is our opportunity, you know. It seems they started to come up with various theories. Playing an incompetent has its worth. If Leo has to use even an incompetent like me, it means that he is having a manpower problem. With that line of thinking, I thought that people might decide to become Leo's ally. Even if we are siblings, he still utilized an incompetent like me. Those who don't have much confidence in themselves and those who felt dissatisfied with their current position should decide to gather under Leo because of that. That's why I still have to remain incompetent. Affirming my belief again, I left the place. Chapter 88. A miserable day. Ulmi-Asama. At the castle party venue. I was standing there waiting at its entrance. There, Krista came toward me with small steps. Krista. I let Krista hug me for a while. She must have been quite anxious while I was away. When I stroked her head, Krista hugged me even tighter. Were you scared? But Elna protected me. I see. Nay, Ulmi-Asama. Elna was. It's okay, I heard about it. Don't worry, I will do something about it. You don't have to worry about her. Just enjoy the party tonight, all right? Hearing so, Krista's expression got a little brighter. Seeing that, I started talking to Krista about something else. Have you met Leo and Lizaranyu yet? Lizanisama chose this dress for me. Krista spins around to show off her new purple dress. It seems she is very happy that Lizaranyu chose it for her. Even though we are of the same imperial family, the stars of today's party are Leo and Lizaranyu, so I will be heading to the party venue together with Krista first. I see. Then you should show it off to everyone. Rita should already be inside as well. Saying so, I walked into the party venue with Krista. When the knight at the gate announced mine and Krista's arrival, applause and gazes were directed toward us. However, it was Krista who was the center of their attention. The kidnapped princess, and the younger sister of Lizaranyu. Unlike the other princesses who have various problems attached to them, there are many nobles who want to marry their son to Krista in the future. While keeping those nobles at bay, I head over to Rita with Krista. Ulmi. Kuchan. Rita waving her hand cheerfully at us, but it seems that she hasn't noticed that her instructor was tiredly staring at her. That's so like Rita. Rita. Those clothes look good on you. Rita was wearing ceremonial clothes for a knight apprentice with a sword hanging at her waist. Her clothes are so neat that it doesn't seem like it was Rita at first, but it seems that she likes it very much. It does. Really. Thank you. Kuchan. Kuchan's dress is nice as well. Lizanisama chose it for me. That princess general. Will I be able to meet her? You will. Yeah. While watching the two happily chatting, the crowd was making noise at the entrance of the venue. At that time, the names of Leo and Lizaranyu were announced. The venue was filled with applause that was incomparable to mine and Krista. Prince Leonard. Congratulations on your big success. Marshal Liselot. Your battle was astounding as always. It seems that you never lose your touch. The two were immediately surrounded. There might have been those that were told by their parents that now is a good time to approach them too. There are children around the same age as Krista around her as well, but with Rita here, They can't recklessly approach her. It's a good relationship they have between them. While thinking about that, I silently left the place and leaned back against the wall. In the opposite direction, Leo, Lizaraniu, and Finn are once again surrounded by nobles. It might have something to do with the blue seagull ornament, but she does look very good in her blue dress today. It seems I won't be able to call her out for now. I could see Jürgen from here as well, but due to his social connection, he is being surrounded by his acquaintances in the imperial capital. If I go to him now, the people around him will surely disperse. This is really a problem. A party with no one to talk to is so boring. Of course, I can enjoy just watching people like this too. After a while, my father arrived and the party finally started in earnest. Many people start dancing to the music with happy laughter echoing the whole venue. Every time someone tried to invite Lizaraniu for a dance, she would sway the sword hanging at the waist of her military uniform. If someone actually invited her, she would probably say, "If you want to dance with me, then win against me in a duel first." On the other hand, Finn and Leo are smiling while dealing with many nobles. It's their job after all. Right now is a good time for us to increase our allies. Surprisingly, Jürgen politely declined all the invitation from the ladies as well. As always, he is such a polite person. Krista and Rita are still surrounded by the children. There is no place for me here. With such feelings, I make fun of myself. The one who wished for this kind of position was none other than me. Still, I want to have fun spending time with someone too. However, envying them for that would be too much of a luxury. There was also a way that I can walk the same path as Leo, but I didn't choose it. If Leo's was a path filled with light, then mine was one in the shadow. There's no need for me to be praised by anyone. There's no need for anyone to notice me. I chose my path with that kind of feeling that I thought that it was for the best. Yo, Arnold. A noisy guy appeared, disrupting my thought process. It's none other than Jide and his entourages. Even though he is wearing a tailcoat, it doesn't look like formal attire because he seems to arrange it according to his own fashion sense. He sure likes wearing something like this her. As I thought, this guy's sense is really off. Jide her. HMMN? What? I went out of my way to talk to a dull prince like you, and that's what you say to me. Shouldn't you be crying tear of joy right now? Ha. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't like your tone. Have you been getting cocky lately? Leonard's achievement is not even yours, all right. The more Leonard is growing, the more incompetent you will look. There's even a rumor going around that someday you will be the downfall of Leonard's faction too, you know? Right. I don't need a guy like him who can only think that far. I want someone who feels like he or she can make a difference to join the faction. Leo needs allies like that. The succession war isn't just a fight between the candidates but also their factions. No matter how much Leo can compete with the other three, if his faction is inferior, he will never be able to become the emperor. What? Getting depressed now? Right. Even you would want to be in the limelight too, right? But you see, it's impossible for an incompetent like you. Saying so, Jide and his entourages laughed. Seriously, these guys sure are free. I wonder if father will get back to his quarter soon. I can't leave this place before him after all. I have somewhere else to go after this too. As my expression is getting tired, Jide grins. I have good news for you, Arnold. Get me into Leonard's faction. I will personally join your side. What? Didn't you hear me? Well, that's understandable. I am the eldest son of the prestigious Duke Horsvarth after all. There would be no one else you would want to have as your ally, right? Jide playfully brushes his bangs. But I don't care about that. A guy like Jide running headfirst into a power struggle? This is undoubtedly the order of his father, Duke Horsvarth. Certainly, Duke Horsvarth himself is approaching Gordon while his second son was sent to Eric's side. And if Jide can get closer to Leonard here, then he will be able to sell his favor no matter who wins in the end. The reason Duke Horsvarth didn't approach Xandra was that he has been on bad terms with the southern nobles for a long time. Judging from this, it seems that the Duke has already recognized Leo. It will be painful to miss this opportunity, but honestly, I don't need Jide. Jide is certainly the eldest son of Duke Horsfarth, but his second son is actually the one who is well respected and excellent. A good evidence of that would be the fact that the Duke had sent him to join Eric, the candidate with the best chance to win. If we pull Jide in as our ally now, our faction might collapse. Oh, you can give yourself credit for recruiting me too, you know. How about it? Arnold. Sorry, but I will be refraining myself. If you want to join him, then go ask Leo himself. What? I guess he never thought that I would refuse. His cheeks are cramping up. Jide can't ask Leo himself. Up until now, Jide had been acting good in front of Leo on the surface, but when Finn and I went out together, Jide beat me up and I pretended to be Leo back then. In other words, from Jide's point of view, he thinks that Leo is already aware of his wrongdoing. Well, something like this, Leo should already have noticed long ago. That must be why he chose to approach me. What an idiot. Don't get cocky with me now. This is not a request, you know that, right? No matter what you say, I will not introduce you to Leo's faction. You shit. What are you getting conceited about? Since she was already under house arrest, a failure like Elna won't be able to protect you anymore, alright? No one is going to help you, you know. He just said something he shouldn't have. I know that I should just let it slide. There was another me who kept telling me to calm down. However, I shook off that self-control. Just now. What did you say? What? No one is going to help you. Before that. Did you said a failure? Chem? Yeah, I said it. Elna was such a FAI. I glared at Jide. I wanted to blast him away with silvery ray right this moment. How refreshing it would be if I can remove a guy like him from this world. Being glared at with such intent, Jide was overcome with fear and unable to breathe. He took a few steps and fell on his butt. Take it back. Jide. With only a quiet voice I convey my feelings. However, Jide doesn't show any sign that he would answer that at all. His entourages also solidified and no one tried to step between Jide and me. What a cheap bond they have. Elna saved Krista's life. That's a fact that no one can change. Insulting Elna in front of me while knowing full well of that. Jide von Horsfarth, do you want to die? I'm not. Just say it. I take it back. Anything else? Sorry. I'm sorry. After I got Jide to take his insult back and apologize, I immediately left the venue. Father still hasn't left the venue yet, but I feel nauseous just by breathing the same air as Jide, and since we had already gathered a few attention to us, I decided to leave the place. It will be troublesome to get involved in trouble now. Right now I am far from composed. While thinking so, I grabbed a bottle of alcohol on the table and left the venue. If it was enough for you to sigh about, isn't it better for you to just endure it? Thinking about my own stupidity, I sighed once I left the venue. Even though I just decided to remain an incompetent, I ended up doing something that betrayed all that right afterward. There's nothing more pathetic than this. While I was drowning in all that, Sebas called out to me from behind as if to pick a fight with me. Arg. I don't want to get preached on right now. The one who understands best that what I did was stupid is me after all. I did it because I couldn't, all right. I am calm right now, so I do think that what I did was stupid, okay? I just revealed my hand even though I have nothing to gain at all. Silencing him with only your glare, that was quite a thing you did there. From the point of view of the people around you, they must have thought that he stepped on quite a landmine, you know. Yeah. I said I already understand, right? Then that's fine. Elna-sama is someone special to Arnold-sama after all. It couldn't be helped. Considering what happened, it could be said that he was just surprised because you who normally wouldn't get angry was glaring at him, so they probably wouldn't think too much about it. Saying so, Sebas followed after me. I got angry because she is someone special. Because of that, it's easy to say that it couldn't be helped, but if I got angry because of that, do I have to get angry more often from now on? Today I felt the most miserable than I ever felt. Days like this do come by. Nobody is perfect after all. There is no one who can always push down their emotions. Leaving that aside, I have already prepared a carriage for you. You really are always perfect. I didn't even say anything yet though. I am a butler after all. Is that so? Shall we go then? Saying so, I climbed into the carriage. Chapter 89. A modest party. Welcome back. Arnold-sama. Yeah, I'm home. With such an exchange with the knight on guarding duty, I entered the Emsburg mansion. Entering inside, the familiar butler was there to greet me. He told me that Elna and Anna-san are having dinner and started guiding me to them without confirming with the two first. This is usually the case when I visit them. Are they just that open? While having that thought, I arrived in front of the two of them. Ara. If it isn't welcome. Sorry for intruding. Anna-san. Anna-san wasn't surprised and normally welcomed me with a smile. She then stands up and takes Sebas off somewhere. She probably went off to prepare some food for me. I accept her hospitality and sit down opposite of Elna. Oh, what's wrong? I heard that you are supposed to be at the party today though. It was boring so I left. I said so and put the alcohol I brought on the table. The wine from the castle is quite good. Its taste is perfect. It's still too early. Did you leave before His Majesty? It's okay. Nobody cares about me anyway. The stars tonight are Leo and Lizaranu after all. You are saying something like that again, Elna said with a fed-up expression. Elna is the same as usual. She doesn't seem depressed at all. Still, the one that was different from usual here is probably me. When I picked up 2 glasses from the table, Elna stopped me. You know that I don't drink, right? Even when hanging out with a friend? Ha. Just a little, okay? As I got Elna to compromise, I pour a little wine in one glass and pour another one to the brim. Then, I handed the one with less wine to Elna. A short moment of silence took over us. Elna says nothing. Perhaps she already knew what I wanted to say, but she doesn't want to rush me. While feeling thankful to her, I lower my head. Sorry. What are you apologizing for? The scene from Krista's future vision can never be changed. No matter how you move, the future was already decided that Krista will be kidnapped. Still, I asked you to be her escort. Is that so? I managed to save Rita in the end though. I thought that you could do something about it with your power. But I didn't tell you that the future can't be changed because I don't want you to doubt yourself. That's why I kept it a secret from you. I tricked you into it. That's insulting, Elna murmured. However, her tone wasn't angry. When I raised my face, Elna was staring straight at me. Your apology is an insult to me. But the order was Yes, it was my dream. I tried hard to get in it. I was raised while being told that joining the Imperial Knight Order and protecting the Imperial family is the Amsburg's duty and responsibility after all. That's why I was really happy when I managed to join the Order. I even aimed for the position of the Captain Commander. Still, I took it all for granted. It seems because of this incident, that dream might be getting far away from me now, but it's all right. Saying so, Elna smiles. Her smile was one that shows that she truly doesn't mind about it. But I know how much effort she put in to become an Imperial Knight without relying on the name of the Amsburgs. Even though I just rendered all her effort meaningless, Elna still didn't get angry and just smiled at me. It was painful. It would be much better if she got angry at me. That look again. I told you already, right? My oath is much more important than my honor. So don't worry about it. I will never forsake you, I simply acted according to my oath. It wasn't your fault. I am aware of what could happen and took those risks by myself. So don't just take it all as your responsibility. Moreover, I was helpful, right? Yeah, of course, you are. I'm glad. If that's the case, then it's all good. Krista and Rita were safe and I was able to be helpful to you. I think that's already my victory. Honestly, it would be better if I can help you more though. Elna says so while playfully smiling at the wine glass she is holding. Then, if you already understand, then stop looking so depressed. What did you come here for? If it's just apologizing, then you are already done, right? So, let's celebrate. To this modest victory of mine. Elna holds up the glass while bearing a proud smile. Seeing her like that, I can't just keep brooding over what happened. Shaking off my hesitation and regret, I hold up my glass. Elna called the chain of events so far her victory. Most people will say that it was her loss. I know for sure that this is her victory. I have to celebrate with her. After all, it was the victory of my sword. To your humble victory. Yeah, to my humble victory. Saying so, we clink our glasses and make a toast. Elna gently tilts her glass, but I drink its content all at once and pour another. You will regret it later if you keep drinking it like that, you know. It's all right. If we are having a toast, then it's better to drink like this. You said it like you are an adventurer. Well, I don't hate it though. The moment Elna said that, I stopped my hand. The guilt I felt wanted me to confess everything to her. However, I stopped myself before I could do that and swallowed it all down with the wine. Right now, there is no benefit in revealing this secret to her. If I do it now, I will just be putting some unnecessary secrets for her to carry. I will have to tell her someday, but today is not that day. It will only trouble her. It's easy to let her spoil me, but I can't let myself get spoiled by her any more than this. Even I have a backbone after all. Elna. I will definitely make Leo the emperor. What's wrong all of a sudden? I might be a little drunk, I guess. Fufu, you are not such a lightweight, right? I get like this once in a while. If Leo becomes the emperor, he will surely abolish this ridiculous custom. The succession war certainly was effective in raising competent emperors. Compared to other countries, our empire has considerably less foolish leaders. But to spill so much blood just for that is too ridiculous. If it's him, he will definitely be able to find another way, that's what I think. I have no intention to die. I want to live on my own terms, be an adventurer on my own terms, and die on my own terms. That is my life plan. That's why the best way for that to happen is for Leo to become the emperor. It was one of the reasons I pushed for Leo to become the emperor. However, as long as this ridiculous custom continues, I will never be able to achieve that. Even if we survive, our children will be involved in the next generation's succession war. When I got involved in the succession war, I was reluctant, but I still have the power to participate in it. But that was not the case for Krista. It might not be the case for most of the imperial family who will be born in the future as well. It is just too unreasonable to get caught up and push around even though they don't have any wish for the throne. I wonder about that. It has continued for so long, you know. It is the duty of the imperial family to produce a good leader. If there is a stupid emperor who can't control this vast empire, then blood will flow even more than in this succession war. And that will be the blood of the citizens, you know. I know. I do think that what I wish for is selfish. As long as you are born in the imperial family, you can't escape its duty. I know that it was our price to pay. But if I was satisfied with that, nothing would change. There should have been others in my family who thought like me. Still, no one did anything. Nothing will change if we just leave it up to the future. Then why don't you just become the emperor yourself? Don't be stupid. Even if I think that it is an unreasonable custom, it still has its own merit. If I have to make a realistic judgment call, then I'm sure that I wouldn't choose to abolish it. That's why I chose to support Leo to become the emperor. And what if Leo arrives at the same conclusion as you? He won't. He's not like me. Rather than a realistic and effective method, he would find another way that suits his ideal. Hearing my words, Elna smiles. She then holds up her glass toward me. That's right. I think so too. Leo has something that makes people want to place their hopes on him. That's why people are supporting him, right? So you get it. You are happy now because I just praised your brother? Well, yeah. While having such a conversation, I and Elna emptied the bottle. While thinking about opening a new one, Anasan and Sebas returned, bringing along a large number of guests. Elna, Elna, Krista and Rita, who were guided here by Anasan, rushed to hug Elna. Your Highness Krista, Rita too. Why are you here? I brought her. Saying so, Liz or Anu head over to Elna's side. Elna, who was surprised by the appearance of Anu, stands up in haste. Your Highness Lizelot. It's been a long time. Yeah, long time no see. You don't have to be so stiff. I came to thank you today. You have my gratitude for protecting Krista and her friend. No, your words are wasted on me. Don't be so modest. It seems you have been taking good care of Ul and Leo, right? I can't thank you enough for that. Anu, I don't bother Elna that much, you know. While I was saying that, Leo showed up holding a lot of wines and snacks in both hands. Did you really have to carry all that on your own? Isn't he kinda pitiful even though he is supposed to be the star tonight? Alright. Will this be enough, I wonder? Both of you have the leading roles tonight, right? You will get scolded by Father later, you know. Father already headed back and the one who wanted to do this was Anu, you know. I can't go against her, right? Anu was. I noticed that you were gone. A celebration should be held with the people who did something to deserve it, don't you think so? For such a reason. But you did well knowing that I am here. I asked Leo since I thought that Leo was naturally the one who would know, but he shakes his head. Leo turns his sight to the back. Finn is standing there in her blue dress. Finsan said that she was sure that you would be at Elna's place, so we decided to come here. Anu said that she wanted to thank Elna too, so I think that it's a good opportunity. Finn did. Yes, I thought for sure that Ulsama would go to Elnasama's place. To think that there would be someone else who could read me other than Sebas. Even Leo didn't know where I went. As expected of Finn her. Or perhaps, the me today is that easy to read. While I was thinking about that, everyone sits down. Finn is sitting next to me while Leo is sitting next to Krista and Rita. Perhaps he wanted to take care of them. Lizaranu sits beside Elna and starts having a heated talk about sword techniques. Pleased to meet you, Madam Emsberg. I am called Jürgen von Reinfeld. Ara, nice to meet you. I've heard rumors about you, Duke Reinfeld. You were moving around quite a lot, weren't you? That's embarrassing of me. Actually, a good mineral was recently mined in my territory and it was a perfect mineral for making armor, you see. Ara, isn't that interesting? My husband is currently away right now, so can I speak to you about it in his stead? Of course. Jürgen, who also came over, is now having a business talk with Anna-san. This person is suitable to be a merchant. His habit of never abandoning an opportunity will really be a waste if he chooses to be a warrior after all. Ulsama. Were we perhaps interrupted something? No, I'm glad you came. Is that so? Then I'm glad. Saying so, Finn makes a wide smile. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol or the loneliness somewhere in my heart, but she looked really attractive to me right now. That's why I decided to honestly tell her the words that came up in my mind. I couldn't say this at the party, but that dress looks great on you. It's beautiful. Ah, really? Thank you very much. Saying so, Finn happily smiles while her cheeks were dyed red. After that, the fun time continued for a while. I thought that parties are boring in general, but the modest party here is a lot of fun. Chapter 90. The Duke of Horsfarth. There is a huge mansion located in the prime location of the imperial capital. Inside a room of that mansion, Jide is currently in a very awkward situation. Jide, what did I tell you to do? Father. Answer my question. What did I tell you to do? This mansion is owned by the second oldest duke family of the empire. The person that is bearing down on Jide is Rolf von Horsfarth, the current head of the ducal house of Horsfarth. He is a tall man with long brown hair that gives off a mature and calm atmosphere. However, the eyes he is staring at Jide with are terribly cold. To get into Leonard's. His Highness. To get into His Highness Leonard's faction. That's right. I asked you to join His Highness Leonard, whose faction is currently rising in power for the sake of the Horsfarth house. So that no matter the result, our Horsfarth house can maintain our influence. And what did you do toward that? Rolf silently urges Jide to speak with his eyes. Seeing that, Jide shakes his head with a frightened expression. But there was no way around it. Arnold suddenly snapped and didn't listen to anything I said. It was all his fault. Jide, don't disappoint me any further than this. Just answer my question. What on earth did you do? He asked with a soft and gentle voice. However, there was a tremendous pressure hidden inside it. Jide cowers and answered him while averting his eyes. I made Arnold angry. It's His Highness. Why can't you learn to remember that? He's just the dull prince. He never got up to do anything and just idle around. He has been inferior to me ever since we were children. I couldn't possibly attach such honorifics to a pathetic guy like him, and just by being glared at by that lazy, pathetic guy, you unsightly fell on your butt. That is. I was just surprised because I never thought that he would get angry, that's all. To attack another person is something dangerous. You risked yourself being counterattacked in return. That's why you have to assume that you would get counterattacked when you decided to attack someone. You not only chose to attack a prince whose standing was higher than you, but you also never thought that he would do something to you in return. There's no word to describe you but idiotic. Idiotic. Me. Surprised, Jide's expression turned sour as his pride was hurt and stared at Rolf with eyes that were severe than before, but he immediately averted his eyes away as Rolf narrowed his eyes at him. Turning his anger that has nowhere to go on the floor, he stomps it again and again and again. I knew you were bullying His Highness Arnold. I know that you hate him who has always been doing what he pleases. Maybe it was because you have undergone strict training from a young age that you hate him so much. Bullying is one way to let that emotion out. I understand that. But do you know why I never tried to stop you? That is. Isn't it because he is just an insignificant prince? You are getting more and more stupid. Listen. I wanted you to learn. I wanted you to have a good lesson from it. I wanted you to realize that when you recklessly attack others, you will be in a world of pain. But you never had a chance to learn that lesson. His Highness Arnold never fought you back after all. I was disappointed, you know. After that, you two grew up and you started gathering more and more entourages. I thought that you finally might have grown up in your own way. But you never grew at all. You were more childish and stupid than I could imagine. I am already a proper adult. If you are a proper adult, then at least smooth things over with him on the surface. Your opponent is a son of His Majesty the Emperor. It should only be natural that you should speak with him politely as an adult, not a banter between children. You never did that. And now you got counterattacked by His Highness. You made him angry at this important and very crucial moment. It might be true when you said that everything was His Highness's fault if you two are still children. If you had a tough lesson back, then things wouldn't turn out this way. His Highness Arnold was mature from a very young age, so he has been putting up with you, and now you just grew up to be arrogant and childish. This is terribly disappointing. Hearing his father said something as if he was praising Al, Jide bites down on his lips. The reason is that inside Jide's mind, he never imagined a situation where someone would speak highly of Al while he is the one being berated. That guy is mature. Which part of him is? He hasn't done anything until now. Yes. And you did each and everything. That's right. I made an effort while that guy never did. And this is the result. With the fruit of your efforts, you failed the task I placed upon you and exposed your unsightly figure to other nobles, while His Highness Arnold can create the result without putting in any effort. I myself think that a lazy wise man is much more preferable than a hard-working fool. What about you? Unable to stand it anymore, Jide swung his hand around. However, at that moment, a sharp voice echoed, "Stop moving." Hearing Rolf's voice, Jide's tantrum was suppressed. Then, Rolf says this to Jide with a gentle but cool voice. "I left your education with my wife since she loves you very much. That's why I never interfere unless it was necessary. However, it seems that it was a mistake. Get back to your room. You need to cool your head down a little." Father, I dislike repeating myself. You know. Having no outlet for his anger, the silenced Jide violently storms out of the room. After that, a noise like something breaking was heard from a distance. Hearing that, Rolf let out a huge sigh. "Excuse me. Father, may I enter?" "Come in, Raina." After he said that, a young man a little younger than Jide entered the room. He is as tall as Jide, but his body is fitter and his clothes don't reek of terrible fashion sense. The soft smile on his face would make people convinced that he is indeed Rolf's son. The young man's name is Rainer von Horsvarth. He is the second son of Duke Horsvarth, who is turning 16 years old this year. He is the one who was expected to succeed his father as the family head and to be the next Duke of Horsvarth. Rayna doesn't take after his mother as much as Jide, so his mother didn't show as much affection to him as she showed to Jide. That's why his education was opened to Rolf. As a result, they have totally different personalities to the extent that people started to suspect whether Jide and Rayna were actually brothers. Aniu seems to be in quite a bad mood just now though. It's the same as usual. It was even worse than usual, you know. He seems to be very upset when he was glared at by His Highness Arnold after all. Just leave him alone. It was all due to his own actions. Still, it was my responsibility for asking him to do that, and now we have to clean up after him. Leo's faction has cut their way into the succession war. Rolf tried to send Jide to Leo's side so that he could sell his favor to Leo's faction, but Jide made them angry instead. With a simple glance, anyone would realize that Leo places a considerable amount of trust in Ul. Making Ul angry means that you will be getting on Leo's bad side. To be fully honest, I thought that as long as Aniu is with us, we would never be able to join hands with His Highness Leonard, you know. I agree. After observing him for such a long time, His Highness Arnold never looked like a type to hold a grudge, but Jide said that His Highness got angry at him. The same His Highness who has been putting up with him for so long. It seems that we can't expect any good relationship from them anymore. I can't reach out to them myself after all. So, what do we do now? If push comes to shove, then we have to get rid of them. If His Highness Leonard becomes the Emperor, then we can't assert our influence like what we have been doing so far. Even if we are respected as a ducal house with a long history, we will be kept away from the power struggle. The measure to avoid that scenario has already failed after all. That's true, but I think it will be hard to put them down, you know. Rolf nods to Rayna's words. The two were properly watching the moment when Ul glared at Jide. Many people think that Jide was surprised because Ul suddenly got angry at him, but they have a different opinion. That was clearly the eyes of someone with power. If their theory is correct, then their opponents would be the hero prince who is currently riding a strong tide and the wise prince who has hidden his claws for so many years. If possible, they don't want to be hostile with them. However, his stupid son has already taken a step toward that. I should have interfered with Jide's education sooner. Even if you say something to him, he will only just give you some suitable reply on the spot, you know. I was surprised too. Even though he was there to ask him a favor, he simply went in with that high-handed attitude. I think that was already ingrained in his personality, so I don't think that there is any way to fix it anymore. Do you think that we can win with Jide by our side? We should use everything we can. If push comes to shove, then we can abandon him later as well. If mother objects and threatens you with a divorce, then that's alright too. Father can just find another lady to marry after all. Well, that's true. That's a very rational choice. If we can take advantage of Jide's troublemaking nature, then we might be able to get something out of it. It wouldn't hurt us to try that first after all. While thinking about such a thing, Rolf and Rayna smile. Their sinister smiles show that both of them are equally cold-hearted. Chapter 91. Incident Report and Future Actions. Alright, let's hear your report. Father cut straight to the point. Father is sitting on the throne with Franz, the Prime Minister, besides him. Facing them are only me and Leo. Leo was asked to give his report as the inspector at the Privy Council, but he instead requested a private audience with Father to give his report. If that's the case, then I was intending to bail, but Father said that it will be troublesome and have me stay. He probably wanted to ask me about Lizaranu and Jürgen later, I guess. Yes. I will begin my report now. Speaking from the conclusion, it was confirmed that the people of the south have been victimized by a kidnapping organization, and it is likely the southern nobles are also involved in the said organization as well. Continue. Yes. The center of this incident was the basement in the mansion of the lord of the city of Bassau. It served as the base of operation for the kidnapping organization, where they confined the abducted women and children. I have confirmed this with the testimony from the rescued children, so there is no doubt that at least Earl Sitterheim, who ruled over Bassau, was involved in the incident. After the hole connecting to the demon world was closed, the mansion along with its basement appeared in its place. It was not swallowed by the whole but rather overwritten by it. Thanks to this, we were able to discover a lot of things after an investigation. And where is that Sitterheim? He died. According to the knights that know Earl Sitterheim, it seems that the body of the demon who Silver fought against was actually his body. The demon probably possessed him after his head was cut off. Father silently looks outside. He probably doesn't want to hear it, but he must. I heard the details from Leo to some extent, but it seems that this incident still has much deeper roots. Your Highness Leonard, I heard from the story that the ones who summoned the demons were actually the children that managed to escape. Where are they now? We faked their death and Lizaranu transported them to the eastern border via a safe route. Right now they are under the Eastern Army's protection. The elder sister of the child who was the center of the incident is also staying there with them. That elder sister was also the adventurer who first brought this matter to our attention as well. Yes, right now, Linfia is staying at the eastern border. She is there to take care of her sister and the rescued children. The person herself was worried about them and Leo readily agreed to dispatch her there. It seems she said that she will come back to join us one day, but it is undecided when that will be. After all, the existence of those children makes this incident even more complicated. Why did you fake their death? Do you think that I would punish those children? Father asked with a slightly angry tone. The previous incident was caused by the children summoning the demons. They are both victims and perpetrators. That's why Father has a reason to punish them. However, that was not the reason Leo faked their death. No, it was because we discovered a curious document. Leo then gives a piece of paper to Franz. The paper had reddish-black blood on it. It was discovered in the basement, so it was probably the blood of the one who tried to dispose of it. This is. Father raised a voice in surprise once he received the document from Franz. When he showed it to Franz, he visibly frowned at its content. What was written there was a manual. It was a method to create a weapon with the combination of a child who holds strong power and children who have the ability to amplify others' power. It was a document that described such a method. In other words, an incident similar to what happened in the South could be recreated in another country. Thus it can be assumed that there is someone in this country who thought up such a plan. Moreover, there was one word that appeared many times in the document. Such a method. The military is considering doing this. From the document, it was made clear that the experiment was a request from our military. The Eastern Army is safe since Anu is the one who is in charge of it, but we cannot trust any other military personnel with this. That's why we decided to fake their death to prevent the children from being pursued and used as weapons. Please forgive me. It's a wise decision. However, from the document, it seems that the incident this time was just a trial. Is it safe to assume that they gathered the children because they were asked to perform such an experiment? Speaking from the result, it ended up being a success. If they can cause a similar incident to happen in another country, then it will be a great opportunity for us to invade. The demons that will be summoned through this are certainly terrifying, however. Considering that the Empire has the Brave House in our arsenal, there would be nothing to be afraid of. That's right. This is an invasion plan. And it's not just because Father has no intention to start any invasion, so he wasn't informed about it. Someone is preparing their own future invasion, and this is their preparation toward that. That was what we could derive from the document. Gordon her. I have another report I want to make personally. There's more her. Unfortunately, while fighting against the monsters in the south, I witnessed the death of one of Earl Sitterheim's knights. If we believe his story, it seems that Earl Sitterheim was actually threatened to take part in the kidnapping. Just before we arrived, he decided to rescue the children and rose up against the kidnappers. I see. In other words, that kidnapping organization has enough power to threaten a lord her. Yes. There is a possibility that a powerful noble is behind them. Perhaps every noble in the south might be involved as well. The deeper you dig, the more darkness raised to the surface. Anyone who got tainted by that darkness must be punished. After all, if that darkness spread too much, the Empire might not be able to stand any longer. Even when you don't want to leave it alone, you have to choose an appropriate time to uncover such darkness. This is getting complicated. Whether it be the request from the army to create humanoid weapons through the kidnapping organization or the possible involvement of the southern noble, we have to pick which thread we have to tread on first. That's why I wanted to hear your Majesty's judgment on this. Father stays quiet for a while and turns his sight toward me. I have a bad feeling, so I shake my head left and right repeatedly, but Father still turns that question toward me. How do you think we should proceed? Arnold, why are you asking me? I sigh and start thinking. No matter how much I think, I still couldn't find the right answer. If we start digging into the military, we will be in conflict with Gordon, and if we start investigating the southern noble, we will have to go against Xander again. It would be safest for us to conclude this incident with the defeat of the demons in the south. However, you don't want to hear a safe answer, right? Of course. After a deep sigh, I came to a solution. However, is this really a good answer? Still, I will have to say it. I think that we should leave the military alone for now. Requesting humanoid weapons from a kidnapping organization is certainly an unforgivable crime, and we have to find out what they are going to do with such a weapon, but the root of the problem this time is the southern nobles. If we do this poorly, and most of the southern nobles are involved with that criminal organization, at worst we might have a rebellion on our hands. In case we have to deal with that rebellion, we can use the military to suppress them. The investigation can be done after we weaken them. If we do this in reverse, then we might not be able to have an appropriate response to the southern rebellion after all. Taking both of them down at the same time If that's the case, then we don't have to prepare any special measure. We can simply observe the actions of the military and come up with an appropriate countermeasure. If they start something dangerous, then we can start an investigation on them, and if not, then we can leave them alone until we take care of the other. I think that is a good proposal. Did you finally decided to stop pretending to be incompetent? I shake my head to Father's words. Sorry, but I don't remember ever playing incompetence with Father at all. I simply never assert myself. However, we can't deal with this problem that way. I never heard of any important matter, so I only kept to myself. But the incident this time is deep-rooted. Plus, Leo probably came to the same conclusion himself already. Still, he probably couldn't say it himself considering his status. You think that I would take it as he is using his proposal to his advantage in the succession war? It simply wasn't that strange for anyone to take it like that. It's bad enough for me to propose it, but it would be even worse if Leo were to say it himself. When I said that, Father convincingly nodded. Franz also looked as if he was impressed. My sight matches with Leo. He relays his thanks with his eyes, and I shrug my shoulders to tell him to don't mind it. Then, Father reached his conclusion. We can't leave this alone. Leonard, you will continue your investigation on the southern incident. Do you have any clues to follow? According to the night's story, Earl Sitterheim entrusted a letter to a person by the name of Rebecca. I intend to start by searching for her first. I see. Earl Sitterheim. He left a letter her. The fact that he has a letter to entrust to someone means that he was looking for an opportunity to come clean. Father might not be able to forgive what Earl Sitterheim did, but he has his own thoughts about this as well. By the way, Arnold, did anything happen to those two's relationship? Any progress? What? You are going to talk about that now? With that retort in my mind, I told him that they made some progress. Hearing that, Father blatantly frowned and began his sermon. Arg, so it ends up like this in the end? Seriously? While wishing that the sermon would end soon, I let out a small sigh. Chapter 92. The Mysterious Thief. I see. It was a disaster her. Right. They were so difficult that I want someone to praise me for improving their relationship even just a little bit, you know. While having such a conversation in my room, I look over the accumulated documents on my desk. Each one of them had important details written on it, and there were red marks marked over each of the documents. These marks indicate the matter written on the document had been resolved. While I was away, Finn tried very hard and worked on them. These documents are the result of Finn's effort, so to speak. Please have some black tea. Thanks. Finn grinningly brews black tea and serves it to me with sweets. This is the task that she refused to hand over to Sebas. Sebas no longer offers his help with it anymore and obediently receives the tea from her. Achem. Finn. Has this issue already been solved? Ah, it's the thievery cases, isn't it? Forgive me, but after various investigations, I think that we should leave that case alone. Leave it alone? Allow me to explain. Saying so, Sebas elegantly sip his black tea and start explaining. Putting it shortly, several merchants came to us and requesting our help to deal with a certain thief. However, upon closer inspection, it seems that those merchants were shady merchants who have nothing but bad rumors about them. Another fact that was uncovered is that whenever those merchants got robbed, there would be money and valuables scattered for the people of the outer layers. Moreover, from the sighting information, the thief seems to have a childlike figure. However, it seems that even the city guard and the soldier of the imperial capital garrison couldn't catch the thief. That seems to be the reason why they came to Leo's faction for help, with the promise that they would cooperate with us in return. A thief that can even elude the city guard and the imperial capital garrison. Not to mention that it would require a lot of manpower to catch such a thief. The people's dissatisfaction will rise if we do catch him. That being the case, I advise Finsama to postpone our response. I see. That seems like one interesting guy here. The imperial capital garrison and the city guards are not incompetent. Even if the victim was some evil merchant, they wouldn't leave such a case alone. It's a great feat for the thief to be able to escape their serious arrest attempt. An assassin? I don't think so. Judging from the state of the crime scene and the witnesses' testimonies, the thief's modus operandi was fairly aggressive. I don't think that it would be a work of someone who was trained as an assassin. Rather, an adventurer? Yes. Considering the rough and aggressive methods, I would be convinced if it was the work of a high-ranking adventurer. However, I never heard of any high-ranking adventurer who looks like a child. Still, the fact remains that the thief was able to sneak past the imperial garrison and the city guards. Leo will be looking for a woman called Rebecca from the earldom of Sitterheim. All he knows about her is that she is a female knight in her mid-teens. The name Rebecca is not uncommon as well. This will prove to be difficult. That's right. To make things even more troublesome, we can't use flashy methods to find her. We cannot afford to let the other faction notice this. Still, if the scale of that kidnapping organization is as big as we expected, then they are probably hunting her down right now. I see. They would know that the Lord of Bassau decided to go against them since they have eyes and ears everywhere. If they get the report that one of the Lord's trusted knights has left Bassau, they will definitely chase after her. Her objective is easy to see through after all. Her goal is definitely to reach the Emperor. She is carrying a letter with her which is probably the Lord's confession letter. If it reaches Father's hand, then the wrongdoing of the southern nobles will be exposed. We have to find this Rebecca as soon as possible. We need to recruit more people to do that, correct? That's right. Linfia is not with us this time, and I want someone who can move around freely. If possible, it would be best if we can have someone who has enough power to fend off an assassin or a former assassin that can work for us from the shadows. Don't you think that would be too much of a requirement? I thought so too. Still, we can make do with someone who has a similar ability. There would be no more effective way to boost our faction's strength other than this. But how do we recruit such a person? Hearing Finn's question, I put up one finger. We already know someone that is qualified and has a lot of free time, right? Saying so, I immediately moved out. Section. Seriously, you roped me into this the day my house arrest was lifted. Elna complained under her thick hood. With Anu, Leo, and Jürgen's plea, Elna's house arrest was lifted. However, she still can't return to the Imperial Knight Order. In other words, with no duty to perform, Elna is currently free. Sorry, but we do not have enough manpower at all. I can't afford to let talented people loitering around. Still, having me guard some evil merchant's merchandise is. Don't worry. We will crush him once we are done with this. Really? Sebas already sneaked into their office. He probably grabbed some evidence and handed it over to the city guard by now. Then it's fine. Elna looks at the wagon with a relief expression. We are currently transporting the merchandise of said evil merchant. It is being guarded by Elna along with other escorts from our faction. The merchant offered to dispatch some of their men as well, but we told them that it was unnecessary. It would be troublesome if they are with us after all. If they were one of the prominent merchants of the imperial capital, then they would insist on dispatching their own escorts, but this time we were dealing with a mid-tier merchant. They obediently entrusted their merchandise with us since they were robbed blind and their company can no longer afford to operate normally anymore. Well, these merchandises seem like they were obtained through some dirty means, so they have no one to blame but themselves though. I pretend to be a merchant and stand on top of the wagon. All right. Depart. Listen here, you morons. Don't let any of my merchandise get stolen, all right? Protect my merchandise with your life. This stuff is way more valuable than your measly lives. While impersonating a villainous merchant, we proceed through the night street of the imperial capital. We will only be carrying these things from the warehouse to the store, but the attack should come during the transportation. They could just move these merchandise during the day, but some of the merchandise seems to be too risky for them to move during the day. For that reason, we steadily proceed through the imperial capital at night. Focus up. Don't you dare get sleepy now. You don't want to get paid. Ha! Is that really necessary? It made me look like a villain, right? Yeah, if I don't know you I might end up truly believing it, you know. I nod satisfyingly at Elna's words. If that's the case then there's no problem. If the thief notices something unusual then he might not show up after all. While I was thinking so, the two escorts who were walking in front of us suddenly collapsed. Finally her. Quite a young merchant, aren't you? Kid, if you don't want to get hurt then leave your stuff and scram. Saying so, a small man wearing a hood appeared with a spear. However, the only thing that indicated that he is a man was only his voice. His height is only around 1 meter tall. The spear in his hand is even taller than himself. If I look at his body alone then he would look like a child, but his tone of voice is much older than mine. What's this? This strange sense of wrongness. Are you the thief who has been ruining my merchandise lately? Your merchandise, her? Are you joking? The only thief here is you. I just came back to get what's mine. I obtained these things legally, you know. Sure. If that's the case then I have nothing left to talk with you. I will be taking those things off your hands now. The man then jumped at me. Defending me, Elna jumped out and blocked the man's sharp blow. Who? You managed to block my spear, her. You are quite something, aren't you? I haven't received such a sharp attack for a long time too, you know. It was a pity that I couldn't get a match with Lizelot's armor, but it seems I can clear up my regret with you here. Saying so, Elna brandishes a series of attacks and pushes back the man. Other escorts try to get into action as well, but Elna stops them. Don't come in. You will get in the way. Quite a strong lady, aren't you? I like it. If the small fries mix in here, it would only ruin the fun after all. Saying so, the man holds up his spear. He then speaks with a low voice. I can't hold back, so don't die on me now, okay? That's my line. It would be a problem for me if you die here, so do your best to stay alive, alright? Chimpate. Fool. With that as the signal, the battle of speed has begun. The wind pressure of each blow damages the surrounding buildings. Here's an opponent that Elna has to get serious with. Just who is this guy? The man covers for his short reach with his spear and splendidly launches his attack on Elna. Is he a dwarf or something? No, he's too small for that. While I was thinking about such a thing, Elna thrusts her sword at the man. The man slipped through and avoided it, then suddenly turned toward me. Sorry, kid, but this is not a duel. Taya. Yelling so, the man's spear plunged toward me. However, Elna seems to have expected that and swept the man's feet off the ground with a leg sweep. Too naive. What? Elna attacked the man who lost his balance, but he managed to catch her attack with his spear and got blown a great distance away. The man was sent flying into a nearby pile of straw. Well done. No, it felt strange. Strange. It seems you looked down on me, her. Fighting me while standing on such a thing. Looking at him, I certainly saw 2 wooden sticks rolling away from the man. Don't tell me he was standing on those while fighting. Against Elna to top it off. No, taking out those sticks, he is even shorter than that. When such a question popped up in my mind, The man got up from the straw. However, his appearance was far from what I imagined. You did quite a number on me, Yu-chan. Young lady. Ha! What? The person himself may not have noticed it yet. His hood was now lowered and the sticks he stood on were gone, so his true appearance was exposed. His appearance was a bear cub. What? Shit. Even though his speech was normal, his appearance was that of a small bear. Brown hair, black eyes, his appearance looks no different from a bear stuffed animal. The man put on his hood in a hurry, but it was already too late. In the first place, it is just ridiculous for someone to stand on leg extensions while covering yourself with a hood. There's nothing intimidating about him left at all. TSK. Can't be helped then. I will let you off today. Ah. Get back here. Don't chase him. Elna looked dissatisfied as I stopped her. It seems that Elna wants to settle the score with him, but she stops since she understands that our objective was reached. It was shocking, but we were able to find out what we wanted. All that is left is to search for him. From his act of distributing the stolen goods and money at the outer layers, we know his area of operation. Let's head back for now. Put the ones who fainted on the wagon. I gave the order. Still dissatisfied, Elna gazes at me and turns to look at the direction the man disappeared to. It seems this encounter just ignited her soul as a warrior. If you catch him, then let me have a rematch. It will depend on him, right? While having such a conversation, we started making our way back through the imperial capital's night street. Chapter 93. Arrest. At the outermost layer of the imperial capital, I came to visit Gari at his dojo together with Finn. Yo, Gari. Oh, I'll Finn-sama as well. Welcome. Please come in. The treatment he gave was so different that my cheeks cramped up while going inside the dojo. There were no children inside the dojo today. Your day off? Nah, I was teaching some children earlier, but they left early today. Why? Recently, there's a guy playing a chivalrous thief and giving away a lot of things. Well, it's fine and all, but since there are some bad guys out looking for that thief right now, I am trying to get the children home early. It's dangerous out there after all. I see. Then this is just right. We came here to look for that chivalrous thief. Do you have any clue where we can find him? Nah, not at all. Gari said while averting his eyes away. He surely knows something. Letting out a small sigh, I tell Gari about our secret agenda. Last night, Sebas brought back evidence of wrongdoing from those evil merchants, and we already handed them over to the city guard. They will be arrested soon, but next is that thief's turn. Stealing is stealing no matter who you stole from. If he isn't under someone's protection, he will be arrested, you know. You aren't here to arrest him? Do I look like such a straight-laced person? Well, not at all. Saying so, Gari scratches his head and sits down in a Caesar position. Then after mulling over things for a while, he turns to look at me. While you and Leo were out of the imperial capital, those shady merchants started harassing people of the outermost layer, ripping them off a lot of things. They might have had an idea to earn some small changes while all the big merchants are competing in the succession war. With that being the case, the thief didn't choose his methods and set out to get back all the items and money that have been taken away from us. To the people of the outermost layer, he's a hero. I know that. We don't have any intention to do anything bad to him. Ulsama just has something that he wants that person's help with. Please tell us where we can find him. Do you have any idea where he might be? I don't know specifically where he lives, but there's one place that might be possible. Where? It's a recently abandoned house, but little kids started bringing food there lately. I see. Can you guide me to that house? I don't mind, but the outermost layer of people are protecting him. If you are not careful, you will get mobbed, you know? Don't worry about that. Saying so, I look at Finn. Seeing that, Finn gives me a strong nod. Gari, who doesn't understand what we are intending to do, was left stunned, but we went out regardless. Section. Every we still have a lot left to give away, so you don't have to push, okay? Finn said so as she stood in front of the outermost layer people while wearing an apron. The staff and guards of the Ajin company are surrounding her. There are some knights standing guard nearby as well. You are distributing food to attract the people's attention, her. By the blue seagull princess herself on top of that. We didn't intend to do that at first though. Chem. Really? This is kind of a compensation for them. Those shady merchants ripped off and threatened the poor of the imperial capital, taking their money and valuables away from them. Now that we know what has been going on, we intend to make it up to them. Directly from you guys. Not from the country. Don't worry. The Ajin company is the one who pays for all this. This will serve as an advertisement for them, and it will spread the word of Leo's kindness as well. It's a necessary expense. By the way, you can consult about things like this at the castle too, but it will take some time before they can move though. I see. Both sides have something to gain here. Saying so, I and Gari head to the abandoned house, our objective today. After walking for a while, the ragged wooden house came into view. I will enter first. Be careful. Here's a guy who can go toes to toes with Elna. Well, I am not here to start a fight with him though. As to not alarm him, the only ones here are me and Gari. Elna might say that I took too much precaution, but if we make him put his guard up against us here, everything might come to naught. Moreover, I am confident that we will be fine. It looks like he's away. He's not here. Hearing Gari, I entered the house. This place certainly looks like someone has been living here, and it's not wrong to say that no one's here. After all, there's no human being inside the house. However, there's a but. A small bear stuffed animal is sitting on the shelf. Brown fur and rounded eyes. No matter how you look, that would only look like a stuffed animal to you. However, what was impossible yesterday can be possible today. I started speaking to the thief. It's totally obvious already, so stop doing that. Who? You really going to keep pretending to be a stuffed animal? Oh, oi. Oh. You alright there? Suddenly starting talking to a doll like that. For some reason, Gari is looking at me worryingly. If he couldn't understand from the current situation, then this dude is quite thick in the head. Shut up for a bit. Ha. Ah, yes. You just wanted to talk to it, right? Isn't his understanding kind of off the mark? Well, whatever. I was really surprised last time after all. I look around the room. If this guy is going to pretend to be a stuffed animal, then I have my way of doing things as well. It looked like you were about to have lunch. It's a waste, so I guess I will eat all this instead. I grabbed a piece of bread left on the table and bit it in front of him to show it off. Although it is not a high-quality bread, eating for others to see still makes it delicious. I feel that the expression on the small bear slightly changed. He's getting angry with just this. Alright, let's push him a bit further. Let's do some self-introduction, shall we? I am Arnold Lake Sadler, this country's 8th prince. I acted as a decoy yesterday to catch you. Are you really okay? You are noisy, shut up. Okay. Self-introduction is really important in things like these after all. Gari is looking at me, his gaze filled with pity. Really, this guy. I almost continue eating in front of Gari instead, but unfortunately, my current target is not him. I turn my eyes back to the bear. The bad guys you were dealing with have already been caught. If the investigation proceeds like this, next will be your turn. No matter who you stole from, stealing is still a crime after all. That being said, I am here to scout you. Cooperate with me. If you do that, I will put you under my protection. Oh, I see. You are practicing what to say to the thief, right? Sorry, I thought you went nuts and started feeling sorry for you. Shut up. I am talking to this guy. Sorry. Chem, you were really. I'm really sorry. I ignore Gari, who is looking at me as if I was already beyond saving, and look at the small bear. This is the person that raided us yesterday without a doubt. It would be nice if he is interested in my proposal, but there's no movement from him at all. I have never heard of a demi-human that looks like a talking bear before, so there must have been a reason behind his current appearance. The reason he is so cautious is probably because of that. I have to get him to trust me somehow. What should I do? How can I make him open up to me? While I was desperately thinking up a way to do that, the door opens. Then, Finn showed up. Ulsama, Garasan. Is Mr. Thief here? Nah, it seems he's out right now. I was distracted just for a short moment during Finn and Gari's exchange. When I returned my eyes back to the bear, He's already gone from the shelf. Crap. He took the chance to escape when Finn opened the door, I thought, but when I looked at Finn, there's an unexpected sight. Hello, beautiful young lady. It must be fate that we meet here. Can you tell me your name? Ah, what a cute little Mr. Bear. I am Finn von Kleinet. Smiling brightly, Finn gives him her name. But isn't that reaction too strange? Normally a person would. A bear just spoke. I told you. That guy is the thief. So it was true. Sorry, I was thinking about consulting with Leo to see if we could do anything for you. You are really. Whatever. Right now I have business with this guy. Can you tell me your name? My name is Sigmund Eiler. My friends call me Sieg. Please call me Sieg too, Finnsama. After hearing his name, mine and Gari's expression changed. The two of us look at each other. For us to react the same like this is probably not a misunderstanding. There's an S-rank adventurer with the same name, right? Yeah, among all the adventurers on our continent, Sigmund is known as the strongest spearman. Cool. So you know me as an adventurer, huh? If you know what I can do, then scram. I am having a talk with this fine young lady here. Sieg said so and turned to Finn with a smile. I have heard about him before. His thrust was dubbed the Godspeed and known to be unavoidable. He is a warrior who is known to be very strong in interpersonal combat. If you count only the skill, he is among the top 5 most skilled adventurers. Still, there is another rumor about him. I heard that Sigmund is a big skirt chaser and famous for making his moves on various women. However, around 6 months ago, Sigmund disappeared. Moreover, he is supposed to be a human though. He might have got entangled with some women-related problem here. Naturally, a human wouldn't be able to transform into a bear. If this guy is the real deal, then he would have transformed himself with some kind of magic or medicine. Still, I don't think he can revert to his original form at will. Something women-related must have happened to him. While making such speculations, I stomp on Sieg, who was trying to hug Finn. Oi, womanizer. Answer my question. What are you doing to me, brat? Are you so depraved that you can stomp on a lovely little bear like me without mercy? You are originally a human, right? You hear that? Finnsama. This guy is bullying me. He said so and tried to hug Finn again, but I put the collar I brought on Sieg's neck. It's one of Gramps' priced items. You can't remove it unless you use the key I have. The heck is this? Are you trying to ruin my lovely appearance? Get this off me. It's a magic tool. You can't remove it without a specialized key. I didn't want to use it, but you left me no choice. What of it? It's your failure to not attach a chain to this thing. I can just run away with it. Saying so, Sieg tried to escape outside. Despite being a bear cub, his dexterous movement on 2 feet is really surreal. Moreover, he's quite fast. His figure is gradually going farther and farther away. So, what's the effect of that magic tool? Wait for it and you will understand. Looking at Sieg, who has been running away on 2 legs, he has now switched to running on all 4. Moreover, his movement is now slowed down to a crawl. Although it may look ridiculous from others' point of view, this is the effect of that collar. The farther away you are from the key holder, the heavier your body becomes. After waiting for a while, Sieg dropped his shoulders and returned. Are you willing to cooperate with us now? It's way better than getting caught, right? Yes. Please allow me to cooperate with you. But Ulsama. It will be inconvenient for him to look for a person for us while wearing that collar, isn't it? Moreover, he is somehow pitiful, isn't he? The weight can be adjusted by the key holder. And you don't need to feel sorry for this guy. This guy is undoubtedly a good-for-nothing, you know. Why? I may have this kind of body now, but I did my best for the people of the outermost layer, you know. Is that right? Then tell me, what's that? I point to the thing hidden under a cloth at the corner. I already knew before I came here. The items that this guy stole were given back to all the people of the outermost layer, but he also stole the money from the merchants, and the amount he distributed back doesn't match with the amount he stole. I take off the cloth. There, a large amount of money was hidden under it. If you really tried to help the people, then aren't you supposed to return all the ripped-off money to the victims? Well, about that. Being a hero of justice for free is a little. I look at Sieg, who averts his eyes while saying that. Together with Gari, I confiscate the money. Then, Sieg clings to my leg. Please forgive me. I was going to use that money to ask the princess of this country to break the curse. I beg you. Think of it as helping this old man out. By princess, do you mean Xandra? Yes, yes. The green-haired princess that giving off bad vibes. Then give up. She indeed loves studying forbidden magics, but she doesn't help people. She will just use the treatment as an excuse to experiment on you. Don't say something so scary. But, you really know your stuff, don't you? Are you really a prince? Yeah, that's right. Didn't I just introduce myself earlier? Well, you don't have that kind of aura at all, so I thought. Nah, no way. For some reason. Although I am already used to it, when it came out of this guy's mouth, it kinda pissed me off. With that in mind, I hold up Sieg. Isn't he quite pleasant to hug like this? Stop it. I have no hobby to get hugged by a guy. It can't be helped, right? It would be weird to see a bear cub walk around wearing a collar, so just pretend to be a stuffed animal for a while. We will talk about the details at the castle. No. Finn-sama. If you stroke me like that. You are so fluffy. Oh. His fur really does feel great. Stop. A man shouldn't touch me like that. I'm only reserved for cute young ladies. Stow. After Finn and Gari pat him all over, I carried the tired Sieg away. The feelings his fur gave off was godlike. While deciding that I should let Krista and Rita feel him later, I put Sieg in the carriage. Chapter 94. New comrade. Aren't you living in quite a nice room? As expected of a prince though. Well, thanks. Now, let's hear your story. How did you end up looking like that? As Finn started preparing tea for us, I asked him the question. Sieg looks down with a serious expression and, it's about half a year ago. I met a woman in a forest. I see. So it's your fault then. I haven't explained anything yet, have I? I can already tell that much without hearing your story. You tried to make a pass on her, right? Not yet. I was turned into this before I could even make a move on her. Sieg hits the desk regretfully. The regret feeling can be felt from his gesture. Just how much does this guy love chasing women? So, was that woman the one who did this to you? No, it was her elder sister. Well, if some bad insects start coming close to her sister, of course, she would protect her. That's not it. I was turned into this after I was made to take some strange medicine. I thought she was angry at me for aiming for her sister too, but she just told her sister that I am cuter this way, you know. She turned me into this just because she thinks a bear cub is cuter, you know. Sieg starts to cry, but he says the word cute a lot, so maybe he actually likes this appearance though. But to think that someone would turn a human into a bear just because she thought that he would be cuter. What is up with her? Just which forest did you go to? That's a secret. I went there on a request. Sieg averts his eyes. As expected of a high-ranking adventurer, it seems he's a splendid adventurer in that regard. He climbed up to S rank, but he was held down because he's a womanizer her. The tea is done. Oh, Finn-sama's tea. Thank you. You can drink. Yeah, I can eat normally. The only thing that changed is this appearance. So you are not a simple stuffed animal her. My body just looks like a stuffed animal. Ouch. Foo-foo. Sieg tried to drink his tea, but he frowned and hurriedly breathed on it. I tried drinking it too, but the tea itself isn't particularly hot. Is it just a common bear's characteristic? This might be surprisingly difficult her. About a way to turn you back, I will look for it. Chem, you got a clue? Silver might know something about it. So you are acquainted with Silver. He stopped blowing on his tea and looked at me with a surprised expression. Rather than an acquaintance, I am the person himself though. Well, I can't tell him that anyway. Let's tell him some appropriate lie. Well, yeah. Silver is cooperating with me and my younger brother for a lot of things. I will ask him about your case. Just look forward to it. Don't get your hope up, all right? Silver's specialty is not medicine after all. Still, thank you. If it's that masked adventurer, then he might actually know something about it. Okay, Sieg. Let me confirm this with you. We will put you under our protection and ask Silver about the way to turn you back to normal. In return, you will give us your cooperation. Is that all right with you? Yeah, no problem. So can you remove this soon? Saying so, he urged at the collar on his neck. Still, I didn't feel like removing it yet. No. Why not? I will leave that on so that you can't do anything weird. No way. Isn't that too much? Finn-sama. Sieg then lightly jumps up and tries to hug Finn. Finn was also prepared to catch him, but on his way up, Sieg suddenly fell down. Goo. That's exactly why I left that collar on you. Are you okay? Sieg-san. Damn you. The collar was instantly heavier. Because of that, Sieg suddenly fell to the floor. Sieg, who managed to raise his face, glared at me while baring his fang like a ferocious carnivore. Then I will do it myself. Hand me the key. Saying so, Sieg ran up to me and grabbed my arm. His appearance looks like a koala rather than a bear now. How's that? Want to give up now? What are you on about? Ha! I'm not heavy. It only weighs so much that you can't move. I do feel the weight, but you are originally light though. While saying so, I continue increasing the weight on Sieg. I feel the weight of a child hanging on my arm, but Sieg already slowly falls down. Despite that, Sieg desperately put more power in his arm, but since his arm was trembling so much, he might have reached his limit already. Damn it. Don't think you have won with this. I will definitely get that key away from you and let you taste the Sam. In the middle of his sentence, Sieg's arm separated from mine, and Sieg himself fell flat on the floor in a prone position. He still tries to get up somehow, so I put even more weight on him. Anything to say? I'm sorry. Please make it lighter, please. Good. Saying so, I remove the weight on him. However, Sieg jumps towards me as if he was waiting for that chance. You fell for it. No, you. Yuga. Sieg, who jumped up at me, slammed his face on the floor from an even higher height. He let out a strange voice and no longer move. I think he will stay like that for a while. Call me when you are willing to cooperate. Stay quiet until you decide to do so. Yes. After such an exchange, I moved toward my paperwork. Sieg slowly crawls on the floor and tries to get back on a chair. On his way, he tried to look under Finn's skirt, so I tripled the weight on him. Sieg screamed out and collapsed right there, but I decided to leave like that as a punishment. Even though he became a bear cub, he is still an S-rank adventurer. There's no doubt that he's powerful, but I certainly just recruited a troublesome guy to our side. Well, all I have to do is use him right. I thought so while sipping on Finn's tea. Section. Hey, kid. Weren't you out looking for me because you have a job for me? Yeah, didn't I just tell you about the job? Ku-chan. This bear can talk. Wow, so fluffy. He feels so good. You wanted me to babysit. Sieg protests while making a slightly bear-like angry face. Seeing Krista and Rita playing with him like this make it not that convincing though. Since Rita and Krista came over to play, I have Sieg act as their playmate. It seems Sieg isn't just gunning for any woman, children seem to especially be his no-go zone. Because of that, there's nothing to worry about even if Krista and Rita touch him. He just made it feel like it's troublesome for him, but he isn't angry at the children or anything after all. Hey, young ladies. Even like this, I am still a human, you know. Oh, Rita wants to be a bear too. But you are a bear. No, listen to me. He then got pulled around and stroked all over. After being played with so much, Sieg desperately appeals to them, but the two don't seem like they were listening at all. They are still children and he's a bear cub right now after all. His appearance is also adorable and soft to the touch, so of course, they would want to pet him. I will be done with my work soon, so just play with them until I'm done. Worker. Kid, I thought people are calling you the dull prince though. Aren't you supposed to be incompetent and lazy? Why? Don't pull on me at the same time. I'm gonna rip. The rumors are not wrong. There's just a lot to do lately, so even an incompetent like me got to work, that's all. So it's not that you can't do it, but you simply didn't. Aren't you in quite an envious position? Damn it. A prince can live comfortably without doing any work after all. Since I was born into a good family, it would be a waste to not get spoiled rotten right. While saying so, I organized various information that Sebas reported to me. Most of the time it doesn't have much use, but there can be times that such information can be used as well. From now on I have to search for Rebecca and support the faction from the shadows. Information is my lifeline. This kind of work cannot be neglected. Aren't you quite a good brother to try so hard to make your little brother into an emperor? Oi. Stop with the I. Not the I. I'm not doing anything difficult at all. I just moderately put in my effort. If the other guys win, I might get executed after all. Then isn't it fine if you just run away by yourself? No matter how incompetent you are supposed to be, you surely have the mean to do that, right? Well, alone that is. While saying so, I look at Krista and Rita. If I run away, I have to bring these children with me. From now on the faction will gradually grow bigger and bigger while the thing I have to protect will increase at the same time. Escaping might be an unrealistic measure already. I see. You are quite soft, her. Just say whatever you want. Well, I don't hate guys like you. But remember this. If you give me a job, I will do it my own way. You can't come back to complain about it later, all right? He would look cool while saying that if not for the fact that Rita and Krista are pulling both his ears and face, making it stretched into a weird shape. The word surreal might not be enough to describe him now. Well, I will leave the method to you. I will take the responsibilities, so do whatever you want. If you can get the result, then I don't have any complaints. Nice. I will do that then. Oi. Stop pulling my ears already. At least play with my hands or feet. One thing though, don't bring any woman-related problem to me, okay? I have this kind of body now after all. It will be tough, you know. Well, maybe a woman or two might fall in love with me, but that's not my fault, all right? Seek said such a thing while being pulled on both hands and is now floating in the air. Well, at least there would be no woman who would fall for the current Seek. That's not what I am worried about, so you don't have to worry about that. All right, I'm done. Krista, Rita. What are you going to play today? Sieg. Rita wants to play tag. Sieg will be it. Bring it. I will end this in an instant. Oi. Making me heavier is not fair, right? You are playing against children, so it's a handicap. You say that, but you are playing too, right? You cheat. Leaving Sieg, who was stuck on the floor from the weight alone, I took both Krista and Rita and run away from him. Chapter 95. Night Battle Prelude. A few days after Sieg joined our faction, I dispatched men to collect information in the imperial capital. What I was searching for is if anyone sees someone unfamiliar or if there are any new faces in the imperial capital. Naturally, this is all for the sake of looking for Rebecca. So, is it still not my turn yet? No, not yet. It will be your turn when we confirm that Rebecca has entered the imperial capital. About that, is she really going to come here? I unhesitatingly nod at Sieg's question. She's a knight that deliberately escaped after Earl Sitterheim entrusted his letter with her. The content of that letter is almost certainly a confession. If that's the case, then her destination is the capital. If the southern nobles are involved in the case, then the only one she can make an appeal to is the emperor himself. She will definitely come to the imperial capital. You seem very confident, her. Well, I don't really mind that, but how would you go about looking for someone when you don't even know what she looks like? There's no problem about that. We already asked for information about her appearance from people who know her in Bassau and have a portrait made. It should arrive today. Quite a thorough preparation, right? It was my younger brother's instruction, not mine. He, as expected of the hero Prince Her. He sure does a thorough job. Of course, he gave that instruction because he already anticipated this kind of development. Still, Leo felt responsible for her. He probably wants to protect that Rebecca woman. Earl Dennis von Sitterheim rose up against them because he knew that Leo was coming. Perhaps there was some dissent among their organization before that as well. Still, there was no doubt that what triggered him was Leo's arrival. Leo thought that if he was just a little bit faster, or if he chose to stay in Bassau, Perhaps the incident could have been avoided. If it's Leo, then he will surely feel responsible for it. He's soft. Too soft. Sieg made a fed-up expression. Well, it's true. I also think that Leo shouldn't worry so much about it either. But, that's Leo. Sometimes, that softness can save people. Probably. But a half-ass softness can be an opening for you, right? Sieg points that out with a sharp tone. As expected of a veteran adventurer. He can be severe at a time like this. Adventurers always put their lives on the line. Even if they lose their comrades, they have to defeat the monsters. If they give up their request just because of that, everything will be meaningless. Adventurers are great at controlling their own emotions. Don't worry. Leo's softness is hardcore. It's definitely not some half-ass kindness. I'm not trying to say that. I know. But there won't be any opening created because of that. I am here to guarantee that. Then I don't mind. I don't want to do something reckless just because my client is too soft, alright? I will not take any responsibility for anyone's lives besides mine. Especially now. That's enough for me. Rebecca will probably be in hiding after she enters the capital. Her pursuer will be Xandra's assassins. Maybe another candidate will be deploying some thugs for her as well. If they can get the letter, they can negotiate with Leo after all. I want someone who can act in a safe manner in that environment, and you cleared that requirement, Sieg. Whether or not Xandra is directly involved, the southern nobles are an important base of her faction. She will not want anyone to attack them. If so, erasing Rebecca and disposing of that letter is the quickest and surest solution. Still, the opposite is also true. Either way, Rebecca's letter is the key to get rid of Xandra. That's why if she enters the capital, she will definitely be targeted by multiple factions. The power structure will completely change depending on the outcome of this battle for Rebecca. It might be possible to make Xandra drop out of the succession war with this. If that happens, we will be able to make a big step forward to the throne. Hey, kid. Can I suggest to you the most efficient way I can think of right now? Let them fight each other, right? We can just stand by and let them crush each other, then we can snatch both Rebecca and the letter away at the final stage. What? So you already thought of it, huh? Why don't you do that? Well, even if you ask me, it is certainly the most efficient way to do this. With Sebas and Sieg, we have a high possibility of success. However, if we are going to do that, it means that we will be using Rebecca as a bait. If you are Rebecca, would you give the letter to the guy who appeared before you at the very end? I would. It's a hassle after all. I have no use for it, and it would only invite danger to me. That's a difference between your mindset and hers. She's a knight. Her purpose is probably to restore the honor of Earl Sitterheim. She will never give that letter to someone she can't trust. No matter how much she has to risk, that letter is still more valuable than her life. For her, that letter is her pride itself. Prioritizing her pride over her life? That's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous. No matter what, life must be your first priority. Still, a knight is someone who ridiculously places their pride above their life. That's how a knight is. They are not like us. You can't do anything with pride. Pride doesn't make you stronger, nor does it can feed you. But the knights always sing of pride. Pride is unnecessary for you to live. Still, that unnecessary thing can attract people. The pride of a knight isn't just for an individual. It is something that accumulates. That woman also carries the pride of Earl Sitterheim. Unless she can trust Leo, she will never hand the letter over. They are really a difficult creature, those knights. You say that, but you also have your pride as an adventurer, right? Nope. The heck is an adventurer's pride anyway? Really? I do know of many proud adventurers, you know. Adventurers are free. Therefore, the thing that they decide to do themselves will never be displaced. Aside from that will, everything about them is terribly lawless, so they tend to be looked at as outlaws, but most of the adventurers possess an iron will. They feel responsible for the request they receive. If they don't do that, then their reputation will fall. That's why they will never do that. The fact that Sieg never talked about the forest he went to shows that he also has that pride as an adventurer. It's clear that it would be better for him if he tells us about it, but he still decided not to. I can feel his strong will from that. For me, a proud adventurer is not an adventurer at all though. Saying so, Sieg put the teacup to his mouth and sip on the black tea. Then, at the same time, the door opened. Excuse me. Arnold-sama. What's wrong? Siebes. The portrait has arrived. We also received a report that someone who has a similar description seems to have entered the capital. I see. I received the portrait from him. Brown, almost orange hair trimmed at the shoulder with a face full of vigor. I can say that she's beautiful. This is still just a portrait though. I show the portrait to Sieg. He then showed a fearless smile. Well, looking for a beauty like this rather than a monster is more motivating anyway. Lucky me. Saying so, Sieg prepared to head out with the portrait. I stopped him and asked Siebes to get the thing. Oi, you still have more restraint for me. It's not that. It would be inconvenient for you to carry a spear looking like that, right? Well, yeah. Siebes soon returns with a small stick in his hand. The length of the stick is about 30 centimeters. When I received it from Siebes, I pressed the button on the stick. It then turned into a 2 meters long spear. Cool. It's a transformable magic tool. How about it? I put the spear back to its original form and threw it toward Sieg. Sieg receives it and turns it into a spear again. It's a bit light. Well, not bad I guess. Saying so, Sieg casually swung it around. Even though the room is filled with many things, he doesn't hit them at all. Sieg stops swinging his spear and instantly thrust it out. The spear tip stops just before the teacup that Sieg had been drinking from. It's a good spear. What's its name? Magic Spear, Ruin. If you like it, then feel free to use it. Yeah, I will. Ah, that's right. Sieg, who was about to leave the room, stopped his legs. On the other hand, Siebes, who was leaving, left the room regardless. If I can't save her life, I will be prioritizing the letter, all right? I told you that I will leave the method to you, right? You can't complain to me later, okay? That letter will be my top priority. You got that? That's fine with me. But, I look straight at Sieg. Sieg asked me that after he made his resolve. If so, then I have to answer him with mine. You have to make sure. I will not forgive you if you do not try saving her. Help her with all your power. If you still can't save her, then prioritize the letter. I gave him my command while placing my elbows on the desk and put my hands together. Perhaps he didn't expect such a strong sense of intimidation from me. Sieg's eyes were opened in surprise. Then, I see, isn't that a great eye you have there? Got it. Look forward to the results. Thank you. Saying so, Sieg walks out following Siebes. Leo will be searching for Rebecca as well, but the move that will matter in this will probably be Siebes and Sieg's. Whoever can get their hands on Rebecca will be able to decide the future of the succession war. From now on, the night will be our main stage for a while. The other side is prepared for a bloodbath as well. That's why we have to win. Now, I will have you exit the stage soon. Xandra. Arc 13. Rebecca Search Battle. Chapter 96. Night Battle Begin. Around the time Siebes and Sieg started to move out after we received information about Rebecca sighting. In the imperial capital, various factions were starting to move. Your Highness Xandra, please give us your cooperation. The pursuers dispatched from the kidnapping organization came to the capital and asked for Xandra's help. Their number is 5. They are the best assassin the organization has to offer. Besides them, there are quite a few pursuers that were dispatched in the imperial capital. The organization has done everything to search for Rebecca. The letter Rebecca has can deal a fatal blow to the organization. It also proves fatal to the southern nobles and Xandra, whose support came mainly from the south. Right, I would be in trouble if the relationship between the southern nobles and the organization came to light. Gunther. Yes, my lady. Gunther, an assassin who once aimed for Ul's life, bows to Xandra from a distance away from her. Behind him were assassins that Xandra recruited from all over the world. They numbered around 20. Use any means you can to make sure that I can get that letter. As you wish. But I have one concern, my lady. Leonard is it? You don't have to worry about him. Leonard doesn't have many assassins to deploy. You only have to worry about Sebastian, the one who is acting as Arnold's butler alone. That is the case, however. The one I am worried about is His Highness Gordon's faction. What about Gordon? I don't think that muscle brain is an enemy that we would have to be cautious about, though. What Sandra said was right. According to the information available, Gordon doesn't have many men who are suitable for covert work. However, based on the information Gunther obtained a while ago, that impression has to be revised. Actually, I have obtained information that he has started a covert unit that has been undergone training in secret. In the army, yes. No matter what he does, would Gordon really be able to make a competent one? I think that they might be an informal unit, my lady. It seems that the commander of that unit has been called to the imperial capital recently as well. And their goal is obviously the letter H. Sandra shuffles her legs while sitting on her chair. While resting her cheek on her hand, she watches as the sun begins to set outside. The imperial capital will soon be wrapped in the darkness of night and the battle will soon begin. If she loses this battle, Sandra will suffer the most fatal blow. Her support base in the south will be gone. The maids from various places in the world will still continue to support Sandra, but that is just on an individual level. The succession war is not just a battle between the candidates but also their factions, and a weak faction will never be able to safeguard the throne. As Leo is being backed by Duke Kleinet, she would lose a significant amount of her influence if she loses Duke Kruger, who is supporting her. So Gordon is trying to get ahead of me here. His Highness Eric will probably be observing from the side this time as well. If it's Eric, then I think he will. He will never get his hand dirty until the end. He is probably waiting for us to exhaust each other. But this is our chance. If we can get back that letter, then I don't have to worry about my support base anymore. More importantly, I'm more concerned about the experimental body. Sandra muttered in her heart. Personally, that was more important to her. For Sandra, the thing she needs in order to win this succession war is not the military might nor her faction but her forbidden arts. If she can complete her research on the forbidden art, then her faction will no longer be necessary. There would be no one who would be able to defy Sandra. Everyone will naturally kneel down to her. That's Sandra's ideal world. Gunther. For the time being, search for the letter that woman is holding on. But don't touch her yet. Will that be all right, my lady? It's fine. Let Leonard and Gordon's minions fight each other for now. We will get them once they exhaust each other out. As you wish. Presently there are many assassins and trackers that the organization recruited in the imperial capital. If she mobilizes them all, then she should be able to win through brute force, but Sandra doesn't want to drop the number of her assassins any lower. That's why she gave such an instruction, and Gunther isn't opposed to it as well. In the first place, she never thought that Rebecca would easily be found since she had eluded the pursuit of the organization so far and managed to enter the capital. All right, go. If it turns out to be a fight, then I don't mind no matter who you have to kill. Understood. Move out. Saying so, Gunther disappeared together with the assassins behind him. The pursuers the organization sent also disappeared before she noticed as well. Left alone in the empty room, Sandra smiles. If I can't get my hand on that letter, it seems I will have to abandon Oji-sama after all. But it can't be helped, right? It's for the sake of making me an empress after all. Sandra muttered so with a smile of madness. Section. Oi oi, what kind of situation is this? Sieg, who went out together with Sebas, muttered as he felt many presences moving around while lying prone on top of a roof. The time is already midnight. It was obviously strange that this number of people would be so active. That must be the assassins under Her Highness Sandra. All of them. They probably have the assassins in training and the pursuer that were dispatched after Rebecca Dono as well. They have a common point of contact in the south, so it wouldn't be weird if they have a cooperative relationship. You say that, but we only have the two of us on our side, you know. This is not a war, so they won't be able to gain superiority with just numbers. Sieg and I should suffice to deal with them. You said it. Sieg exhales and looks around. It was a daunting task to search for Rebecca when even their enemies who have spread out all over the place couldn't find her. But, for this many pursuers to gather, it seems she really arrived safely at the capital, right? She might have a cooperator. If that's the case, then we need to move around cautiously as well. It would be troubling if she thought of us as an enemy after all. Anyway, let's find out where she is first. Saying so, Sieg stood up and stepped forward. However, a strong gust blew at that exact timing. It wouldn't be a problem for a human, but the wind pushed Sieg's body off balance. Ah! Sieg leaked a small voice and slid off the roof. Sieg let out a voiceless scream while managing to avoid falling by grabbing onto a part of the house that protruded out with his hand. Phew. That was dangerous. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm shit. Besides Sieg. The bowl that was placed on the protruding part of the house was rocking. It then gets pulled down by gravity and falls downward. It then cracked and made a loud noise. Siebes and Sieg instinctively gazed silently at the broken bowl. While they were doing that, the presents gathered all around them. It's that right. It's the wind's fault. Yep, totally the wind's fault here. Agreed. Saying so, the two sharpened their minds and prepared their weapons. Siebes takes out his dagger while Sieg transforms Ruin into a spear and climbs up to the roof. Moments after the two finished preparing, 3 men jumped over the roof. However, the 3 of them fell down with Siebes's daggers pierced between their eyebrows. Good job. They are still coming. More men climb up to the roof, but this time Sieg swings Ruin. He knocks one down and slashes up another's throat. He then jumps on another roof and approaches the last one left. A bear. Correct. Saying so, Sieg pierced the man's face. The man had no time to scream and died. His body slipped off the roof. Sorry. A bear at night is scary, you know. That was a splendid spear technique. To think that you would be able to exhibit so much power with that kind of body. You too, despite being an old man, aren't you quite active as well? I'm glad to hear that. But this number is still too many. Right. Let's go with Plan B. Plan B? Siebes, who never heard of such a thing, muttered puzzlingly, but Sieg simply climbed up on Siebes's back. As he grabbed Siebes's shoulders, he shamelessly said, "You carry me and run away. You are being too harsh on this old man. Don't say that. I will give you a shoulder massage later. Ha ha ha, I will be troubling you then." Laughing so, Siebes escaped from the scene with all his might. After that, there was no noticeable movement in the capital. No faction was able to obtain any useful information on the first night of the battle. That fact alerted all factions. Is Rebecca very good at hiding, or is she cooperating with some skilled person? Either way, it became clear that the one who is holding on to that letter is not some straight-laced person either. Chapter 97. An excellent strategist. There are so many of them. If it wasn't for your help, then I would already be caught by now. Thank you, Sonia. Rebecca, who was looking out at the capital from the window of her inn, called out to Sonia when she entered her room. Hearing her, Sonia takes off her hood and smiles. No, don't worry about it. We got to stick together when we are in trouble, right? I have a business in the capital myself as well. The appearance of Sonia, who took off her hood, was beautiful. Her skin is snow white. Her light purple hair is trimmed at the shoulders. Her reddish-purple eyes also give off a mysterious light. Sonia's ears were long, however. They were not as long as an elf's. Half-elf. Neither an elf or a human. It is said that they are an incomplete existence and are quite despised outside the Empire. Sonia is one of such half-elves, but her cheerful smile doesn't even give off a speck of such feeling. Since they saw Rebecca at the outer layer around noon, they will probably be looking around there for a while. It will buy us some time, but this surely won't serve as a permanent solution. Right. I have to hurry and get to the castle. You were entrusted with a letter from your lord, right? That's right. I have to get it to His Majesty, so that my lord's death was not in vain. Rebecca sadly looks down. On her way to the imperial capital, she heard about what happened in the south. The demon appeared and Bassau turned into a battlefield with Leo, Liselot, and the adventurers solved the incident. Hearing the news, Rebecca gave up on Dennis's survival. A battle between humans aside, she couldn't believe that Dennis would survive a battle where demons were involved. Still, Rebecca never stopped moving. It was easy to be drowned in sorrow and give up, but then she will not be able to find the meaning of Dennis's death if she stops now. I will deliver this letter to His Majesty and expose all the wrongdoings of the southern nobles. My lord was just threatened, so he had to take a part in it. Even so, he tried to do the right thing at the end. If people don't know that, my lord's honor will be tainted. You really like him, her? Your lord? Rebecca silently nodded to Sonia's question. She thought of him as her own father. She became a knight because she wanted to do something for Dennis. However, in the end, she couldn't even die together with him. I will surely clear the regret of my lord. Then I will take my revenge on the southern nobles who threatened and cornered him. I won't say anything if that's what Rebecca wants to do, but right now you should focus more on how to get to the castle safely, okay? Saying so, Sonia turns her eyes outside. Assassins are lurking around in the capital that is shrouded in darkness. The most important political struggle of the empire, the succession war. Rebecca's letter, which had a direct connection to it, was something that every faction desired. Up to now, she was able to fend off the pursuers by cooperating with Rebecca, but that is no longer the case in the imperial capital. We need some kind of strategy. By the way, is there a prince that you can trust? I don't know much details about him, but I heard that Prince Leonard is a man of character. The rumored hero prince, right? But I don't think that we would be able to easily get in direct contact with him though. He's the inspector that was dispatched to the south, so he is the prince that Rebecca will most likely be trying to contact. That being the case, your pursuers should be on alert around him. If you approach him, you might get found out immediately, Sonia said as she analyzed the situation. She needs to catch up on the events of the succession war as much as possible. That is something necessary for Sonia. Which camp is connected to which duke and what kind of movement they are having? Thinking about all that, Sonia exhaled. For the time being, we have no choice but to run. Prince Leonard should currently be out looking for Rebecca as well. I hope so. There are many factions moving around right now, so there is no doubt that he is also looking for you. The problem would be how he is doing it and how much men did he mobilize. Right now, the capital is crawling with assassins. If you get discovered by them, they might kill you immediately, you know. The question is whether he has enough power to protect us, her. That's right. For now, to find out all of that, we need to run away for a few more days. At worst, I have a hand to play, but it would be something that Rebecca would certainly want to avoid. I don't want to do it. Rebecca tilts her head at Sonia's words. She met Sonia on her way to the imperial capital. There are many mysteries about her, but she has been helping her out so far. She has been supporting Rebecca with her magic and came up with a way to elude her pursuers and entered the imperial capital. It was unbelievable for her that she would find Sonia's plan to be disadvantageous toward her. Rebecca tried to open her mouth to ask her about it, but Sonia slightly smiled and cut off the topic. Let's sleep for the time being. Which one of us should be the first lookout? Then, I will do it first. All right. Then I will leave it to you. Saying so, Sonia lay down on her bed and closed her eyes. The ability to go to sleep immediately is a skill required by both military personnel and adventurer. However, Rebecca didn't think that Sonia was either. Still, there were many of her remarks that made her think that she is familiar with tactics and strategies, so Rebecca couldn't grasp Sonia's identity. But there is no doubt that she is her ally. I trust you. Rebecca said that and began scanning the surrounding area. Section. Prince Arnold. NN. Sorry. Al apologizes as he was spacing out. In front of Al is Earl Langheim, who has been gathering the nobles who want to support Leo inside the imperial capital. He is still in his early 30s, so he is still quite young. He is someone who likes Leo's personality and chose to support Leo together with General Dominique. His appearance is that of a glasses-wearing noble. Perhaps he has undergone some training as he looks more fearless compared to other nobles. Al's evaluation of him is that he is not a bad person nor an incompetent. The only defect he has is that he can sometimes be inflexible. Seriously, please pay attention. Prince Leonard is out searching for Rebecca, you know. If you have time to take a nap, then please properly listen to the report. Sorry. Earl Riley smiles at Earl Langheim, who is having an unpleasant expression on his face while rubbing his eyes to wipe away his sleepiness. It has been 3 days since they started looking for Rebecca. None of the factions were able to locate her. The reason for that is clear. The information of her sightings that were coming in from here, and there was clearly strange. Since many people were gathered to look for her, the battles between them are more common than progress in her search. In the end, it didn't become a search for her at all. The sporadic report of her sighting is probably a decoy as well. Earl read that it was an attempt from her side so that no one can accurately locate her. To combat that, Earl had been giving his instructions to Sebers and Sieg all night without any sleep. Because of that, he's currently short on sleep. Baron Bormann, who we had been trying to lure into our faction, doesn't look like he will come over to us easily. He was someone originally being moved with a huge sum of money from Prince Gordon, so I think that he wouldn't move unless we can present a larger amount to him. Yeah. Is that all? The clear disappointment was reflected through Earl Langheim's eyes as he sighed. Earl muttered that he shouldn't have brought this up to him from the start. Earl had no right to make any decisions, so it was strange for him to approach him with this. Still, Earl Langheim asked him such a question. Prince Arnold, let me ask you a question. What? How do you think we should get Baron Bormann to our side? Please tell me what you think. Just what I think, Earl murmured in his mind. There was clear irritability in the eyes of Earl Langheim. Earl knew those eyes well. They were the eyes of a person who couldn't contain his irritation and tries to let it out. And the target of that outlet is usually Earl. No matter what I say, he will just shoot it down so that he can let out his irritation anyway. Earl let out a sigh in his heart. The troublesome thing is that the person himself doesn't do it consciously. Can't we just add more money? Please use your head a little bit. After a fed-up sigh, Earl Langheim enters preaching mode. Thinking that it was a hassle, Earl only pretended to listen to him. Listen, please. There is a difference in financial power between us and Prince Gordon. Because the number of companies that back us is different, we cannot win against him with just a simple money game. Please at least understand that. You are the twin brother of Prince Leonard, so when Prince Leonard is absent, even if temporarily, you will be the head of our faction, you know. Sorry. I will be more careful. Do you really understand? You don't have enough sleep because you were just playing around all night anyway, right? Please stop living that kind of life and help your brother out more already. Saying so, Earl Langheim bows and head out of the room. However, as soon as he left the room, Earl Langheim suddenly tripped over and fell. But there was nothing there that he would trip on. There was a question mark floating on the Earl's head as he irritatingly got up and walked off. Sieg. Stop with the prank. Earl turns his eyes toward Sieg, who is entering the room. Sieg climbs on the desk and tells Earl that the Earl wasn't hurt. Don't say that. I could hear his complaint even from outside, you know. Let me at least do this much, all right? Using the time when Earl Langheim left the room, Sieg entered. He then tripped over Earl Langheim on a whim. Seriously? Earl muttered. He's from our faction, so there shouldn't be much problem if he sees you, but don't make yourself stand out too much, all right? Yeah, I will be careful. So, have you thought about our next move yet? I will do that once I see today's sighting report. There's no doubt that Rebecca is nowhere near those locations, so I will backwardly calculate it from there. That's hard to do, right? Your younger brother is praised simply because he took along his subordinates and foolishly searched around the capital straightforwardly, while you are here racking your brain out and still got made fun of. Quite a hardship you are in, isn't it? Leo's search is also necessary. As long as we have no clue where she is, his search will be useful. Moreover, if Leo is out there looking for her personally, Rebecca will know where to find him in case she wants to make contact with us as well. Leo is no idiot. He knows well how to effectively move himself. And it's my job to move behind the scene. Thinking so, Earl freshens up. We have to find her soon. It's meaningless to keep this night battle up after all. Yeah, I will leave it to you. The girl you're looking for seems to be good at hide and seek as well. If you can narrow down the search area for us, then we will definitely find her for you. Nodding to Sieg's words, Al takes out the map of the imperial capital from his desk. Marked on them were all the Rebecca sighting reports so far. They are spreading in a disorderly fashion so that the pattern cannot be read. Rebecca seems to have an excellent strategist by her side, but to think that she can toy with us to this extent her. While thinking about how troublesome it is, Al looked at the place where Rebecca was likely to hide in. Chapter 98. Encounter of the two. No luck this time either. I see. My deepest apologies. Sieg and Sebers gave their report after they came back at dawn. It wasn't their fault. Last night, they searched the place I pointed out. I found a blank area after calculating back the sighting information and ordered them to search it, but it seems that the other side was still one step ahead of us. So we are inferior to them in a battle of brains here. As long as they can be the one who makes the first move, we are at a disadvantage after all. Sebers said that to comfort me, but I can't help but get depressed with all the failures piling up. If we haven't found her, then it means that our enemies haven't found her yet either. That's the only saving grace here, but it is also bad news at the same time. Even if the imperial capital is wide, it still has its limit. No matter how well she can escape, she will eventually get cornered. Before that happens, it would be great if Rebecca chooses to contact Leo, but the lack of contact so far means that she can't get close to him. Should I terminate the surveillance around Leo? Nah, that's not realistic. We don't know where she might be lurking, and if there's a problem, your brother's movement would be hindered in the first place, right, kid? Exactly. As long as we have difficulty eliminating the other surveillance around him, it's not a good plan for us to pull ours out. I nodded at their opinions. If he gets caught up in some conflict in the city, depending on how he handles it, Father might step in. A lot has been happening in the Empire lately, and Leo is having great expectations placed on him as the hero prince. If something were to happen to him, then the Empire will definitely be shaken. Can't help it then. We have to continue as we are. That seems to be the only way. Sebers. I am going out. I will leave processing the information to you. Do you need an escort? No. I want to clear my head. You want to clear your head by strolling in the city? You really are a strange prince, all right. Hearing Sieg, Sebers smiles. This is something like a habit to me. Strolling the city like a commoner. I can get to know how people live their lives, and a break from all the stiff atmosphere refreshes me. It's troubling that you will be heading out without an escort though. Is it really okay? Your brother is one of the candidates for the throne right now, right? Nobody would bother to target the dull prince. For now, there's no one foolish enough to target me either. Leo is still investigating the southern nobles. If someone targets me, it will be considered as an obstruction to his work. If that's the case, then Father will be more eager to investigate the southern matter, and those who targeted me will be the ones in trouble instead. Well, alright, I guess. Be careful, okay? Sieg doesn't know that I'm Silver. Although he may have acknowledged me, in terms of fighting power, he still considers me as powerless, so his worry about my well-being is sincere. Really, Sieg is truly a pleasant man to have around her. I will keep your feelings in mind. Saying so, I dismiss them and go out. Section. Auntie, how much is this? That one? It's 2 imperial red copper coins. 2 red copper coins? Isn't it a bit too expensive? I point at the red fruit and ask. I remembered that it only costs 1 coin before. The imperial coin is the currency used throughout the empire and is the most circulated currency on the entire continent. The least valuable one is the imperial copper coin. Red copper coin is 10 times more valuable than copper coin, and silver coin 10 times more valuable than red copper coin, and so on. From the lowest to highest are copper coins, red copper coins, silver coins, white silver coins, gold coins, platinum coins, and rainbow coins. There are not many platinum coins and rainbow coins circulating around. The reason is that it can only be used for large transactions between merchants or nations. In general, the monthly income of the people in the imperial capital is around 7 to 8 silver coins. At most, the common coins that are circulating among the common citizens are gold coins. Sorry. There are troubles happening here and there a lot lately, right? The goods circulation is stalled because of that. Is that so? I see. I will take 2 of these then. Here you go. That will be 4 coins. I took out 4 red copper coins from my purse that I hung around my waist and handed them to her. Then I received 2 fruits from her and kept strolling around the city while eating them. The city is lively. However, goods prices are rising because of the major incidents like the monster outbreak and the southern incident. The cause is the succession war. I exhale and murmur. It's not something for someone who is actively participating in the succession war like me can start complaining about. Moreover, I don't have to work in order to live. This is just ridiculous. The people's monthly income is around 7 to 8 silver coins, but a prince has at least 3 gold coins provided to him each month as a subsidiary. A normal person can't have that amount even if they save their whole income up for 3 months. For a prince, the more you do, the more you earn, and if you get yourself a position, you can get even more salary from it. The gold coins I gave Linfia were 10 years' worth of such a subsidiary. The total worth is around 3 rainbow coins. That much money was necessary to issue a raid quest. It costs around the same amount of money to nominate an SS rank adventurer for a request. That was the reason for Linfia's gratitude. Silver is fairly cooperative to the guild among the SS rank adventurers. With me accepting the request directly from the guild, there was no need for the nomination fee. The reason I do that is because I felt strange to accept such a nomination fee despite the fact that I am already receiving a large amount of subsidiary as a prince. I'm still a hypocrite for not doing it for free though. While muttering such a thing, I saw a girl with a troubled expression at a stall a little ahead. Her light purple hair was eye-catching, but what stood out to me more was a certain characteristic. The girl's ears were slightly pointed, the characteristic of a half-elf. Since her clothes have a hood, she probably normally hides it with that. However, it seems that she was found out by the shopkeeper and is in an argument with him. You said that it was only 2 silver coins earlier. Shut up. It's a different story for a half-elf. If you want it, then pay me 2 white silver coins. The girl's bag is full of foodstuff, so she is probably out to buy groceries today. It seems that her hood was lowered at the checkout. The Empire is a country that accepts many demi-humans in. Still, that doesn't mean that there is no discrimination here. I heard that it is considered lucky for an immigrant to be able to find a merchant who is willing to sell them their wares. Among them, it seems that the half-elves can't even do that. They are that hated. Neither a human nor an elf, with the exclusive elves hating humans in the first place, they hate the half-elves even more for their mixed blood. Humans hold the half-elves in disdain because they are different from them, and they tend to avoid the half-elves who are similar to the elves. To make the matter more troublesome, it seems that the merchant is not originally from the Empire himself. He probably came in from somewhere else. I get that from the people's whispering around me. And here I am trying to refresh myself. There are many people who feel sorry for her, but no one speaks up. It's troublesome, so they're just going to pretend not to see it. After a little pondering, the girl gave up and sighs. She then handed the bag containing the foodstuff back to the shopkeeper. Wait a minute. It was only on a whim. I simply don't like what I see, and it would feel bad to leave her alone. I am lacking sleep, so it was easy for me to do it. I call out to the shopkeeper and the girl. Then, I grabbed the bag from the shopkeeper and put 2 white silver coins in his hand. Is that enough? How much do you want? Do you want at least a gold coin to be more amicable? What? Where did you come from? This is my problem, all right. This is the Empire. We accept all demi-humans. That got nothing to do with this. Half-elves are neither demi-humans or humans anyway. Leave it at that. I already paid. We will be leaving now, all right? No. If you really want it, then give me a gold coin. The shopkeep shows a disgusting smile. He probably wants to keep milking me because he thought that I am a good person. Idiotic. The strong prey on the weak. It would be clear for the people with a sense of justice that he is trying to take advantage of me. With a show of clear high-handedness, voices are rising around us, but the shopkeeper opens his mouth again. Quiet down, all of you. The food circulation to your empire is currently stagnant. I went out of my way to bring my goods here, all right. It won't even be worth my trouble if I can't even choose who to sell it to. Saying so, the shopkeeper reached his hand out for the girl's bag. I grabbed his hand and glared at the shopkeeper. I was already irritated by the lack of sleep, but this made me even more irritated. I won't let you complain any more with this much. Saying so, I take out the gold coin with my free hand. The shopkeeper smiled and reached for the gold coin. At that moment, a voice came from outside. "Hey, what's going on here?" An officer from the city guard said as he made his way here through the crowd. "He is probably on patrol." "No, it's nothing, officer. I just closed a deal with him. Everything is all right." "Closed a deal?" The patrol officer then looked at me. His eyes opened wide as he saluted in a panic. "Why, Your Highness Arnold. You know me?" "Why, yes, Your Highness. I am supporting His Highness Leonard after all." Saying so, he corrected his posture. From the way he says it, it seems he is from Leo's faction or somehow related to it. So it's impossible to pretend to be Leo here. Leo is out in the city right now, so I guess it is impossible from the start. You arrived at a good time. Let me ask you this. Is it okay to raise the price of your goods just because your customer is a half-elf? That's unforgivable. Our empire accepts all races, and the merchants must pledge to not bring prejudice into their transactions to receive their permit to do business in the imperial capital, Your Highness. Then confiscate the permit from this guy. He already raised his price twice now. If you don't arrest him, Leo will be angry, you know. Why, yes. As you wish. Wait a minute. I didn't know he was a prince. Prince. Please forgive me. That's not the problem here. You are not being arrested because you offended me. It is because you broke the rule. This is the empire. Keep the gold coin. Consider it a lesson fee. Saying so, I grab the girl's hand and leave. I can't stand out any more than this. After walking for a while, a voice called out to me from behind. You, hand. Chem. Sorry. Saying so, I let go of her hand. It's rude to hold a hand of a girl I don't even know the name of after all her. When I apologized, the girl shook her head and showed me a cheerful smile. No, thank you for helping me. That's wrong. Please accept my sincere gratitude, Your Highness. I am traveling anonymously right now. It would be good if you can lay off that kind of stuff. What is your name? Perhaps I was too frank as the girl's eyes turned round. Then she smiled and held out her right hand. All right. My name is Sonia. Sonia Lespade. As you can see, I am a half-elf. I don't mind. I'm Arnold. You can call me Earl. UN. Then I will call you Alcuin, okay? And that is how I met Sonia. Chapter 99. The Lovely Smile. Alcuin, are you on a patrol? Well, more or less. After leaving that shop, I am walking the street together with Sonia. This is because Sonia still has to continue her shopping. Also, as to not get involved in more trouble, I asked Sonia to put on her hood and let me buy the things she needed for her. More or less. I'm just here to take a breather. I'm a little stuck, you see. That's why you have those black circles under your eyes. Well, yeah. I touch under my eyes. I don't notice it myself since I don't look into the mirror, but my face is probably pale as well. I have been up all night lately after all. Are you tackling a difficult task? Do I look like such a person? People around here are calling me the dull prince, you know? Dull prince. You don't know? I'm the prince who got all his good points absorbed by his twin brother, the dull prince who is the laughingstock of the imperial capital, you know. There is no one in the imperial capital who doesn't know about my reputation. With that said, this means that she came from the outside. Well, she doesn't look like she lives here, and she looks more like a traveler as well. I'm not too familiar with the imperial capital, you see. But is it true that Alcuin is being talked about that way? The city guard earlier seems pretty respectful to you though. It's because my younger brother is one of the candidates for the throne. That guy is from my brother's faction, so he just did that for appearance sake. There's no one who really respects me like that. I look at the sky as I say that. Except for those who I can call relatives, that is simply a fact. I did something like a royalty would earlier, but something like that was only natural. It wouldn't be weird to think that it was bad of me to borrow the power of the city guard either. People would say that if I'm a royalty then I should act like one, but even before that, my bad reputation was already too big. People won't change their impression of me just because I did some good once in a while. Even if the people who saw the earlier scene now have a good impression of me, it was only temporary. It has no effect on the people's overall impression of me. The impression and the title of the dull prince will not disappear unless I have some great achievement. I don't mind if it doesn't ever disappear, and I don't have any motivation to make it disappear. It might be easy in the past to clear it up, but it has already piled up too much. Don't you feel bad being treated like that? I don't know. To be honest, I am already used to it. I see. So we are the same, huh? Sonia said that and lightly touched her ear. It is the semilong ear, the symbol of a half-elf. Sonia must have been persecuted a lot because of it. There's no way that her circumstance is the same as mine. Mine is the result of my actions while Sonia was born with it. We are not the same. If you are already used to it, then you are definitely stronger than me. I can't possibly stand it. No matter what I do, I am still a prince after all. I have been protected by my blood since I was born. Somehow. Hearing you say it like that, it was like you hate being a prince though. I hate it. Both this position and myself who accept it. If I can give it away then I would love to. I know that I am being spoiled for thinking like that. That's why I hate myself more and more. My desire to live however I want came from that. As a normal person admiring something special. I yearn for that sense of normalcy. How good would it be if I can start a simple family in a simple house rather than a castle? I want to live my days normally like the people here. But I am not allowed to do that. Even if I abandon my position as a prince, my bloodline will never let me go. My father will probably mercilessly marry me into some noble house. The blood of the imperial family is powerful. Many excellent people are born from it. It has birthed people with strong magic power like me and Xandra, people who are excellent in swordsmanship and martial arts like Lizaranyu and Gordon, and even a versatile guy like Leo. It is the result of us continuing to take in excellent blood for generations. Now, the blood of the imperial family is too strong to simply let go. Is that so? Then we are the same. I hate my birth too, you know. I don't need the elf blood in me. I just want to live like a human. Still, that is not something that is allowed to me. It seems we really are similar in a strange place, huh? Seems so. Well, I have already accepted things as they are. It was tough when I was a kid, but I was able to endure it because there were gentle people around me. They were kind people like Ulkuan, you know. When I go out I would still be persecuted though. Saying so, Sonia smiles. It was a cheerful and lovely smile. My lack of sleep and negative thoughts turned brighter just by seeing it. To think that I would get cheered up by the smile of a girl I just met today. Thank you. I am a little cheered up now. I didn't do anything though. Your smile was wonderful. When I told her my honest feeling, Sonia's face turned red. Seeing her like that I laughed at her and Sonia frowned at me. Why, you were teasing me, right? I'm not. You really did make me feel like giving it my all again. Seriously, do you always say that to a girl? It depends on my mood. Ulkuan really has a talent as a womanizer, her. Well, thank you. I continue walking while laughing. Talking with Sonia is fun. A part of the reason for that would be that Sonia is more sensitive to the sense of distance between people. She often observes the other party, and right now she knows that I am in a good mood. Perhaps she did that unconsciously. It is sad thinking that the environment she lives in made her do that, but right now I am grateful for it. It's great to hold a conversation where the other party doesn't get irritated all the time. By the way, I haven't asked you why you don't have enough sleep yet, right? What are you playing so late at night? Play? Am I wrong? It wasn't work, right? Yeah, right. It is kind of a play, I guess. I was doing something like a quiz, you see. I couldn't solve it, so I don't have enough sleep lately. Because you are frustrated. Do I look frustrated? You are not right now, but when I first met you at the store you looked very frustrated, you know. Well, a part of that is because of that shopkeeper though. But it wasn't just because of that. I was certainly frustrated at myself who can't arrive at the answer in this crucial stage. The person who gave you that quiz must be quite terrible. Troubling Ulkuan like that. No, I don't think so. I am only frustrated at myself. Well, I don't really know, but I think the answer is somewhere nearby, but I can't reach it at all. I think that I must have missed something, and if I can find it I will be able to find the answer right away, but I don't have an opportunity to do that yet. That's why it's even more frustrating for me to not be able to figure that out, you see. Do the people around you know the answer? Probably not. The guy who gave me that quiz was amazing. To be honest, I am pretty confident with my brain, but now my confidence is shattered. The answer seems to be near, and yet it is far away. That's why I want to refresh myself and come out here. I see. Ulkuan really is diligent, her. If it's me, if I know that I can't do it, then I would probably give up already, you know. Sonia said with a cheerful smile. Well, she looks like a person who would say that. But this case is different. Rebecca and the letters she has will greatly affect the development in the future. The person who obtains it first will be able to decide how the situation will flow from now on. No matter what, defeat is not allowed in this battle. While I was thinking so, Sonia points at a store. She probably wants me to buy something from that store. We continue shopping while having a casual conversation with Sonia pointing out the things she wants with her finger. Hey bro, you on a date? Do we look like that? Yeah. Consider this service from a middle-aged man. Do enjoy it, all right. After that exchange, the shopkeeper guy gave me a bottle of juice as a service. Sonia, who didn't think that she would get mistaken for my lover, panics and tries to deny it while waving her hand, but the shopkeeper only waves his hand in return. Ah, he was so pushy. And I already told him that we are not a lover too. Well, it was a special service, so just accept it. It's because Ulkuan didn't deny him in the first place, all right? Wasn't it like we were tricking him? Don't get angry now. It's delicious, you know. Mao. The juice is much diluted than the one I drank at the castle. Still, it tasted many times better. Perhaps it tastes better because I came out to buy it myself rather than something that was served to me. Yeah. It's so delicious. Sonia, who was complaining earlier, also drank the juice in a good mood. I must thank that shopkeeper later. By the way, what does Ulkuan think about your brother? My brother? You want to know what I think of him? You told me that he got all your good points, so your little brother must be really excellent, right? Yeah, he solved the southern incident and he is famous among the people here as the hero prince right now. Never mind. I know what you think of him just from your expression. NN. What do you mean? I was thinking about asking you whether you like or dislike him, but the answer already shows on your face. When I mentioned your brother, you looked really proud, you know. Hearing Sonia, I looked down. Did I make that kind of face? I never noticed that. Certainly, I am proud of Leo as my younger brother. But I have never heard anyone say that to me before. After all, it must have been because of what happened in the south. That case was a big deal. It was when Leo declared himself to be the next emperor to me as well. Yeah, I really am proud of him. That's right. I admit. I don't know anyone who is as kind and strong as he is. Is that so? Then maybe he is trustworthy. Sonia muttered and took the bag I was holding from the side. She then turned around and headed toward the back alley. Seeing her like that, I followed after her in a hurry, but Sonia suddenly put the bag on the ground. Then she suddenly hugged me. Why? What are you doing? 12 o'clock today. I will take Rebecca to the clock tower that can be seen from the south gate. Bring Prince Leonard there. I was surprised and my eyes were wide opened. When was it that I was this surprised? After Sonia whispered that into my ear, she gently separated from me and picked up her bag. So, Sonia, you are. I believe in you, Ulkuan. I will give you 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes from 12 o'clock, all right? If you can't make it in time, I will be forced to use my hidden hand. Please don't make me use it, okay? After she says that, Sonia runs away. I stretched my hand out to her, but it only passed through air. My hand couldn't catch Sonia. Then I slowly calm myself down. There is only one person who would mention Rebecca like that. Sonia is Rebecca's strategist. I stare at the direction Sonia left. I expected Sonia to casually walk back to me, but that didn't happen. It was not a joke someone as cheerful as her would make. I should have forcefully stopped her, but I was taken by surprise, so I didn't think of that. No choice but to go her. There's no clue to follow anyway. I can only trust in Sonia and go. I decided so and hurried back to the castle. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 14. Counterattack. Chapter 100. Sonia's identity. How high is the possibility that this is a trap? More than enough. I reply to Sieg's question. Upon hearing my answer, Sieg and Sebas frowned, but Leo, who was called here by me, did not. That girl. Does Ni-san think that we can trust her? As an individual, yeah. No matter how much you trust someone, you might become an enemy or an ally with that person depending on yours and their position. Even Jürgen had a cooperative relationship with Eric just until recently. No matter how good a person is, if he is in a different faction, he will become your enemy. However, Sonia is Rebecca's ally. I didn't feel any lie from her, and there is no merit for her to lie to me. Luring me and Leo out will not benefit any faction. They can't attack us, and even if they try doing anything to Leo right now, they will definitely receive father's wrath. With that line of thinking, I have no doubt that Sonia is Rebecca's ally. She is definitely Rebecca's ally. That being the case, it isn't strange for her to decide to entrust Rebecca to us. There's a limit on how long they can keep escaping, and the only one who would warmly welcome her is us after all. Maybe her contact with Nini-san was intentional? It was probably a coincidence. Perhaps the same goes for when she came to trust me. Still, I don't fully understand Sonia's intention. To understand her, we have no choice but to meet her at the appointed location. Since we can't pinpoint their location from the sighting information today, we have no choice but to go. I look at the map on the desk. The sightings from the last few days have been marked on it. It seems to be disorderly at first glance, but when I pay close attention I feel that there is some kind of hints or rules to it. But I don't know what it is. The only clear-cut clue we have now is only Sonia's words, so we can only trust her for now. Alright, I will go with you. If it's already decided, then let's move out, shall we? You siblings really know no fear, don't you? You two are under surveillance, you know. If you two go out together, then they will definitely try to get in the way, right? I know that, but we cannot accomplish anything unless we go. Xandra and the pursuers from the organization are desperately looking for Rebecca. There's no doubt that they are monitoring our movement as well. If we go out, it's safe to say that they will try to stop us. Right now, only Sieg and Sebas can fight against the assassins in the night battle. Even if we recklessly bring soldiers with us, it will only increase the body count. There's no doubt that this is dangerous, but this moment is crucial. There's a big difference between getting Rebecca here and letting her slip through our hand. Sonia said that she will be forced to use her secret plan if we don't go. I don't know what that plan is, but I don't want her to use it. If we don't go, the trust that we finally earned from Sonia will be wasted too. There won't be an ambush. We already know the location and we are on alert as well. We have to head out at the very last moment possible to make sure of that. That way they can't read our route and they can't possibly wait for us outside at all times as well. There is a possibility that we won't make it in time, you know. Shouldn't we leave early in case of that? That's a good idea if you only consider that it will only be us. But if we leave early, our enemies might notice our movement. We are like a big landmark for them after all. At worst, if we are late, Rebecca will go into hiding again. That's a more preferable outcome. We have to make our trip to the clock tower as short as possible. Understood. Then let's get ready. Yeah, can I ask you two to be our escorts? Saying so, I and Leo started to move. Sieg and Sebas let out a sigh at the same time and follow after us. Section. TSK. I clicked my tongue as I ran. We are almost at the clock tower, but there are more enemies than expected. Why are there so many of them? Sieg and Sebas are defeating the enemies while Leo is protecting me, but we don't have much time left. It is already past noon. We only have a few minutes. We can only run and hope we make it. Still, the enemies keep appearing. Their reinforcements keep coming at us, so we have to fend them off each time. Ni-san, go on ahead. I was told to bring you there, you know. Keep them there for me. Saying so, Leo pushes my back. At the same time, an assassin attacks Leo, but he was able to pull out his sword to defend himself. With Sebas and Sieg, he should be okay. I was a little worried, but I left them and headed toward the clock tower. When I arrived near the tower, 12:05 had already passed. Ha ha. While catching my breath, I look around. Surely, they are not waiting at the top of the tower, right? While I was thinking so, Sonia appeared from the shadows. Sonia, you are finally here. Saying so, a girl with orangish-brown hair appears from behind her. She looks similar to the portrait, so she is probably Rebecca. While looking at me suspiciously, Rebecca asks Sonia, "This person is Prince Arnold. You are not here alone, right? Leo is stalling the pursuers. He will be here soon, so wait a bit. I want to do that, but we no longer have time." Saying so, Sonia approaches me. She then looked me in the eyes. Her magenta, reddish-purple eyes keep staring at me as if she wants to look into my heart. Eventually, Sonia smiles and looks away. It doesn't seem to be an ambush her. Alcuin really is kind. If I deploy the troops in advance, your location might be exposed to the other factions. I can't make you bear that risk. Hearing my explanation, Sonia repeatedly nods. Rebecca seems to be on alert, but it should be fine once Leo comes. Getting people to trust his is Leo's specialty after all. If we can earn Rebecca's trust here, it will be our victory, I thought. At that moment, Sonia said something that made my spine froze over. "You haven't won yet. Thinking that the victory is already in your hand is bad, you know. Alcuin." "What?" Saying so, Sonia pushed Rebecca's back and her body stumbled toward me. I hurriedly caught Rebecca. It seems that Rebecca was also surprised at Sonia's sudden action. "Sonia, what are you doing?" "Sorry. For Rebecca's safety, this is the only way." "Alcuin, you ran out of time. I have to use my hidden plan now." The moment she said that, men dressed in black uniforms silently appeared. To add to the surprise, they are all equipped with the state-of-the-art crossbow that had just been adopted into the army recently. These guys are the covert unit under Gordon Her. That's right. "Major, don't move your men. I will handle the negotiation." "Understood." The leader-like man who Sonia called Major raised his hand, and the other men in black took a distance away from me and Rebecca. Sonia then takes out a letter. Seeing that, Rebecca hurriedly took out a letter from her pocket. They look exactly the same. "That's one is a fake, Rebecca." "No way. You betrayed me." "It's not betrayal. I originally belonged to this side from the start. I actually wanted to hand you over to Prince Leonard before the Major arrived, of course, along with the letter as well. But since he has arrived, we need to give him something. It's a shame." Saying so, Sonia looked down. Her expression looked really disappointed. That was probably not an act. Perhaps Sonia tried to fulfill Rebecca's wish to the extent that she could. She gave us those 5 minutes and we couldn't make it in time. That's how it is. A little later, Sebas, Sieg, and Leo arrived. The three who don't know the situation are preparing for battle, but I signal them to stand down with my hand. The other side doesn't have any intention to attack us. In the first place, Sonia wouldn't be stupid enough to fight us here. That being the case, the best course of action is to gain some information. "Sonia, who are you exactly?" "I am Sonia Lespade, a half-elf recruited by Prince Gordon as a strategist." "Gordon's strategist?" It's just that I wasn't bound by that position until now, so I was acting on Rebecca's side. But now that the Major is here, it is a different story. I told you before, right? Only 5 minutes. The time before Major arrived was the last chance I gave you, Alcuin." Sonia looks at me with a sad expression. "I have regret. I should have done this, I should have done that. I have too many regrets. However, what overwhelming me right now is this apologetic feeling." Sonia probably didn't want to hand Rebecca to Gordon immediately because she knows that he will never treat her well. Sonia cooperated with her and put Rebecca's safety at the top of her priority. If that wasn't the case, then she wouldn't do something like this. The one who called Gordon's covert unit here is her. Since she can't help Rebecca escape forever, it is better to call for help. At that time she met me by chance, so she used me to contact Leo. Her reason is that at the very least she wants to hand Rebecca to us. Should I have used transfer, or should I just blow them all away with magic? I can't come up with an answer. The only thing I can say is that there's nothing I can do here. Personally, I can give you the letter as well, but His Highness Gordon will not be satisfied with that, and Her Highness Sandra will keep on targeting you. The letter and Rebecca, if you considered the safest choice, it would be to separate them, right? You can take her by force, but it is going to cost you, you know. That was probably what she tried to say. And I agree with her. The darkness of the imperial capital right now is full of Xandra's assassins and the pursuers from the organization. If they attack us while we are fighting here, both of us will risk collapsing together. In that case, it is better to split the target in two and withdraw here. If we meet up and withdraw without any incident, they will send the pursuers toward Sonia and her unit. It will be clear to our enemies that some kind of negotiation took place here. What is your demand? We will contact you about that in the future. I think our side will reach out to yours first. Rest assured, I won't do anything bad. Her words are not comforting at all. Even if it doesn't directly hurt us, it's clear that nothing good will come out as long as Gordon is the one who decides the flow of future development. However, they've got the key. Rebecca alone won't serve as sufficient evidence. Now we are forced to negotiate with Gordon. Sonia showed her ability and obtained her desired result. She managed to leave Rebecca with the safest place possible and brought results to Gordon's faction. I have been dancing on your palm, her. Sorry. I thought that this is for the best. Goodbye. Ulkuan. Take care of Rebecca, okay? From now on I am your enemy. Saying so, Sonia turns back. She then disappeared into the darkness along with the covert unit. Her back somehow looked sad. Still, there is nothing I can do. It will render all her effort meaningless if I do it. Arnold-sama, we should withdraw as well. Right. While replying to Seba's, we also leave the place. That day was the first crushing defeat we had after we joined the succession war. And the strategist who orchestrated that defeat went to Gordon's side. With the letter in Gordon's hand, he will be the one who will decide how things will develop from now on. Thus, the power structure of the succession war has completely changed. Chapter 101. Solving the Puzzle. Morning. I was waiting for Sebas's return without any sleep. I have something that I need to find out no matter what. You have been up all night. Yeah, I can't sleep. After that exchange, Sebas gave me a bunch of documents. They are confidential information of the military. According to Rebecca's story, Sonia rarely left her alone. It's hard to think that she would contact anyone. The only exception for that is the day she met me. She did say that she might run into us when she went out to buy the supply, but considering the time I was with her, it was unlikely that she made contact with others. She was with me almost all the time after all. If she didn't contact anyone, how did she communicate with her unit? There might be a special method in the army for that. Right. While saying that, I looked through the documents. Sonia was involved with Gordon. She must have some record inside the military. The hint must be hidden in here. After looking through them for a while, I noticed a certain document. This one here. Let me see. Emergency plan in case the imperial capital falls into the enemy's hand her. It's information that only some of the upper crust of the army know about. And that place was the meeting point in case the imperial capital got invaded. What was written on the next page was a map. The circled area corresponds to the spots where Rebecca was sighted. Not only one or two spots, all of them concise with the plan except the last one. It was not a coincidence. The sighting areas overlapped with this. I didn't notice it back then, but the common point of all these places is that they are suited to be an assembly point. The fact that Rebecca was witnessed at these places was the cause of my discomfort. Only the last sighting report was not according to the plan here. Yeah, the supposed meeting point was the clock tower that is visible from the southern gate. In case the sighting information doesn't match with the planned assembly point, the people in the area who know of this will gather up at the supposed place. I see. So that's the reason there were so many pursuers. Sebas convincingly nods. Normally, Sebas and Sieg should be able to break through the enemy's surveillance. I was counting on that, but there were a lot more enemies than we expected. It was only natural. The other side was gathering all their force and headed there. Gordon naturally knows about this, but even Xandra too. Her Highness Xandra's faction also has someone in the upper crust of the army. She must have gotten the information from there. Even if that's the case, it was information that wouldn't normally come out unless she asked. In other words, she is interested in sieging the imperial capital. At worst, she might be planning an attack on the capital herself. I let out a small sigh and leaned back on my chair. I can see the big picture now. Leo's faction doesn't have anyone in the upper crust of the army. The imperial garrison belongs to the army, but they lack the general who takes command of them. That was why such information didn't come to us. They wouldn't provide such information to someone who might later become their enemy after all. Now we know that the number of our enemies is higher than we expected. But I still don't know the meaning of that woman's time limit. That 5 minutes time limit. At first, I thought that she couldn't stay because Xandra's men might have found them. That's why I went ahead. In case of emergency, I was thinking of using magic to elude their pursuers. But that wasn't the case. It was written on this. In case of a night attack from the infiltration force, it was decided that 12 o'clock would be the time they would carry out the plan. Sonia read that the covert unit would move out at exactly 12 o'clock and probably anticipated that they would take at least 5 minutes to arrive. She is quite thorough. She used us to buy time for her by letting us distract their pursuers. But what would she do if we decided not to go there? I sigh again at Sebas's words. Sonia was also considering the possibility that Xandra might know the secret plan. In other words, she knew that the meeting place might be read by them. In that case, she has to fortify the place and defend the meeting point. That's why she called us out to serve as a decoy. She should already consider that we might not come, but she still bet on us. She did probe me for information and got what she wanted after all. It seems you have been thoroughly used, weren't you? I nod to Sebas. The reason Sonia went out was probably not to contact the covert unit, but to look for a decoy. Maybe she might contact Leo if she didn't meet me. Right. But it was a risk for her to give us 5 minutes to reach them. Yes, if the covert unit arrives behind us, then they will lose both Rebecca and the letter after all. It was the finest bait, but Sonia was probably considering handing her to us with the letter as well. It would be good if we can make it, but if we can't, she can just stick to her plan. Sonia moved in a way that she can adapt no matter the outcome. Still, in the case of the former, Sonia herself will fall into a dangerous position. Despite knowing that, she called out to us. We were certainly a decoy, but we are also an insurance for Rebecca's protection. So she went all in for Rebecca. That was quite splendid on her part. His Highness Gordon's troops wouldn't be interested in Rebecca Donno's safety after all. They won't kill her, but they will not do anything to protect her either. In that case, she needs to entrust Rebecca Donno to someone that will protect her. Her Highness Xandra's assassins and the organization will never let her live after all. Even if we didn't make it in time, she will probably convince them to protect her anyway. We really got done in this time. Please don't worry about it. Our odds were unfavorable from the start. Unless you are planning to attack the capital, you wouldn't know about such information. We don't have a chance of winning this time. We were defeated because of the lack of intel. There's no excuse for that. Moreover, I didn't even make use of my hidden hand. I didn't use the power of silver this time. The reason is that if I use such power in a situation where there are assassins spreading out all over the place, it will lead to an actual exposure of my secret. Within the range of my barrier is one thing, but I have no way to notice a gaze that came from beyond that. That was why I ran without using any magic. After that, I could steal the letter away from Sonia, but I didn't. I didn't want to expose my secret. But was it the right choice? Gordon's aim is definitely a war. As soon as he gets the letter, he will be one step closer to it. The war with the South, in other words, he wants to start a civil war. Considering that, should I use my magic back then? I have told you this before. There is a huge difference between a disclosure and being exposed. His Majesty, the nobles, the ministers, and the people around their age have seen the mad emperor laid waste to the capital as a child. There is no doubt that they will have some complicated feelings about ancient magic. However, Silver is allowed to use it because he is an ally of the Empire. Still, the story will completely change if you add an imperial family member to that. Everyone will think that the mad emperor has returned. That is why it is an information that must be published in the right place and the right time. Recklessly revealing it would be a bad move. If you get exposed, it will lead to wild speculation from the people, and at worst you might get arrested without any trial at all. I know that. If that's the case, then the answer is clear. Even if the chance of exposure was low, it was the right choice that you didn't use your magic back then. It is meaningless to bother yourselves with the civil war as well. Even if we obtained the letter, the possibility that a civil war might happen still exists after all. If you insist, then there is also a possibility that you tell His Highness Leonard everything and use transfer magic to go there together with him, though. I can't do that. This is not a secret that can be kept forever. Eventually, my identity will be exposed, or I will make it public myself. At that time, the result will be different depending on whether Leo knows about it or not. Leo must not know about it. It won't work unless that is the case. It would be fine if he is good at pretending, but if father asks him, Leo will surely not be able to fool him. And then it will be the worst case scenario where the two of us will get punished. However, if he doesn't know about it, then there will be no cause to punish him. If they are going to punish him because he is my younger brother, then the entire imperial family must be punished as well. Father will not do such an unreasonable thing. Then please settle that, as there was no other way. The letter didn't go to Her Highness Sandra. This is not the worst outcome. We should look ahead rather than regretting the past here. I know. This time the letter was taken from us, but there will be no next time. I will definitely outsmart Sonia. That's the feeling. Then, please get some sleep first. What His Highness Gordon aims for is a war. He will probably keep the letter to himself to make time for the South to make their war preparation. For now, we still have time. I give Sebas a nod. Gordon obtained the letter, but the Southern investigation is still Leo's job. Having Leo submitting that letter is the most effective way to do this. If he immediately submitted the letter, then the South will not have enough time to prepare. I was impatient because the letter was taken away, but it will be some time before the South will finish their preparation. Gordon will definitely wait for them to be ready and hand that letter to us. Then he will be able to take the central role in the war against the South. That must be Gordon's plan. But that was it. We still have a chance to recover. If a war breaks out, Leo will be able to make an achievement, and if he does well, he will be able to restrain Gordon's movement. The problem is Sonia. An enemy her. I remembered the sadness on Sonia's face. I don't think she serves Gordon willingly. When we met Gordon's men, she said that she is one of his men, but she also said that she didn't consider herself one before that. She has some reasons to cooperate with Gordon her. There are a lot of things to worry about. However, as Sebas said, now is the time to get some sleep. I thought so and went to bed. Chapter 102. The War Maniac. It seems you got the letter her. Good work, said Gordon, who is fearlessly sitting on his chair. Before him is Sonia. The eyes that she stares at Gordon with have no shred of loyalty. That was the promise after all. Sonia said indifferently. Gordon laughs derisively at Sonia. What an unfriendly subordinate you are. But you did great getting that letter. As expected of the adopted child of the genius strategist her. I would rather have your father by my side though. It was a shame that he can't move because of that old wound of his. What did you say? Light of hatred shines from Sonia's eyes. 10 years ago, Sonia was forced to leave her village together with her mother because she was a half-elf and had to live quietly on the outskirts of the village on the border between the Palan Kingdom and the Empire. However, The village was devastated by the conflict between the Empire's army and the kingdom's army, making Sonia separated from her mother. She was saved by her adoptive father when she was attacked by the remnants of the kingdom's army that resorted to banditry and set fire to her village. However, at that time, her adoptive father was seriously injured and his body couldn't afford him to continue his military career any longer. Still, he took Sonia in and raised her as his own daughter. He is a great benefactor for Sonia, both as an irreplaceable father and her beloved teacher. How did such a war that harms the citizens' lives exist when such a man is in the army? The reason is the man in front of her, Gordon. At the time, it was Gordon's first skirmish, so he charged into the enemy, hungry for his own military achievement. The war front pointlessly expanded and caused the fire of war to spread to the village, resulting in Sonia becoming an orphan and severely injuring her adoptive father. Gordon was praised by many because the assault he led took down many enemies, but at the same time, a lot of blood had flowed because of Gordon's recklessness. That Gordon just nonchalantly said that, it was a shame. That was unforgivable for Sonia. However, from your eyes, it looks like you want to kill me, right? But don't forget. Your father and all your foster parents are under my surveillance. I understand that. Sonia bit down on her lips with regret and squeezed out such words. Many of the army staff have an opposite view to Gordon's. They do not wish for war. That's why there was no strategist at Gordon's side who was proficient at fighting the political war. So Gordon set his sight on Sonia's stepfather, who has already retired, and threatened him into cooperating with him. However, Sonia's stepfather is not physically strong enough to travel to the imperial capital, so Sonia offered herself as his replacement. She wanted to repay him for bringing her up. At the same time, Gordon is a person who will resort to taking a hostage if he has to. Sonia thought of becoming a break for Gordon, who rarely listens to others' opinions. If she lets a man like him rampage as he likes, the number of people who will have to suffer the same fate as she and her father will increase. It was painful for Sonia to serve Gordon, who could be said to be her mortal enemy, but the sense of gratitude to her father compelled her to make that choice. No, you don't. I heard that you wanted to hand not only the knight but the letter to Leonard, right? If you are my strategist, then move in a way that only benefits me. My promise to you was to become your strategist once I reached you. I was still free when I arrived at the capital. It was my freedom to do as I pleased back then. Are you forgetting about the hostages? You have no choice but to obey me, you know. And aren't you forgetting it yourself? You cannot win against His Highness Eric without a strategist. You know that, so you called me here, correct? Sonia doesn't avert her eyes away from Gordon's sharp gaze. Gordon's biggest enemy is Eric, and if he can't defeat Eric, there won't be any chance for him to even see the throne. However, there are many talented people under Eric, making his faction the largest. Above all, Eric's faction is better suited for a political conflict than Gordon's, whose support base is the military. That's why Gordon called in Sonia to manage the situation. Chimpage. Whatever. Now, let me see your result. Gordon urges Sonia to hand him the letter. Sonia takes out the letter from her pocket, but she doesn't hand it to Gordon immediately. Sonia gazed at Gordon and pulled it away from him. I can burn this if I want to. You don't care what will happen to the hostages? Sonia slowly shook her head sideways to Gordon's words. If she truly doesn't care about them, she wouldn't bring the letter with her, but even if she brought him the letter, it doesn't mean that she will let him do whatever he wants. I simply want you to hear me out first. Who? Let's hear it then. Your Highness will not give the letter to His Highness Leonard immediately to give the South time to prepare for their rebellion, correct? Of course. Sonia frowned at Gordon's obvious answer. It was as she expected. She thought that if it is Gordon, then he will definitely do that. That's why she has to change his mind. There are two risks attached to that. One is that His Highness Leonard might make an appeal to His Majesty. The Southern investigation was originally his responsibility, so your interception of this letter will be regarded as an obstruction to his work. You don't have to worry about that. Right now, we are in the middle of the succession war. If he goes to cry to Father just because the letter was intercepted by his opponent, then Father will never make Leonard into a crown prince. There's no place for such a weak person on the throne after all. If you go cry to your father every time there is a problem, what would you do once your father's gone? Sonia understands his reasoning. The right thing to do is definitely to report the matter to the emperor, but it would come at a huge loss for him. Even if Leo wants to, everyone around him will stop him. On the second point, this will be too detrimental to the empire. Such a thing will eventually earn His Majesty the Emperor's distrust in you, Your Highness. The Southern Rebellion should be nipped in the bud. What I want is war. I will give the South time and have them start a rebellion for me. The bigger the conflict, the bigger my military achievement will be. As a result, the empire will be weakened and we will be open for invasions from other countries. Then I will have more opportunity to act. The larger the war, the more my power will grow. If someone is going to invade us, then it will be the kingdom. I can just lightly kick them off the empire's territory, and maybe I can take the chance to lead the army to crush Eric as well. Saying so, Gordon smiled at his ideal future. Sonia felt disgusted by his smile. His smile was one that belonged to someone who never thought about how many lives will be lost in his plan. Still, Sonia continues talking to him. That kind of future will not come to pass. There is no doubt that His Highness Eric will try to get in your way. What you wish for shouldn't be a war but the throne. War is simply a means to the throne. You mustn't confuse the means with the result you hope for. If Your Highness wants to become an emperor, you must look for more options other than the war. Then what should I do? Firstly, you must immediately talk to His Highness Leonard and give him the letter. At that time, you must make him promise to not interfere with Your Highness's plan. If the letter reaches His Majesty's hand, Her Highness Sandra will lose her support base in the south. Without her main supporters, those who are supporting Her Highness Sandra will disperse to join the other factions. We can take them in and close the gap in personnel between yours and His Highness Eric's faction. Moreover, with the earlier promise, even if His Highness Leonard wanted to interfere, he will not be able to. This is the closest path Your Highness can take to the throne. And what if Leonard breaks his promise? We can start spreading the words that His Highness Leonard betrayed you even though you helped him secure the letter. His Highness Leonard's strength is his sincerity. If we can attach a negative image to him, he will lose the momentum he built up so far. That move will be available to us if we hand the letter to him immediately. If you are aiming for the throne, it is a foolish idea to keep the letter to yourselves and give the South time to prepare. It is one thing if Gordon only wants to start a war, but he is, in fact, a prince who is fighting for the throne. His final goal should be the seat of the emperor. Sonia doesn't want to support Gordon to become the emperor, but she must do it because he is holding her parents as hostages. Eventually, Gordon will relax his surveillance and she will be able to slip away from him. Until then, she must keep Gordon from rampaging as he likes by making his faction bigger. When the faction grows bigger to the extent that Gordon can't take control of it by himself anymore, if she disappears at that point, Gordon will eventually self-destruct. The seat of the emperor can be obtained by Eric or Leo. That was what Sonia is thinking. That way, can I become an emperor? Yes, if you do what I say. All right. I will give the letter to Leonard immediately. Keep using that skill of yours for my sake in the future as well. Will you promise that you will adopt my plan? Yeah, I promise. I won't betray a good strategist like you. Saying so, Gordon holds out his hand. Sonia timidly placed the letter in it. Gordon snorts as he opens the letter and begins to read its content. I managed to persuade him. Relieved with that thought, Sonia let out a sigh. That was why she missed it, the distortion on Gordon's face. Section. What are you trying to do? A week has passed. Over the past week, Gordon showed no sign of getting into contact with Leo's faction. He didn't even try to meet Sonia during that time. Sonia was finally able to meet Gordon, but she was fed up on how oblivious he is. I have explained it to you already, right? If Your Highness is aiming for the throne, you must hand that letter to His Highness Leonard immediately. Yeah, I was listening. But your proposal was rejected, said Gordon as he easily broke his promise. With an expression of disbelief on her face, Sonia stares at Gordon. The fact that he will break his promise is understandable. He is a man who resorted to taking hostages after all. Breaking a promise or two is nothing to him. However, What Sonia told him wasn't a lie. If Gordon wanted the throne, his best bet would be to follow her plan, and by not adopting it would mean that his end goal was not the throne. Do you not want the throne? I do. But I don't want to obtain it without any war. I want to grow the southern rebellion but bigger and lead the army to defeat them. Then I will take control of the central army and drive out Eric. This is the kind of development I like. The empire might get invaded by other countries, you know. Do you not understand how dangerous that is? I understand it well. The troop at the border should be able to hold them back for a while. In the meantime, I will become the crown prince and launch a counterattack. There's no need to fear other countries. The empire is a strong country, and under me, it will be reborn into a hegemony. Saying so, Gordon lightly swings his hand. Then, Sonia was grabbed by 2 guards. What are you? Without me, you can't beat His Highness Eric, you know. I don't feel like winning against him in a political conflict. I will crush him with my army. I have to thank you for setting up the perfect stage for that. I will call you again when I have business with you. Until then, stay quietly in your room. And don't try anything strange. The hostages' lives are still in my hand. With such a threat from Gordon, Sonia was taken out of the room. As she was being forced out of the room by the 2 guards, Sonia stared at Gordon in disbelief. It was as if he was a monster, participating in the succession war while wishing to start an actual war. Sonia misread him. Gordon certainly wanted the throne, but what he wanted more is war. He is a genuine war maniac. For Gordon, war is not a means but an end. The throne is only there to facilitate that. Sonia, who finally realized that, was dragged away, still in disbelief. Chapter 103. Inspiration. Not today either, her. Around 10 days have passed since the letter was taken. There is still no contact from Gordon's side today. So this would mean that things are going as I expected her. I let out a small sigh. Is it a difficult situation after all? Finn asks worriedly as she serves me tea. I tried to give her an assuring smile, but Finn's expression only gets cloudier. Yeah, a little bit. That's a lie. It is actually really difficult, right? So you notice after all, her. I scratched my head and let out a huge sigh. At first, we were supposed to get that letter and expose the wrongdoings of the southern nobles. On top of that, if the South resorts to a rebellion, we plan to use the extremist in the military to suppress them. However, Gordon keeps the letter to himself so that the battle will not end with just a small skirmish. That's really Gordon's way of doing things. With that as the case, we can no longer use our original plan. If a large-scale civil war does happen, the empire will definitely be weakened. Gordon probably understands that as well. Worst of all, even if he doesn't understand that, Sonia should. If they insist on doing that, then that means they have some kind of plan ahead of them. If there's a civil war, the only way for us would be to use it to make an achievement for Leo. That's the only option. But until then we still have a grace period. I want to prevent the civil war, but I don't know how to go about it. We can't report this to His Majesty. Leo already tried to do that and I already stopped him. I understand his feelings, but the succession war won't end with just this one case. If Leo reports what happened to father, he will definitely look into it, but in return, it will ruin Leo's future. Moreover, even that might not be enough to solve the matter. We need to come up with another way to do something about it. Can't we make Rebecca-san be the one who makes the appeal? There is no way to confirm that she is the knight that Earl Sitterheim entrusted his letter to. We were robbed of the evidence to back up her statement. Gordon will just pretend to be oblivious even if Rebecca makes an appeal anyway. Well, it will be the same even if Leo makes an appeal himself. They surely won't hide the letter where we can easily find either, so father's evaluation of Leo will grow worse. At worst, he might be taken off the southern investigation altogether. If that happens, they won't need Leo to hand in the letter anymore. We will be completely treated as an outsider after all. No matter how we move, Gordon still has the advantage. I still doubt Gordon would be capable of such a cunning move, but right now he has a strategist called Sonia by his side. If we make a poor move, we can definitely expect a counter. However, if we give up on stopping the civil war, Gordon will be able to do whatever he wants. Sebas said that I shouldn't worry so much about it since the civil war is likely to happen anyway regardless of whether we obtain that letter or not, but to me, giving up without doing anything will leave a bad taste. We can't just settle it as we don't have enough power to stop it. The best outcome that could come out is that we can avoid the civil war. Even if I set aside my feelings, if a large-scale civil war occurs, Leo's evaluation will be lowered to some extent because he will be blamed for the fact that he discovered that letter too late. The empire, the people, and our progress in the succession war. Stopping the civil war will benefit all of those. This is bad. I have ordered Sebas to search for the letter, but I supposed even Sebas wouldn't be able to pull it off either. Should I start preparing and cooperate with Leo as Silver? I can't help but regret it. Time will never come back. I still can't help wondering if I should have done more at that time. That defeat came from our lack of intelligence and understanding of the situation. If we don't have that, then we can't perfect our preparation. Even so, I should have been able to cautiously move around as Silver back then. If I started to move as Silver from the start, then I wouldn't have to be worrying about exposing my secret. Still, that has a fatal flaw. If you do that, it will be exposed that Silver is cooperating with Leo-sama personally. Up until now we still have the excuse of suppressing the monsters after all. Right, an ancient magic user plunging himself into the succession war. There's no doubt that there will be a backlash from that. If I assist Leo by using transfer magic back then, the line that I have drawn so far will crumble. Silver was allowed to use ancient magic because he is the guardian of the imperial capital and its people. If Silver moves to assist a single person in a political conflict instead of a monster outbreak or the Empire's crisis, I don't know what kind of rumor will spread. With Sonia on their side, she will definitely use it well to our disadvantage. Even if they give the letter to us, it doesn't change the fact that Sonia is still on Gordon's side. On top of that, those who support Xandra will definitely use it to their advantage as well. At worst, Silver might be branded as a threat and I will not be able to act as him anymore. The Empire has that much trauma regarding ancient magic and the imperial family. In that case, we will exchange our trump card for the letter. That's a risk I cannot take. It's useless to think about it, At that time, my movement was too much restricted. Well, it doesn't strictly apply to only that time though. Moving as Silver comes with a number of restrictions in the imperial capital. That's why the timing I can do that is very limited. If I can't find any way to solve this soon, I will probably tell Leo to go report to father. Can't we negotiate with the southern nobles? They most certainly have a hand in the southern incident, you know. Negotiating with them is... I stopped my words there. They certainly refuse to negotiate with us so far. However, from now on, there will definitely be a moment when they want to do that at least once. Finn. You are a genius. Yes. Sorry, but can you call Leo here for me? I have come up with a good plan. Saying so, I started writing down the plan that came up in my head on paper. Seeing that, Finn was confused, but she immediately left to call Leo for me. Section. Ni-san, did you really come up with a good plan? Wait a minute. That's all the problem, I guess. The rest is the escort. We are stuck unless we can find one, I grumble in deep thought. Looking at me, Leo takes up the paper I messily wrote my plan down and looks at its content. Ni-san, are you sane? Of course. Even so, I am not the one who will enact it though. Leo's cheeks cramp up at my light reply. The one who will implement the plan I thought up will be Leo. What kind of plan is it? In a nutshell, it's a bait and switch. What? We will get into the enemy's base and quickly take control of it. Most of the southern nobles only fall in line because they are afraid of Duke Kruger. If we defeat the Duke, they will all give up immediately. They don't have a second in command who can take his place, and it will be meaningless for them to continue with the civil war. The reason they start a civil war this time is not to take over the empire. They only want to force the emperor to make a compromise to secure their own safety. If we can capture Duke Kruger, they will lose their leader who can negotiate on an equal footing with the emperor, and their organization will be disbanded. If the civil war is too small scale, it will serve no use. The emperor will not compromise because of a small skirmish. In other words, it is a plan that won't be effective unless it is large-scale. I think that it would be nice if we could really negotiate with them though. That's how ingenious this plan is. No matter how much they refuse to negotiate, there will at least be a chance for them to do so. Right before the civil war started, they will definitely accept negotiation if the emperor sends out a messenger. I understand what you want to say, but you are in a position that has a direct responsibility in case of the Southern Rebellion. You can claim the role of the negotiator by appealing to father that you want to recover your honor. Of course, if you are motivated, that is. That's not the problem for me. I personally agree with this plan. It can reduce the damage we can expect from a civil war. It will be for the best if this plan works out. That's right. A surprise infiltration into the enemy's headquarters. If we can make a decisive blow with this, it will completely stop Gordon's plot and the people of the South will not be sacrificed in vain. However, there are many challenges. First is the infiltration unit. The unit you can bring along will be a small number of escorts. Unless they are elite forces, this won't go well. Even if you bring Siebers and Sieg, you still need a unit with a considerable fighting power. But we can't use Imperial Guards, you know. Our intention will be too clear and they will be on guard against us if we do that. That's right. That's why I have to seek out such a unit. On to the second point. The negotiation with Gordon. The other challenge is the negotiation between us and Gordon when he hands that letter to us. We can't make any poor promise to him. It would be troublesome if he told us not to move at all. Well, yeah. Now on to the last 1 inch. The third one. To raise our chance of success, we need approval from the emperor. I don't think father will approve of our plan. The plan is obviously dangerous, and if you are taken hostage, it will affect your future. Compared to deploying the army, there are a lot of factors to consider. That's why we need to find more materials to convince him. How should we raise the chance of our success? For the time being, I will assemble an elite force that won't raise our opponent's guard up. The unit we use this time must meet those 2 requirements. Despite the fact that Leo will head out as the envoy, we will not be using the Imperial Guards. Our enemy will definitely let their guard down, but that is still not enough. We need to find a way to keep the enemy off their guard and find another elite unit beside the Imperial Guards. This is tough. Well, it's way better than having no plan at all. We can minimize the damage and stop the civil war that way. The hurdles are high, but it is worth trying. Thus began our strategy meeting. Chapter 104. Knights of the Imperial Army. The next day, I decided to ask an expert about this operation. That strategy is so like you, Ul. You think so? I think it is quite a nice plan, right? Yeah, it seems deception is really your forte. I grimaced at Elna's honest comment. Certainly, I am a man that has no shred of chivalry. In a sense, sending a surprise special ops as a messenger would be an extremely cowardly plan. However, if that plan can reduce the number of sacrifices, then it must be done. But it is effective, right? Right. But I don't think it will succeed with things as it is. Elna declares. Elna has traveled to various places as an imperial knight. In her work, she may have been to Wum, the largest city in the south, and the home of Duke Kruger, before. The fact that Elna said that the plan will not succeed meant that Wum's defense was solid. Wum is that tough. You can breach the outer wall just fine as a messenger, but the problem is the inside. The castle he lives in is big and the paths inside are very complicated. Since the structure is so complex, it will be hard for you to reach its upper part, you know. So we need a map for the inside. Seems so. If you don't have that, then there's not even a chance of success. So, about that map. Elna stops talking and looks at me. Her green eyes glow as if she wants to imply something. Then she points at herself and smiles. If I go, I can lead the way, you know. There's no castle in the continent that would let a messenger in knowing you are there. Think of something then. A disguise, for example. Do you think that they would be deceived by some disguise? It might be worth a try if we use a magic medicine though. For now, let's come up with a plan that doesn't require your power first. And I could just annihilate the castle with a single blow from the holy sword too. It would be the worst outcome if people find out that a person from the Brave House disguised as a messenger and deceive a negotiation partner though. The power of the Brave House should be used outside the Empire. If we use such power inside the Empire, it will spread fear and that might lead to a huge source of antagonism. The Brave House shouldn't be used unless there's no other choice. Plus, going to the south means that you can't be sent to the border in case of an emergency. So I have to remain behind in case we have to suppress the other country's invasion. Some countries will try to take advantage of the civil war and invade us after all. Well, if Ol says that much then I will come up with other plans. Elna said so and put her hand on her chin and started pondering. She then nodded several times and raised 2 fingers. There are only 2 units that can make this plan a success. I can imagine the first one already. I guess. As you know, the Imperial Knight Order has the power to do that, but that proposal will be rejected, right? Duke Kruger is the elder brother of the 5th consort. He has visited the capital many times before, so he surely must be familiar with the Imperial Knights himself. I wouldn't want to risk including a face that he would recognize in this operation. I think so too. That's why the only one left is. Elna's expression turned complicated. What is it? Her face suggests that she doesn't want to talk about it if possible. That's a rare expression coming from her. What's wrong? I don't really want to recommend them. Tell me anyway. It was originally Ul's fault that the letter was robbed away by His Highness Gordon. Why do I have to worry about you now? Elna looked at me with a grudge. I blinked my eyes several times at the sudden complaint. What's wrong with her all of a sudden? Are you angry? I'm not. I'm just amazed. In the first place, if you called on me, everything would be fine. I can't possibly do that, right? At least I want you to let me know. When I heard that Ul and Leo went to a place full of assassins, I almost fainted, you know. Moreover, you only brought along that bear and Sebas as your guards. What's wrong with you? If I told you, you would rush to our side, right? Of course. That's why I didn't tell you. When I told her that, Elna snorted and turned away. I didn't think she would be in a bad mood here. Certainly, I think that I did something wrong, but if I called her then, there will surely be another problem for us. My bad. I will be more careful next time. I failed because I haven't properly estimated the situation. So please lend me your wisdom. I am cooperating with you from now on. Understand that. Cooperate, you mean? Of course, as long as there is no problem for me. As expected, sitting still and waiting for the news at home is impossible for me. Elna said that to me and looked straight into my eyes. Elna is strong. However, like Silver, she also has many restrictions. Well, I think the person herself already knows that, so I can only give her a nod. Only as long as it is not causing a problem for you, all right? Of course. It's decided then. Saying so, Elna happily smiles. The fact that she made such a proposal means that there is something that Elna thinks she can help with. Or perhaps, she knows of someone who can help us. However, we have no clues about other units besides the Imperial Guards who can be used in our operation. We need a unit that doesn't stand out too much. That's really not a problem in itself, but we need a competent unit that is not noticeable. The unit is inferior to the Imperial Knight Order in power, but I think that they are suited for infiltration than the Imperial Knights. Maybe you have heard of their name before, Ul? The only Knight Order in the Imperial Army, the Nabi Ritter. Nabi Ritter equals Scarred Knights in German. The Scarred Knights. Of course, I know of their name. Nabi Ritter. The independent unit of the Imperial Army known as its single Knight Order. The unit is made up of former knights. The reason why former knights were gathered in the Imperial Knights is their past. They are the knights who accused or raised their sword against their lords for their wrongdoings. For whatever reason it is, they chose to uphold justice rather than their loyalty, making them lose their position. They are the knights who carry the scarred crest of their lords, thus they are called the Scarred Knights. They are the knights of justice who expose the wrongdoings of their lords, but there are only a few nobles who would approach a knight who already betrayed their lord once. I heard that the unit was created to gather those knights though. Although they were praised as the Knight of Justice, no one actually tries to put them by their side. In fact, There are very few nobles who are confident enough to do that. There are not that many innocent lords, and sometimes even a virtuous one also has to do questionable things as well. However, if you accept them in, the moment you go against their principle you might be cut down. It is just a possibility. It's not like they are that inflexible. However, if such a possibility exists, no one would dare to recruit them. Yes, your impression of them is not wrong. I used to have a spar with them once, but their training was really amazing. The bar they set is really high and they have a lot of veterans in their unit. They are probably the most elite unit in the Imperial Army. Moreover, they do not belong to any faction either. The points Elna raised were almost perfect. However, it's probably because of their past that Elna doesn't want to recommend them to me. A mission to infiltrate the enemy's base, coupled with escorting a prince. You are saying that it is too dangerous a mission to leave to them? Well, that played a part too. But it will be very tough if you can't fully trust your ally inside the enemy's territory, right? They each have a strong sense of independence. If we cannot earn their trust, then they will just accomplish the mission their way, you know. So it comes down to cooperation here. Of course, if we give them an order then they will act as the escort, but I think that if they are not willing to do the mission this plan will not work. So it is ideal to make them participate in the mission willingly rather than giving them an order here. This is quite difficult. The mission is dangerous in the first place after all. The vital thing here is to create a trusting relationship. Guess I will leave persuading them to Leo her. I think that it's more complicated than that. I think Leo will look very fascinating for a pure knight, but I don't think his charisma is going to work on them. Then what should we do? If Leo can't do it, then it is your turn, right, Al? Elna said that as if it was the only natural thing in the world. Oi, you are kidding me, right? Me persuading them? Those clearly hard to handle former knights. No, isn't that too high a hurdle for me? It will be fine. I will go with you, and this is just my hunch, but I think that they should be more susceptible to Al. If Al just confidently says that you want their help to protect your brother, I think they will give you their cooperation, you know. Elna easily said that with a smile. What is your basis for that? I ask her back with my cheeks cramped. Ara, don't you know? I am also a former knight, you know. And as a former knight, I think that Al will be better suited for such a task. That's my basis. While thinking about what great basis she has there, I let out a huge sigh as there's no other way. Chapter 105. Viscount Sitterheim. It's been a month since Gordon got the letter. Finally, Gordon has reached out to us. He sure took his time. Thanks to that, our preparation is almost ready. Well, there's still a lot of work to do though. Our preparation is almost ready. However, the negotiation with the Nabi Ritter still hasn't completed yet. They have been out on a secret exercise, so we couldn't reach them. After this, I will ask for Elna's help to set up a meeting with them. But before that, we have to negotiate with Gordon first. I will leave that to you, Ni-san. I think that Leo would be more suited to such a thing though. Think about it, who would follow someone like me? Elna thinks that you are more suitable than me, right? I'm sure that will definitely be the case. I sometimes don't understand what Elna is thinking. However, Elna's intuition is reliable. I will do what I can. Don't expect too much, all right? No, I expect a lot from you here. And I just told you not to. With such an exchange, we arrived at Gordon's room. He is waiting for us inside. It's him after all. There shouldn't be any pointless talk here. According to Sebas, it seems that the strategist called Sonia has been arrested. Asking for someone's help then arresting them. That's so like Aniu. Yeah, he probably didn't like her proposal. Among Eric, Gordon, and Xandra, the one who least listens to the advice from people around them is Gordon. It's not that Gordon is stupid. He is simply the most idealist out of all of them. The problem with that is the fact that his ideal is so far removed from others. If you want to support Gordon, then you have to grasp his ideal first. No matter how excellent a person is, it is impossible for them to read Gordon's intention the first time they meet. After all, even us, his own brothers, still don't know what he is thinking. All right, shall we? Yeah. Leo knocks at the door and enters the room. Inside, Gordon is waiting in his chair. On the table in front of him is a letter. Finally, her. Let's get straight to the point. Can we have that letter back? Gordon silently nods to Leo's question. He then states his condition. I don't mind returning it, but there is one condition. Don't interfere with my business. We can't possibly agree to such a vague condition, right, Anu? Gordon stares at me when I opened my mouth. I confidently look back at him. We need it to be more specific. If we make such a broad promise to not interfere with him, he will bring it up over and over again as an excuse. Then what kind of condition would you be satisfied with? Right. Please set a period for it. Who? Gordon grins. Perhaps he finds my proposal to be convenient. When we are talking about the time period, people would think about a day or a month, but what's currently on Gordon's mind right now is probably different. Then, never interfere with me during the war. How about that? It seems you are not willing to compromise any more than this, right? Yeah, that's right. Gordon nods to Leo's words. From Gordon's tone, he thinks that it is natural that a war will happen. An already decided outcome. He probably judges that it would be fine as long as we do not interfere with him during that time. There's no other way. We will comply with that condition. Then just take the letter. If you break your promise, no one will negotiate with you ever again. Don't do anything stupid now. I understand. Let's properly record this in a document then. Gordon quickly wrote down the condition and signed on a paper. He then urges Leo to sign it as well. Leo gives his signature and picks up the letter on the table. Seeing that, Gordon looked at me. Arnold. You sign it too. Me too. Of course. There's no point if he's the only one who signs this. You two are one and the same after all. I don't think that there will be any meaning to it though. Saying so, I grabbed a pen and quickly signed it. With both our signature, we can no longer interfere with Gordon during the war. A question suddenly came to me, so I asked Gordon. Anu, by war do you only mean the next one? Of course. Is that so? I will write it down then. HMPH, do whatever you want. I add to the condition that it only applies to the next war. As I planned. We left Gordon's room without saying a single word. It went well somehow, her. He wasn't cautious about it after all. Gordon simply didn't care because he thought that it would be useless no matter what we do. Does he think that everything will be fine as long as the war happens, or perhaps he is confident that he can crush any petty tricks that we throw at him? Well, it's fine either way. Now the condition is met. The rest will depend on my effort. Section. My sincere apologies for being late. Seriously. Leo lowers his head as he gives his apologies. Father received the letter in a somewhat displeased manner. As the emperor, Father has many works to do. That's why he never interfered with the task he gave to Leo. He doesn't have time to do such a thing. The large monster outbreak has affected the entire empire and the east is still under reconstruction. To add to that, demons appeared in the south and the Earl House of Sitterheim has disappeared. There were many things for the emperor to do, that's why Father entrusted Leo with such a task. And the result of the said task was delayed. Curse you, Duke Kruger. After reading the letter, Father passes it to Franz as if he wants to throw it away right then and there. Receiving it, Franz also looks over its contents. The letter is the accusation from Earl Sitterheim. Centered around Duke Kruger, the most powerful noble in the south, the southern nobles were connected to the kidnapping organization and committed a lot of crimes. The same was true of Earl Sitterheim. Even if he was being threatened, it doesn't change what he did. Still, he tried to correct his mistake. His courage is something to be celebrated. Regarding Earl Sitterheim, should we strip him of his title because he couldn't protect Your Majesty's decree to protect the immigrants? That's right. The fact that he lent his hand to commit such a crime will not disappear. I will deprive Earl Sitterheim of his title. Well, that's natural, I guess. Courage should be celebrated, but the sin he committed will not disappear. I take a look behind me. The face of Rebecca, who was kneeling behind us, turned blue. Perhaps she was already prepared for this. Earl Sitterheim threw away his honor to do the right thing. There's no restoration for that this late in the game. However, Such Rebecca is still pitiful. While I was thinking so, Leo started talking to the emperor. Your Majesty, may I say something? What? I would like to reward Sir Rebecca. It was her achievement that the letter was able to be delivered to your Majesty's hand. That's right. Saying so, Father nodded. It seems that Leo promised one of the knights of Earl Sitterheim to restore his honor, but it would be difficult to do that. Still, there's a way. Then I, the 8th Prince, Leonard Lakes Adler, will nominate Sir Rebecca to receive a noble title. Please bestow her a peerage. All right. I guess he understands what Leo wanted to say. Sir Rebecca, which title do you want? Why, Your Majesty, I don't need any title. So please, don't say anything more than that. Dennis has committed a crime. No matter what reason he had, there must be punishment. He wasn't such a criminal, Your Majesty. He was a proud imperial noble. Stripping him off his title is too much. I cannot praise the wrongdoer for doing a good deed at the end of his life. The crime he committed preceded that. Getting told by Father, tears spilled from Rebecca's eyes. Looking at such Rebecca, Father continues. Sir Rebecca, I will bestow a title upon you. Yes. Sir Rebecca will receive the noble title of Viscount Sitterheim. Viscount Sitterheim will also receive the Imperial Bronze Cross Medal for her achievement. You did good. The Imperial Bronze Medal can only be given to those who made a great contribution to the Empire. Although there are silver crosses and gold crosses as well, it is still rare for a bronze cross to be rewarded. This is the sign of Father's gratitude. He can't give praise to Earl Sitterheim who committed a crime, so he transferred his name to Rebecca and praised her. That's why Leo nominated her for a noble title. There are several such examples in the past. If the emperor was prevented from giving honest praise, it can be accomplished by using an indirect means like this. Viscount Rebecca von Sitterheim, give your thanks to His Majesty. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. The meaning of the tears she spilled changed. Father's word at the end was not to only praise Rebecca for her accomplishment but for Earl Sitterheim as well. Rebecca understands that. She kept crying like that for a while. The southern problems are deep-rooted. I will not forgive them. Franz, you understand, right? If we show them a strong attitude, they will also respond in kind though. You think I will tolerate being looked down upon by my own vassals? I am the emperor of this country. The people and nobles of this country are parts of me. I am the only one who can do whatever I like to them. I will personally investigate the south. Tell that to all the southern nobles. Saying so, Father shows his stance. It means that even if it comes to a civil war, he will not back down. Even if the country will be weakened in the process, the wrongdoings of his vassals will not be overlooked. He intends to show that to all his subjects. The situation proceeded according to Gordon's expectations. Still, I will not let him do whatever he wants. Chapter 106. The Knight Commander. The letter has reached Father's hand and he already placed both Xandra and the 5th consort under house arrest. It seems that they denied any involvement though. I explained the situation to Elna on the carriage as we are on our way to the Nabi Ritter garrison. Elna doesn't have a good history with Xandra and the 5th consort, so I thought that it might be refreshing for her, but there's not much reaction from her at all. Yeah, they would certainly say that. You seem indifferent to the news though. I don't care about them. When their brother and uncle are under suspicion from His Majesty, the first thing they do is to deny any involvement. I think that is very much like what they would do. I am convinced of that, but I still can't understand them. Do they even have the concept of family? Surely, those two's concept of a family is different from ours. I can't understand them either. The South is Xandra's important support base. If it is lost, Xandra will definitely drop out of the succession war. That's why Father immediately put her under house arrest. It would be troublesome if Xandra suddenly claimed the throne using the Southern Rebellion as a chance after all. It seems His Majesty also has it tough here. He has to continue keeping tabs on the succession war while running the empire after all. That's just how a succession war is. It's not something that's easy to handle in the first place. Recently, Otusama, said something strange. Elna mutters while looking out from the window of the carriage. It's rare for Elna to talk about the brave. He is someone who is always traveling around. There are only a few opportunities for them to meet in the first place. What did the brave say? He said that the succession war this time is strange. Strange? To be specific, what he meant was the recent development. From my father's perspective, it looks like that it has gone too far this time. Gone too far? What does he mean? Elna doesn't seem to fully understand either. She tilts her head while answering my question. He said that Her Highness Sandra and His Highness Gordon have changed a lot. They kept it hidden until now, but isn't it just because their true nature finally emerged? I told him that as well, but Otusama said that he wasn't convinced. Even if it was their true nature, he said that both of them should be capable enough to suppress it. The brave have known them ever since they were children after all. Maybe he just finds it hard to believe what they are truly capable of. It's a common story. It's understandable to be in disbelief when you see a good child changed into a bad person. Still, I think that the brave may have understood something like that more than I do. If he said it like that, then there must be something that aroused his suspicion. I think so too. But he said that recently, they began to stop caring about the benefit of the empire. I'm certain that every candidate never did something like that up until now. It would be a disaster if you inherit a ruined empire after all. That's right. If you put it like that, then it is certainly strange. We can settle it with that they have been affected by the poisonous nature of the succession war, but let's ask Gramps next time. He is the person who has witnessed the most succession wars among us. He may be able to grasp something. Well, I don't know whether he will give me a serious answer though. Let's leave it at that for the time being. We can't afford to think about their changes right now. That's true. They are already watching us. Saying so, Elna's gaze turned sharp. We are currently traveling on a straight path in the woods. So they already started observing us from the forest here. Quite thorough of them. Do you think I can convince them? Have some confidence. It will be fine since it's you, even if you say that. They are the former Knights of Justice, you know. That's exactly why it will be fine. I'm here with you too. If push comes to shove, then I will just beat them all up. That will break down the negotiation and there won't be any meaning that I come here, right? While sighing at Elna's words, the carriage stopped. It seems we have arrived. The one single night order in the Imperial Army. The Nabi Ritter Garrison. Section. It is a garrison that gives off the feeling of a military base. I step foot inside. They should already have been notified of our arrival, right? It seems that the notification may not reach them yet. The Nabi Ritter inside the garrison only observes us from a distance without approaching us. They don't seem like they have any intention to come to talk to us either. It is truly uncomfortable to be stared at by such a large number of soldiers. This feels bad. Let's go. They still haven't sent out a guide yet, you know. They probably don't have one in the first place. If you want to look. If you want to find someone, then do it by yourself. Getting such an impression from them, I begin walking into the garrison. The facilities are quite good. Since they are a special unit created by the emperor, they must have received a lot of budgets. When I was thinking about that, I heard a voice from behind. Look, it's that rumored prince. Is he here on a social call or something? So he can't even do a social call without someone from the Brave House as an escort her. Pathetic. 2 soldiers pointed at me and grinned. At that moment, I immediately grab Elna's arm. Elna's right hand had already touched the handle of her sword. Let go. I don't mind, so calm down. I do mind. Just let go already. If you really want to, you can just pull it off, right? Hearing that, Elna releases her hand from her sword with an expression that is a mix of sadness and anger. If she pulls her sword out here, it causes an uproar and we can forget about negotiation. But they are quite something. They can stay calm while looking at the angry Elna after all. They should have known how strong she is, but their courage to stay calm in the face of that is really impressive. As expected of the former knights who have corrected the wrongdoings of their lords here. What's wrong? Your Highness. Are you fine without being protected by that young lady from the Brave House? My knight has been rude. She is a real knight after all. It's normal for her to get angry when her master got ridiculed. She's different from someone who doesn't have any sense of loyalty, don't you think? When I provoked them in a loud voice, the atmosphere in the garrison completely changed. It has been only light-hearted ridicule before, but now the whole place grew tense. No matter how I think about it, the words I said were a step too far. Well, the one who started all this was the other side though. What are you trying to do by provoking us? It's fine, isn't it? You have been the one trying to test me earlier after all. Why did you stop me in the first place then? The one they were testing was me, right? While I was saying that, the soldiers kept gathering around us. They are all robust men. Being as well trained as they are, they can probably kill me without using any magic or weapons. What? Are you angry now? I will have you take it back. Your Highness. That thing about loyalty. The scarred knights that scarred the family crest of their lords. Don't you think that description is quite fitting for you guys? The soldiers who couldn't stand such ridicule close the distance. I was completely surrounded. The fact that they are able to have such an attitude toward a royalty like me clearly shows each of their strengths of will. They will never lower their heads for someone they do not recognize. That's the kind of will they have. Quite an interesting bunch, Your Highness. This our last piece of advice. Retract your words. If you want me to retract it, then show me something else with your action. You guys are the ones who started it first. Don't tell me the glorious Nabi Ritters don't even have the resolve to be hit back when they nonchalantly started ridiculing others. I can hear the sound of them gritting their teeth. When a young knight took a step in front, a voice came toward us. The knight commander is here. Make way. The moment they heard that, all the soldiers stepped aside and immediately stood upright. That's quite a big change. However, it seems that the knight commander has complete control of them. The soldiers who were full of vigor until now turned nervous. Then, a man walks toward us using the path opened by the soldiers. He is probably in his mid-30s, I guess. He is a man full of adult's charms. His face was so beautiful, like a stone statue crafted by an artist. The man looks at me with a fearless smile on his face. His smile was as if he just found something interesting. I didn't stop them because I thought that you were just a prince that visited us on a whim, so I was thinking about having my subordinates chase you off. Forgive me. Saying so, the man salutes. Following him, all the soldiers also saluted me. I am Colonel Lars Weigel, commander of the Nabi Ritter. Please forgive my subordinates for their rudeness, Your Highness Arnold. No, it was quite an interesting performance, Colonel. If Elna wasn't with me, I would have run away already. Please, you are joking. I can spot a coward with a glance, Your Highness. Please, this way. We'd love to hear what you want to say. Thus I met the leader of the Scarred Knights. Chapter 107. Personal Feelings. Allow me to apologize again for my subordinates' rude behavior. Please accept my apology. It's fine, don't worry about it. About that. It seems that Miss Elna is angrier about it than you do. I think that you guys were more gentlemanly when I visited you last time though. Hearing Elna, Lars smiles as we keep walking. He then drops the bomb. It's because my subordinates hate Prince Arnold type. Hate? Elna raised her eyebrows. Lars plainly nodded. I involuntarily laughed. He really is a blunt man. Ha ha ha, well, of course. Considering their past, I would be the type of person that they hate the most. Yes, we don't like those who sit at the top. Of course, that also includes me as well. Lars stares straight at me. If a woman looks at me like this, my heart would already skip a beat, but unfortunately, he's a man. It seems this Lars guy is still trying to test me. When I shrugged and responded, Lars also lightly laughed as we kept walking forward. Lars guided us into a room inside the garrison. The room was decorated with a shield bearing a diagonal cross, the symbol of Nabi Ritter. Please, sit down. Excuse me then. I said so and sat down on a chair. Elna also sits next to me, but her gaze is still sharp. No matter how you look at it, the Nabi Ritters do not welcome my arrival. Now, what kind of work can we help Your Highness with this time? We have a request for you, but I guess it is kind of impossible, huh? I smiled bitterly at the soldier who stood next to Lars. The eyes he looked at me with were clearly different from the ones he used to look at Elna. He is giving her his respect, but there was not a shred of that for me. I'm already used to it, but I can feel that it is kind of different from usual. I can feel that there is a deep trench between him and me. We won't know if it's impossible or not if you don't tell us. I can have my subordinate leave for the time being though. No, it's fine. More importantly, I want to hear more about you guys. About us? Yeah, you guys are former knights who chose justice over loyalty, right? I heard about you guys before, but it seems you guys are kind of different from what I was told. Hearing me, Lars smiles. It's not just some small impression. I can say that their image is the total opposite of their reputation that was known to the general public. They are so crude that I doubted if they were real knights. There must be a reason for that. Unless I can get that answer from them, I cannot ask for their help. Justice, is it? Lars murmured. He then sat down on a chair and looked straight at me. His gaze was one that if he used it on those who are faint of heart, they would already start shaking. It is the gaze of a man who has crossed many dangerous lines in his life. While staring at me with such a gaze, he started talking. We do not like that word as much as the people think we are. Who? I turn my sight toward Elna. Then I ask her in a small voice. Is this why you don't want to recommend them? Yes, but this might be even more serious than I expected. The reason why Elna said that I am more suited to this task than Leo is probably they have a fault or two. If they don't idolize justice, then I am certainly better to negotiate with them than Leo. Your Highness. We all are those who once showed our disloyalty. We cannot deny that we betrayed our lords. But the one who truly committed the crime were your lords, right? Exactly. That was why we resolved to break our oath and betrayed our lords. We thought that what we did was for the country and the people. However, what was waiting for us was a hell where we have no place to belong. Everyone sings us praise, but no one dares to approach. That was how we got here. You lost the place you belong for justice. That's why they turned more coarse. Well, to summarize it, yes. For His Majesty, he felt that it would be a shame to not have someone like us around, but once we betrayed our lords, we can no longer be trusted. On the other hand, if things went on as it was, we would disappear. That's why this unit was created. We were formed because of justice, but we are being treated like a nuisance despite the fact that we did what we did for country and people. What he said is true. If there are people like the Nabi Ritus, it will keep the nobles in check. Well, the effect of that is not significant, but it's better to have them than not. However, they can't expect to be welcomed. This is because people who prioritize their own justice are difficult to handle in an organization. Even if it is for the sake of the country or the people, the ones who choose to move are them as an individual. They did not move because they received an order from the emperor. But the Nabi Ritter's strength is even recognized by Elna. For what reason have they become so strong? It can't be helped being rough or rotten as they like, right? Their values are something they created themselves. Strength is simple. The stronger you become, the more of their value they can assert. I see. I mostly understand them now. They are both former knights and former upholders of justice. They have been those who put their ideal and justice above everything else in the past. As a result of their decision, they have become a realist and their nature changed from a knight to that of a soldier. But the essence of a person doesn't change so easily. People say that you guys betrayed your lords, but from your perspective, it would be more correct to say that you guys have been betrayed by your country and people, right? Even so, you still train yourselves. Is it because you are still loyal to the country and the people? We are soldiers. We have the duty to serve our country and its people. There's no room for personal feelings in there. Don't dodge the question, Colonel. How about you giving it to me directly? You guys still want a place where you can be active. You still want to be needed. Am I wrong? And what if we are? Lars returned the question as if to test me out. I understood them now. All that is left is to persuade them. We can't mobilize them by giving them orders. What we need is for them to willingly offer their help. I will prepare it for you. The place that you wish for. Let me ask you then. Where is this place you speak of? Do you know about the situation in the south? To a certain extent, yes. I think we can expect a civil war soon. I want to stop that. We will strike their base with a surprise attack using an elite unit and take down Duke Kruger. We can end the war before it can even begin. I don't think such a plan will succeed though. Leonard will be the one who leads this operation using the guise of the Emperor's envoy. We need an elite unit to escort him. If we use the Imperial Guards, they will be cautious of us, so we need a unit that is comparable to them in strength. That's why I came here to ask you to play that role. Lars's subordinate frowned at my plan. He immediately realized that the plan is too dangerous. The same goes for Lars. So we need to act as a shield that protects your brother. Right. I guess you can put it like that as well. We will comply if we receive a formal order. Unless that happens, I will have to turn you down. That's no good. I don't need those who have to be forced by an order to take part in this operation. Sorry, but I need someone who would happily throw away their life for this mission. I made it to be voluntary. These guys are disappointed by the country and the people. Still, I told them to give up their lives. Moreover, those words came from me who won't even head out to the field myself. That will be difficult. We are no one's pawn after all. I know. I ask you while fully aware of that. Is it for the people? If a civil war happens, many people will suffer. Do you want us to march to our death for that precious ideal of yours? That's wrong. That's Leo's ideal, not mine. The feelings I use to ask you to do this is much more personal. And what kind of feeling is that? My brother is important to me. I don't want him to die. So protect him for me. Lars opens his eyes in surprise. He probably never thought that such words would come up here. I grinned and looked straight back into Lars's eyes. I don't care whether it is for the succession war, for the country, or for the people. If my brother is walking into certain death, I want to find the strongest ally for him. That is my desire. You guys are strong. If you are willing to protect Leo, then I can be assured. That's an unexpected answer. But, personally, that kind of answer is more preferable to me. Lars says that with a smile and stands up. He then slowly lowered his head. Personally, I wouldn't mind laying down my life for you. However, it is probably different for my subordinate. Your aim would be for us all to give you our cooperation, correct? Will you be able to convince them? Can you set up a place for me to do that? I can. However, if you do not put anything at stake, I doubt my subordinates will be willing to throw away their lives for you. Do you have enough confidence to do that? To Lars's question, I shook my head sideways. Seeing that, Lars's smile grew even wider. Then, he opened the door and said this. I will gather my subordinates. It will be quite a sight to see you convince them. Don't expect too much. I'm the dull prince after all. I'm not someone great, you know. I think there are two types of people that people would be willing to lay down their lives for. The first one is a person who has everything, a very charismatic person that people naturally want to follow. The other one is a person who lacks many things, a person that people want to offer their help to. You seem like the latter, but strangely, to me, you also have the characteristics of the former as well. Is that a compliment? Just an honest evaluation. After such an exchange, I stood in front of the Nabi Ritter. Chapter 108. Pledge of the Dull Prince. The Nabi Ritter has around 1,000 men. They are something like an independent battalion. Now, those men have gathered before me with Lars's command. His Highness the Prince has something to say to you all. Lars said that and went down from the stand to yield the spot to me. I climbed up and looked at the face of the 1,000 members of the Nabi Ritter. Every one of them is looking at me with a sharp expression. Without saying anything unnecessary, I cut straight to the point. There is a sign of conflict in the south. If a civil war happens, it will be a large one. Me and my brother, Leonard, came up with a plan to attack them by surprise to stop that from happening. To that end, we require an elite unit. I am here in front of you today to talk about that. After briefly explaining the situation, I paused. Most of their expressions indicated that they have already expected that kind of development. It means the South is that active. Weapons and food, if you follow their trail, you will notice when and where they have begun to flow unnaturally. To a soldier, the Southern noble's intention should be clear as day. The plan is for Leo to infiltrate the enemy's base as an envoy and defeat the enemy's leader, Duke Kruger. If I am to give you an order, then your mission would be to protect Leo. However, this mission is a dangerous and difficult one. I don't want to leave my younger brother's life in the hands of someone who just following orders. I want you to volunteer. After I said that, silence took over for a while. There are those who are honestly surprised by the ridiculous proposal and those who are clearly showing their disdain. There are various kinds of expressions, but none of them are positive ones. Well, that's only natural, I guess. I am the one who said it, but I can't help but find it just as ridiculous. A lot of people will suffer if the civil war happens in the South. The empire will also be weakened. That's why Leo decided to head to the South despite knowing full well of the danger. Even if I am not his brother, I think that his resolve to do that is splendid. His ideal is also wonderful. However, I am different from Leo. No matter how beautiful you put it, my heart will not change. I don't want my younger brother to die. That's why I want you to keep him alive. Terrible as it is, this is my personal request. Nobles are selfish, but what's even more selfish than them are royalties. Most things will be forgiven as long as you are one and the value of your life is incomparable to others. It has been protecting me since I was born and continues to do so even to this moment. It won't stop protecting you even if you live like me or Trauneson. You won't starve even if you don't work, and at worst, people would just ridicule or complain to your face. Such words from a royalty like me would be unthinkable for the members of the Nabi Ritter. Your Highness, may I ask you something? I allow it. A young soldier raised his hand and asked me a question. His gaze was very direct. He probably corrected his lord with the same gaze as well. While I was thinking about such a thing, the soldier stated his question. Will your Highness be taking part in this operation as well? I will not. I see. So you asked us to throw away our lives without nothing to lose her. Contempt appeared on many of the unit members' faces. Whatever I say from an ivory tower, it will not reach these people. Taking no risk nor responsibility, nobody would choose to follow such a person. You need a resolve in order to move people. No, I will properly place something on the line as well. What is it? Money? Your position? I don't think the Nabi Ritters would move for such insignificant things. What I will bet is my life. For a moment, everyone's expressions turned blank. Then a roar of laughter followed. The heck is that prince saying? It was that kind of laughter. A nonsense from a young prince who doesn't know the weight of life or the meaning of resolve. They probably think that I just said that I will bet my life for the sake of it. I can get that kind of feeling just by looking at them. In front of them, I hold up a dagger. Everyone calls me the dull prince. There's nothing wrong with that. I may have many things taken away from me by Leo inside my mother's womb, but that doesn't mean I don't have anything left. Saying so, I aim the dagger in my right hand at my left. There is a ritual called blood oath in the imperial family. It is a ritual where a member of the imperial family who is normally in a position where they will never shed their blood, injures themselves and makes an oath with the spilled blood and pain. It is already an obsolete ritual. Just from studying the record, there hasn't been anyone who has done it in 100 years. The reason is that there's no meaning to it. It is not a ritual that has any magical compulsion, simply an action that provides self-satisfaction. It is a pledge that will only hold if the other party believes in the pledge's determination. Once upon a time, an emperor had succeeded in making a peace declaration through this ritual, but it was only succeeded because the king of the other country was also a wise king. It would be meaningless if the other party just looked down on you and laughed. The only thing that will remain would be the pain and a scar. Still, to a member of the imperial family, it doesn't change the fact that this ritual is absolute. No matter how much people tell me to live properly, I only laugh at them. I've lived as I like. However, this time I have a responsibility to fulfill. That is my responsibility to my younger brother. I was born before him, so I became his older brother. At that moment, I took responsibility as his older brother. Being incompetent as I am, that is an important responsibility I was left with. I stare at Elna. Elna shakes her head as her face is turning blue, but I tell her what I want without averting my eyes. Elna von Emsberg, you will be the witness to my pledge. Oh. Can you? Hearing my question, Elna silently kneels down. Then, I accept the duty. Good. Listen well. This is the pledge of the dull prince. A pledge from someone who is the laughingstock of the whole empire. Witness it well. Then I pierced my left hand with the dagger. The dagger penetrated my skin and deeply pierced my palm. Intense pain and heat run through my body. I want to roll around screaming how painful it was right now. However, I can't do that. I have to make my pledge without losing to the pain. I, 7th Prince Arnold Lakes Adler hereby swears. If the operation in the south fails, I swear that I will take the responsibility with my life. I swear upon this blood and pain that this pledge is absolute. Elna von Emsberg. As the witness, if the content of this pledge is not fulfilled, you must kill me. I accept. Elna nods with a crying face. Seeing that, I pull out the dagger from my left hand. A large amount of blood flows out and a reddish-black wound enters my sight. Rather than the pain, the heat I felt was overwhelming. My consciousness grew faint, but I endured it and showed that wound to all the Nabi-Ritus. Look at this wound. This is the proof that I bet everything for my brother's life. Even if you will not respond to my resolve, this will never change. This wound is something that I should be proud of. This must be the same for you guys. The moment you scarred the crest of your lords, you did not receive any reward. You didn't do it because you wanted to become an imperial knight. You didn't do it because you want to be bestowed a peerage. You did it because you thought that you can't leave things as they are and decided to do it out of your own free will. I didn't say that they did it while not hoping for something in return. I simply said that even though they didn't receive anything in return, what they decided to do never changed. Your resolve never changes. You stood up for our country and its people. If you believe that what you did was correct, then don't waver just from how the others see you. Just because you didn't receive any reward doesn't mean that what you did has no meaning. The scarred crest you bear should be the symbol of your pride. Even if people say that it was a symbol of betrayal, if your will is still unshaken, then push out your chest. The scars you carved are no different than mine. Stop looking down on yourself because you chose to make that scar for the sake of someone else. Righteousness is not something indestructible. It is something fickle that can be changed depending on your position, and each person has their own view on it. Still, when they did it, they believed that they were doing the right thing. And the unchanging fact is that their lords were punished. Afterward, they may not be accepted, they may not be welcomed. However, that is not important. Even if you are scarred, you have kept your pride. You have kept your belief. That's what's important. You don't have to care about what others are saying. As long as you believe in it, those voices are insignificant. You are the one who decides the meaning of your scar. Let me ask you, Knights of Scar, our enemy is Duke Kruger, leader of the Southern Nobles. It is a dangerous mission where we have to infiltrate the enemy's territory. Is there anyone who wants to accompany my brother on such a mission? You might die in this mission. So that's why I only want those who can keep moving forward according to their own pride and belief. Pain and heat increase over time. Despite that, I do not stop raising my left hand. Blood kept dripping down to my arm. If it is going to flow, then just flow. If this blood can buy Leo allies, then this is but a cheap price. Silence enveloped the scene. In that silence, the young soldier who first asked me the question opened his pendant with a clicking noise. Inside is an old family crest. It was a crest that he himself damaged. Then, the young soldier raised his face and performed a salute with his right hand. I, 2nd Lieutenant Bernd Lerner, volunteers for the mission. The step he took surely required a lot of courage. Still, his expression was bright. I will leave my brother in your hand. 2nd Lieutenant Lerner. Yes, sir. I will do my best to not bring shame to your scar, Your Highness Arnold. With that as the start, many people started to salute and volunteer. In a blink of an eye, everyone stood upright and saluted. Then, Lars, who was standing beside me, took a step forward and saluted. The Nabi Ritters hereby volunteer for your mission, Your Highness Arnold. You have my thanks, Colonel. We are the ones who should express our gratitude. You have understood the value of our scars. With that, we have understood the value of yours. We shall swear upon your scar. We will protect His Highness Leonard without fail, and we will not let you die. I appreciate that. Then I will have to ask you to immediately make preparations. My brother is waiting after all. Roger that. All men, prepare for sorties. We are heading to the imperial capital. Upon receiving Lars's command, everyone swiftly moves out. While looking at them, my vision turned blurry, but I did not fall. I have a knight who continues to support me at my side after all. You really are stupid. Sorry. I thought that they wouldn't take it seriously without a witness. Elna sits me down on the spot and treats my wound with a bandage. I stabbed it pretty deep so it might leave a scar. If you have a skilled healer at the capital look at it, the wound should close up immediately. If you wish for it, that is. I'm all right. Having a scar isn't a bad thing. It's like a medal to me. Idiot. Let me tell you this first. I'm a woman who can throw away her pride and honor to break a promise, you know. I will never kill Ul. What are you saying immediately after I made the pledge? However, I can't say anything to her. It was I who rashly acted first after all. Now there's even more reason that we can't afford to lose her. It's all right. They should put even more effort into the mission than usual this time. The dull prince who they have ridiculed showed such a resolve after all. I'm sure they will give it their all. Then it should be okay her. Ha. I already said I'm sorry, right? Don't make that kind of face anymore. Perhaps she doesn't like that I was smiling as she put even more power into tying the bandage. Oh. There's no next time, okay? I will cut everything down the next time you try to do something reckless and make me worry, all right? Spare me from worrying about you more than this. Saying so, Elna turned around and hid her face from me. That's an Elna-like advice. Elna might really destroy the Empire for real if I make her worry about me again her. I have to be careful not to let that happen. But I guess I don't have to worry much about that her. Our preparations are completed. The rest is to infiltrate them without rousing their caution. With that, Xandra will drop out of the rest and Gordon's ambition will be destroyed. From now on it's time to strike back. Chapter 109. Worth a try. At the time Ul and the others are heading back to the capital. The ministers, princes, and influential nobles were gathered by the emperor. The South has refused my investigation. Emperor Johannes briefly declares in front of the gathered people. The emperor holds absolute power in the empire. Declining his request for an investigation is nothing less than a rebellion. What's on everyone's mind is that it is finally happening. Most of the southern nobles and their cities have gathered under Duke Kruger and formed a southern confederacy. They have closed their gates and started preparing for defense. Everyone was angry at Franz's report. By doing whatever they pleased, they are showing that they are making light of the central government. It's a show that they don't take them seriously. We should immediately dispatch the army. The majority of the people gathered proposed to dispatch the army. Franz, on the other hand, gives his calm opinion. The Confederacy's aim is probably His Majesty's concession. If we give them that, the situation should not develop into a civil war. If we make such a precedent, it will only cause more rebellion to follow. That's right. We have to be firm in our actions. Franz is accused of being soft, but he simply did it to observe the attitude of the meeting participants for everyone's opinions. The reason for this meeting is to find a more effective response. Franz wasn't looking for such a simple answer like sending out the army. The same goes for the emperor. Time may come that we will eventually have to send out the army, but what can we do before that? That's the question I would like to ask everyone here. Your Majesty, forgive my rudeness, but the time for that has already passed. They are raising their weapons against us. We must respond in kind. That's right, that's right. Such voices continue affirming that opinion. The emperor let out a small sigh. Eric, who has an influence over the nobles and ministers, did not participate in this meeting. The reason being, he has to restrain the movement of other countries as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Perhaps that's the reason the opinions of the nobles and ministers here are being concentrated on one side. Your Majesty. Among the heated-up voices of the nobles, Gordon raises his voice. He then stepped in front of Johannes, looking straight at him with a gallant expression. What is it? Gordon. Please give me control over the Central Army. I will immediately annihilate the southern rebels for you. The nobles and ministers were delighted at his words. Though not as much as Liza, Gordon is a general who has been consistently showing his strong military might on the battlefield. He hates the job of defending the border and he has no opportunity to act lately, but he is still one of the most valuable generals of the imperial capital. If that Gordon would lead the army, then, as he stated, he would soon annihilate the southern rebels. But of course, some were still against such a proposal. Please wait. Your Highness Gordon. As the Minister of Finance, I can't approve of this, said the old man who has served the Empire as the Minister of Finance for a long time. Gordon glances at the old minister. What did you say? At the moment, the Empire's financial status cannot be said to be in good shape. Starting with the mass outbreak of monsters and the previous southern incident, the supply chain was delayed and the people are suffering because of it. If we start a large-scale civil war now, it will cause a major blow to the Empire's economy. I will end it immediately. This war will not last long. I cannot agree with that. This is not the matter of simply finishing the war early, Your Highness. Hearing the words of the old minister, Gordon angrily takes a step forward, but at that moment, Leo, who was silent until then, spoke up. Your Majesty. Everyone focuses their attention on Leo. Leo lined up next to Gordon, knelt down, and started stating his proposal. The Southern Rebellion is my responsibility. Could Your Majesty give me a chance to correct my error? Correcting your error? Do you want to be dispatched as a general? The ministers who had placed their expectations on Leo looked disappointed for a moment. However, Leo shook his head. No, I have a plan. Who? You have a plan to deal with this situation? Yes, I have. Let's hear it then. Yes. Please appoint me as the envoy to negotiate with Duke Kruger. I will enter his base as Your Majesty's envoy and launch an ambush from the inside. If I can capture or defeat him before the war begins, the Confederates will collapse. Johannes leans on the plan. Among all the proposals to dispatch the army, Leo's proposal is very attractive. For you to bring this up means that you are aware of the danger attached to this plan, correct? Yes, the mistake I made must be corrected with my own hands. Saying so, Leo glances at Gordon beside him. He met eyes with Gordon, who was glaring sharply at him, but he only lightly smiled in return. The promise he made with Gordon is that he won't interfere with him during the war. As long as the Emperor hasn't decided to start the war, it could not be said that the war is ongoing. Again, the fact that the Emperor is sending out an envoy means that the war still officially hasn't started yet. Since he will be perceived as conducting a negotiation as the Emperor's envoy, he will not be breaking any promise with Gordon. Gordon is probably also aware of that as he glares at Leo with an irritated look, but Leo simply acts nonchalantly as if he doesn't notice anything. However, the upper hand Leo finally obtained was interrupted by an unexpected person. I think that is quite a good plan. What do you think, Franz? The plan is certainly sound, but I am against it. Prime Minister? Why? Prince Leonard is excellent in both military and civil affairs and has a great reputation among our people. Although I do think that he would be a great envoy, he is also the hero who solved the southern incident. Duke Kruger wouldn't let down his vigilance against him. So how about we send someone else? Prince Gordon has too much military achievement. The one Duke Kruger will let his guard down to the most would be His Highness Arnold, but it would be difficult for him to lead the ambush after he entered the Duke's castle. Not to mention that leaving such an important task to him would arouse the Duke's caution in the first place. Johannes thinks over Franz's words. The plan itself is good, but there are problems with the people who will execute it. With the feeling that it needs some improvement, Johannes asks Franz for a suggestion. Do we have someone who suits the job? The envoy needs to have a decent rank. We need someone who has a rank that can speak on your Majesty's behalf. A member of the imperial family is preferable, but someone who has a status comparable to that would be fine as well. Then who? I really do not want to say it. Franz mutters. Johannes frowns at him, but Franz pays no mind to that and keeps his mouth shut. At that time, a person entered the throne room. Everyone's gaze gathered at the newcomer. Excuse my rudeness. Your Majesty. Finn. What's wrong? Did something happen? I came here thinking that there might be something I can do, but it seems I am not wrong. Saying so, Finn smiled and looked at Franz. Franz slightly averted his eyes from her. With that, Johannes was able to understand the meaning of Franz's words. Franz. Don't tell me, you are proposing for Finn to lead the envoy. She's a good fit. If we attach His Highness Leonard as her advisor, the plan should probably work. Duke Kruger would never think that your Majesty would endanger the Blaumo after all. Obviously. Finn is neither a soldier nor a knight. She has no official position in the Empire either. It's one thing if it's the problem related to Duke Kleinet, but are you going to risk her life in the southern conflict? Ever since your Majesty bestowed that hair ornament to her, in a certain sense, she has already been given an official position. Don't bring up such sophism. Sending a girl who doesn't even have the ability to fight to the enemy territory. What would happen if they fail? In the case of failure, His Highness Leonard also bears the same risk, Your Majesty. Leonard is a prince. He is involved in it from the start as the inspector. The responsibility he bears is incomparable to Finn. Johannes strongly stares at Franz and turns to Finn. Then, back down, Finn. We will come up with another plan. No, Your Majesty. Please leave that role to me. I won't. Your Majesty. The people are suffering because of the problems caused by the nobles. Even in different territories, the obligation of a noble is still the same. The role of the imperial nobles is to protect the people of the empire. By avoiding this civil war, many people will be saved. The southern people will not be sacrificed and our citizens will not suffer from hunger. I'm Finn von Kleinet, a daughter of a duke. That's all the reason I need to risk my life. If I can't stand up in the face of people's suffering, then there's no value for me to be a noble. Finn coming here was both coincidence and inevitability. When everyone is desperately moving around, what can she do? Thinking long and hard on that question, Finn decided to come to this place. Neither Al nor Leo told her to do anything. Both of them never took Finn into account after all. However, Finn understood her own strengths. The fact that the Emperor bestowed that hair ornament and that she is important to him. These 2 points will be the greatest weapon to keep their opponent's vigilance at bay. Finn understood it better than anyone. Fine. Please allow me to go, Your Majesty. The gathering of the southern nobles is not so solid. I'm sure that there are many who had to cooperate because they don't have a choice, not to mention the knights and soldiers who serve under them. However, once you cross blades with them, hatred will be born. It could eventually cause future disaster for the Empire. I want to stop that from happening. Your Majesty. This is for the Empire. Take the Imperial Knights with you, Johannes said with a distressing look. However, Finn declines that. The Imperial Knights will make the enemy more cautious of us. It will not make sense to include them in this operation. Saying so, Finn smiles. When Al and Elna went off to persuade the Nabi Ritter, there was not a shred of worry in her mind. The fact that she fearlessly nominated herself was also because of her complete trust in Al. If she will be accompanied by the troop Al went out of his way to persuade, there will be no problem. The only thing she worried about was whether Al would be upset at her for arbitrarily doing things again. Only that small worry exists in Finn's mind. She has such an easygoing attitude for someone who bears the responsibility to take a group of soldiers behind the enemy's line. I can't leave your protection to anyone other than the Imperial Knights. But Your Majesty, it is true that the Imperial Knights will surely arouse their suspicion. Then what should we do? The Emperor's wrath echoes through the throne room. What remained was only silence. Everyone was at a loss. At that timing, a prince finally decided to show his face. Father. Arnold. Where did you go when we are having such an important meeting? Well, I have a little work to do. The scolded Earl frowned as he entered the throne room. For a moment, his sight met with Finn's. Looking at the apologetic expression on her face, Earl smiles. Then, he decided to state his business quickly before the next scold came flying at him. About the escort unit. There is a unit I would like to recommend. What? Come in. The moment Earl said that, Lars entered the throne room wearing his military uniform. His chest is bearing the Nabi Ritter badge. Lars Weigel. Why are you here? His Highness Arnold has told us the details. We Nabi Ritters will be volunteering for this operation. Saying so, Lars salutes. It was quite a rare sight. The Nabi Ritter has been mobilized many times in the past, but every time they were ordered. There have been none of the cases where they volunteer. Just now, the said Nabi Ritter states that they have volunteered for the mission. The nobles' voices are buzzing at such an abnormal situation. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you want us to leave His Highness Leonard and Finsama to you? Please rest assured. We will protect them without fail. Don't mess around. Who would be able to leave them to a betrayer like you? We certainly betrayed our lords before. We couldn't overlook the injustice committed by our lords back then. However, please do not worry. It is exactly because of that we will never turncoat to the like of the southern nobles. We are the scarred knights. Injustice itself is our enemy. The nobles were silent at Lars's words. This is because, circumstances speaking, Lars was right. The expression of everyone there is not exactly a good one either. However, on his throne, Johannes raises a question at Lars. There have been many such opportunities before, but you never move. Why do you decide to do it now? We were asked so strongly to protect his younger brother, Your Majesty. To not respond to that. The few remaining pride as a knight in us would never allow it. Lars then looks at Earl. Johannes also turned his sight toward him and noticed the bandage that was wrapped around his hand. Generally understanding what Earl did, he let out a huge sigh and gave his order. The Nabi Ritter will escort Leonard and Finn. I will leave Leonard to lead this operation. The details of the operation will be at your discretion. Your Majesty, instead of using such an uncertain plan, please entrust the army to me. It is surely an uncertain plan, but it is still worth a try. But be prepared. I will allow you to gather the army, but I will not allow you to mobilize yet. Understood. Saying so, Gordon withdraws. A dark light lurking in his eyes. Chapter 110. Encouraging guests. Seriously, you are so reckless. My apologies. After the meeting was over, I and Finn returned to my room. Finn seems to be apologetic. If possible, I don't want to put her in danger. Well, since you already nominated yourself, there's no helping it anymore. It is as the Prime Minister said, you are certainly the most suited person for this. That being said, let's make this operation as foolproof as possible. I'm sorry for troubling you again. It's all right. I understand why you did it. It's really like Finn to want to do something in this situation. And this time Finn's feelings match with various kind benefits. It's not something that I should blame her for. Arnold Sama. Saying so, Sebas appears without a sound. I asked Sebas to collect information while I was away from the capital, but the purpose of his appearance is kind of different this time. What is it? Sebas. Encouraging guests have arrived at a good time, sir. Saying so, Sebas opens the door. Emerging from the other side of the door were two familiar faces. It's been a long time, Your Highness Arnold. Duke Rainfeld. Anne. Jürgen entered the room. As always, his smile can easily make people around him relax. Behind him, a boyish brown-haired girl quietly entered the room. Linfia. Lieslotsama told me that I can leave my sister to her, so, to repay your favor, I have come to swing my sword for both your highnesses once again. You haven't changed her. But thank you for coming back to us. I have just the right work for you. I heard the details from Sebas-san. It seems that Finsama is also going this time, correct? Yes. I thought that I could do something about this situation, so I nominated myself. Linfia gazing at Finn softly and lightly smiles. She then says in a strong voice, I think that's very like you, Finsama. Please rest assured. I will do everything I can to assist you. Yes. It seems our force is mostly ready. Sebers, Sieg, and Linfia with the addition of Lars and his Nabi Ritus. With Leo leading them, if they can safely sneak into the enemy's base, the chance of success is very high. However, there's no way that disguising an ambush using an Imperial envoy is His Highness Leonard's idea. It is Your Highness Arnold's plan, correct? Yeah, Elna told me that I really have a bad personality earlier as well. Ha ha ha, for a knight it would certainly look like that. But won't this cause a problem for His Highness Leonard's image? We have thought about that. Finn will go as the leader of the envoy with Leo leading her escorts. The South will almost certainly accept the envoy. After all, it's the Emperor's envoy. If they refuse, there might be no more negotiation in the future. That would be unacceptable for the Southern nobles. Even if all the South join forces, the Empire still has an overwhelming advantage. If they want to get their concession, they have to take this chance. The plan is like this. His Majesty is sending an envoy to the Southern Confederation, but the content is actually the final warning for Duke Kruger. The final message to the Duke is that if he doesn't bend the knees, he will face the consequence. Finn will be the one who relays that message. It will show that we are offering him a chance to turn over a new leaf, but if the other side still insists on attacking us, the fault will lie with them. But I think they would confirm the content of the negotiation before we set out though. We will prepare 2 letters and switch them immediately right before we start the negotiation. If they refuse the letter, they will be subjected to punishment. The story will change from us using an Imperial envoy as a ploy to capture them into the envoy handing down the righteous punishment. It would be illogical for other countries to criticize us, and it will not affect their trust for both the Empire and Leo. In the first place, the relationship between the Emperor and the Southern nobles is that of a lord and his subject. They are not in a position where they can start negotiating on equal footing. This is simply a one-sided order. The Southern nobles would rejoice as they mistakenly think that the Emperor is willing to negotiate with them, but in truth, the Emperor is unwilling to make that concession and sent Finn out to relay his final warning to Duke Kruger. That is the scenario. This plan is available to us because it is clear which side is at a higher standing than the other, since this is not a negotiation between 2 equal countries. Well, some factions in the foreign countries may have their distrust toward us, but it is hard to say that it would be a consensus between all of them. I see. As expected from Your Highness Arnold. If possible, I want to do this more straightforwardly, but there's no other way. There's no way around it since you have been acting on the defensive from the start. However, this time you have taken the initiative. No, it would be more correct to say that you took it back. This is very important for the plan to succeed. However, such an initiative can easily be taken by anyone. Is the information control going well? That's a Jürgen-like question. To answer that, I gave him a firm nod. The Imperial capital garrison is already checking anyone who comes in and out of the capital. Is that all? No, I asked the Brave House to block all the route to the south. With the knights from the Brave House manning every route, it would be impossible even to someone who is familiar with covert operations to slip through unnoticed. As far as the Southern Civil War itself is concerned, there are not many of its elements that would affect the succession war. Since the Emperor has already adopted our strategy, there is no problem for the Brave House to assist us in safekeeping the intel about our mission. With this, information leakage is unlikely. There is still some concern, but I have an idea of how to deal with it. It seems your preparation is quite thorough. I have nothing left to say. Do you have anything I can assist with? Right. Are you going to stay in the Imperial capital for a while? Yes, I intend to. Then can you use your connection as a duke and move the merchants for us? I don't mind, but how do you want me to move them? Even if it is only for a brief period, the South is going to be hostile toward the Empire. There is a concern about the deterioration of security, so the people will face a shortage of food supply. I would like to prepare for that. I see. That would be my specialty. I will do it. Saying so, Jürgen gives me a refreshing smile. If Jürgen and the Ajin Company move, it should be possible to secure us more manpower. If we hire adventurers and use them as escorts, we should be able to more or less circulate the money around as well. In case of an emergency, Using the money I earned as silver is also a reasonable option. The problem won't easily end with just the defeat of Duke Kruger. Rather, the hard part will be coming afterward. That's right, Finn-sama. Please take this. As if she just remembered, Linfia handed Finn a flute. It's clear just by seeing it that it is a fairly high-ranking magic tool. I was given this by an old dwarf who got lost in the city. It seems that if you blow it, its sound will be able to reach your allies. Isn't this quite an amazing item? I think Finn-sama will be needing it more than me. Saying so, Linfia gave Finn the flute. Finn looks at me as if she was in trouble, but I quietly nod at her. The situation in which Finn would use it would surely be a dangerous one. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem if I go to her aid as silver, even if it will cause more problems later. That's not something that I would risk overlooking. I probably will throw everything away and go to her side when such time arrives. It would be more assuring for me if Finn holds on to it too. I understand. I will be borrowing it this time. Saying so, Finn politely received the flute from Linfia. But a lost dwarf her. Moreover, an old one too. I thought of a person for a moment but immediately dismissed it. I haven't heard of him being in the Empire. There's no way he would be here. Well, even in the off chance that he's here, he would never cooperate with the southern nobles, so he probably wouldn't show his face this time. Then I will get to work immediately. I will also go to Leo-sama's place as well. Yugen immediately started moving while Finn and the other left to join Leo. Only Sebas and I are left in the room. You have something to report? Yes. It seems that Sonia Dono is being forced to serve under His Highness Gordon because he has taken hostages to use them against her. This is simply what I heard, but it seems that her adoptive father was originally considered to be a genius strategist. I see. Then her movement is understandable. No matter how far you fall, you can get a certain degree of success. That was certainly a move an intelligent guy would make. Still, it seems she misread Gordon her. That guy can't be measured using a normal standard. This time he will perhaps be using some unorthodox means as well. We will leave Sonia's matter alone. We cannot afford to worry about her right now. Understood. Then I will be standing by at His Highness Leonard's side. How do you intend to move from now on, Arnold-sama? The flow of information has been almost cut off, but there is still a guy who would leak our information to the outside. I see. His Highness Gordon, is it? Yeah, I will keep watch on him. We don't know what he is going to do after all. Sorry, but I will leave Leo to you. If something bad happens, I will come flying to you. Still, the trouble will probably be originating from my side though. While thinking about such a thing, I started anticipating Gordon's next move. Chapter 111. Departure. The day of departure. Only me and Finn are in the room. It's almost time, isn't it? Right. Well, the preparations are completed. Unless something unexpected happens, everything should be okay. Yes, there's no need to worry. Saying so, Finn smiles to reassure me. Seeing her like that, I stay silent for a little. There have been many cases that something unexpected happened so far. I can't say that it won't happen this time. Finn will be standing at the center of it. She is now in danger more than ever. I will be honest. I don't want you to go if possible. I'm really sorry. You are strong. Finn quietly lowers her head and raises it up. There was not a shred of worry on her face. What made it possible is her trust in others. She really is strong to be able to place so much trust in others. I'm not strong at all. I have been reminded of how helpless I am every day after all. You are. Is it surprising? I have always wanted to help Ulsama, you know. I'm thankful for that, but you have already helped me enough as you are. No, it's not enough at all. I'm your sharer of secrets. I should be lightening your burden. But all I can do is helplessly watch as you get hurt. Finn's line of sight turned to my left hand. The bandaged left hand looks a little painful as it has not been fully cured yet. However, thanks to this wound, the Nabi-Ritus will do their best to protect them. It's not a big deal. Even small scratches can turn into a big scar. My duty is to prevent you from getting seriously hurt. I take pride in that. When Finn looked straight at me, I made a bitter smile. Then, Finn's cheeks inflated a little bit. I'm being serious here, you know. Yeah, I know. I just thought that your serious expression was a little unexpected, that's all. Hey, are you making fun of me? I'm not. I understand that you really are worried about me. So let me tell you this. I am worried about you too. You are gentle and always tread on the right path. To me, you are an important guiding beacon. I would be troubled if you are gone. Since the succession war started, my 3 older brothers have changed. For that to not happen to me as well, I need Finn by my side. So that no matter how many evil plans I have to use, I do not become a fiend. I will never use a plan that Finn shows clear disapproval of. If I do that, I too will also fall into the darkness of the succession war. Leo would never do anything that Finn clearly disapproved of as well. To not let that happen, I want Finn to stay as our guiding light. So, if something happens, you must blow the flute right away. I will definitely come to help you. No matter what I'm doing, no matter who I'm with, I will give you my top priority. If you put it like that, then it will be troubling for me. There must be more important things that Ulsama has to do, right? No, you are my top priority. Of course, I will finish other tasks as much as I can. Is that so? Then I will be counting on you when the time comes. Yeah, leave it to me. Saying so, I fearlessly smile. I have to give Finn as much peace of mind as I can, so that she doesn't have to worry about me. It's almost time. It's that time already, her. Looking at the clock, I get up. After this, Finn will join Leo and the others for their departure. I will also be keeping watch on Gordon after this. With that being the case, there won't be many chances for us to meet. We do not have time for that after all. So I was thinking if I haven't talked enough with her. But I couldn't think of anything. While I was thinking about that, Finn opened the door. Let's go. Why, yeah. As I scratched my head as I was being awkward. While I was doing that, Finn grinned. Then, Ulsama. Ulsama has been helping me ever since the first time we met. I will always believe in you. So I am not worried. No matter what happens, I will not be afraid. So please send me off without worry about me. I don't remember helping you out that much though. Even unconsciously, Ulsama has always helped people out. I am proof of that. The matter with Duke Kleinet was simply a calculated move, you know. When I said that, Finn cheerfully smiled. Unable to read the true meaning of her smile, Finn went on ahead, leaving me confused. What does that smile mean? While pondering about that new mystery, I follow after Finn. Section. Be careful out there. Of course. Saying so, I and Leo say goodbye to each other. It is obviously dangerous for Finn, but the same also goes for Leo. But Leo also seems to be enthusiastic about this as well. I mean, he seems so fearless. The place he is heading to is the south, the place where Duke Kruger holds the most power in. It seems Nii-san is worried about something, right? Of course. You can be relieved, you know. I will be escorted by those powerful guards you recruited for me after all. Saying so, Leo looks at the Nabi Ritus lining up in front of us. With Lars leading them, they saluted us all at once when they noticed our gazes. Your Highness Arnold. Please push out your chest more when you send us off. It will affect our morale. Don't be unreasonable. Are we not worthy of your trust? The top 300 strongest Nabi Ritus will be acting as escorts for the envoy. The other members are currently working on the information blockade around the imperial capital. This means that Leo will have to take down that castle with only 300 men. No matter how strong they are, I can't help but worry about them. If I don't trust you, then I would never leave my brother in your care. Then please push out your chest. What we want to see is your confidence. Please let us see the trust you placed upon us. When he told me that, I lifted up my face and pushed out my chest. Then I addressed the 300 Nabi Ritus. I will leave them in your care. Instead of an answer, they gave me a salute. Lars then lined up with his comrades. It's almost time for them to leave her. Isn't it quite something for you to be able to earn the loyalty of such powerful men, kid? The one who suddenly called out to me was Sieg, who is currently sitting on Sebas's shoulder. Linfia is also next to them. All the power our faction has is gathered to protect Leo. We will be leaving now. Your Highness Arnold. Yeah, take care of them. Still, can't you do something about the way you call me, Linfia? Do you hate it? It's like I'm being put at a distance. Is that so? I will change it when I get back. Alright. I will be looking forward to it then. Please do. Linfia said that as she performed a polite bow and left. The place she walked toward is the carriage that Finn boarded. Aside from protecting her, Linfia will be providing various kinds of support for Finn this time. For a moment, my eyes caught Finn as she grins and waves at me. So carefree her. I think it is better than being nervous though. Right. If she is that relaxed, then the opponent wouldn't be so cautious either. She's quite a good woman. She's a beauty, her style is good, there's nothing to complain about at all. Saying so, Zeke made a loose smile that doesn't suit his appearance at all. This guy is also carefree her. I'm begging you, don't start hitting on her on your trip, alright? I can't promise you that. It's natural for me to seduce a beauty, right? What about Elna? You think of her as a beauty, right? I frown at the skillful reply. Seeing me like that, Zeke grins. Unfortunately, it's against my policy, you see. I see a woman who can catch my spear as a warrior before a woman. It's a waste, right? She can provide me with a good fight after all. Saying so, Zeke smiles. It seems Zeke drew a firm line there. That's why even though that Missy's appearance is perfect, she's outside of my strike zone. She's a warrior after all. On the contrary, if she couldn't catch your spear, you would treat her like a lady, right? Well, of course. There's no way I would leave such a beauty alone. Oi oi. I'm begging you here, all right? Don't worry. Believe in me. Zeke replies to me as he clings on Seba's shoulder. That doesn't look reliable at all though. After such a conversation, Seba's bows and leaves. Then, only me and Leo were left. They really are reliable, right? You think so? They are the people that Ni-san gave your all to gather after all. There's no one more reliable than them, you know. Leo said as he pushes his right fist out to me. I saw that and I pushed my fist out in the same way. When our fists met, Leo made a serious expression. I will put a stop to it. This war. Yeah, I will leave it to you. After such exchange, Leo gets into his carriage. Thus the envoy set off. Climbing up to the rampart, I see them off until they left the capital. They left her. Yes, they left. Jürgen murmured the same thing as me. Then, I turn back. Where are you going? I have something to do, so I will be leaving the imperial capital for a while. If someone asks for me, could you give them an appropriate excuse? I don't mind, but... Are you going to monitor His Highness Gordon's rumored strategist? So you are aware after all. Of course. But please don't do anything reckless. I can't show my face to Lislot-sama if something were to happen to you after all. I see. I will be careful then. Don't worry. I will just observe the situation from a distance. That should be fine, but... What about your escort? I already have one. Jürgen nods several times and sends me off with a smile while saying that I should be careful. With this, there shouldn't be a problem for me to leave the capital for a while. I don't have Sebas to cover for me this time, so I have Jürgen fill that role instead. It's normal for me to suddenly leave for somewhere so no one would find it suspicious. Don't think that I will let you do anything as you please now, Gordon. Muttering that in a small voice, I speed up my pace. It would be easier for me to move once I left the capital. Now, it's time for the secret maneuver. Arc 15. Battle of the South. Chapter 112. Gordon's plan. Gordon left the imperial capital and assembled the central army southward of the capital. The number is 30,000. If everything goes smoothly, the number is expected to increase by 2 folds. Your Highness Gordon, are we going to just wait around and do nothing? At Gordon's tent, which serves as their headquarters, a bearded middle-aged man appeals to him. His body is firm, but part of his stomach is still protruding out. The name of the man whose height is on the short side, which makes people associate him with a barrel, is Adam Gulver. He is one of the generals stationed in the imperial capital who will be serving as Gordon's second-in-command in this skirmish. He is also Gordon's avid supporter. His Majesty ordered us to assemble, not to commence an attack. But Gulliver hounds at Gordon. It was Gordon's faction that purposely cultivated the situation into a large-scale civil war. However, all of their planning is about to go to waste because of Leo. Knowing that, Gulliver finds it hard to sit still and wait for a report from Leo. Well, calm down, Gulliver. Until the army is completely ready, I will stay here. Before that happens, I want you to go on a reconnaissance mission. We do not need to conduct any reconnaissance, Your Highness. Our enemies are a bunch of disorderly mobs. If we launch an attack at them, we will be able to make a hole in their front line and advance deep into their territory in no time. That was not just Gulliver's opinion. It was a consensus among many of Gordon's military staff. The southern cities, especially those on the front line, were low in morale and did not have much force in the first place. It would be a painful job for Gulliver to lead a recon mission, even though the cities that would immediately surrender to them with a simple attack are right in front of his eyes. However, don't say that. Gulliver, I will give you 10,000 men. Your mission is to scout out the town of Juz located at their front line. His order is unprecedented. There has never been a case where a general would dispatch 1/3 of their army on a reconnaissance mission. For a moment, Gulliver doubted the order that was given to him, but he soon realized that Gordon was having a smile on his face. Your Highness has some kind of plan, correct? Gulliver asked, his face full of expectations. Gordon simply gives him a nod without saying anything. To such Gordon, Gulliver repeated his reply over and over. I understand. I understand now. I will lead 10,000 men out on a reconnaissance mission. I will leave it to you. I will appoint these two as your adjutants as well. Saying so, Gordon called 2 people into the tent. One of them is Sonia, Gordon's strategist. Another is a tall soldier with grey hair. Seeing him, Gulliver let out a grin. If it isn't Colonel Letts. It would be encouraging to have your support. It is my honor to serve as your adjutant, General Gulliver. Let's perform an emotionless salute. Letts is one of Gordon's supporters and the commander of his cavalry. With his ability proven, he is one of Gordon's confidants despite only holding the rank of colonel. From Gulliver's perspective, he is an irritating man, but it still slightly delights him to have Letts as his adjutant. Seeing the exchange between the two, Sonia looks straight at Gordon. There's no way to know what others will say when they hear that you sent out 10,000 men for a reconnaissance, you know? It's just a reconnaissance. It never hurt to be cautious after all. If you are trying to do something, then I would advise you to stop. This is my advice as your strategist. His Majesty the Emperor has already agreed to adopt His Highness Leonard's plan. I don't know what kind of punishment would befall those who try to obstruct it, you know? As I just said, this is a simple reconnaissance. Brushing Sonia's words aside, Gordon nonchalantly answers. Sonia understands that he isn't willing to listen to her advice, but she couldn't help but say it. Even if he succeeds in starting a war, it's not something that he would be praised for. Sonia sees that Gordon is walking down a path of self-destruction. If the only thing he is going to destroy is only himself, then that is fine by her, but his self-destruction will spread the damage far and wide. Sonia wants to stop him, but she has no power to do that. You will assist Gulliver. This is both for your father and for your own sake. You have gone mad. Unfortunately, I am completely sane. Saying so, Gordon dismisses Sonia and Gulliver. Only Letts remains with him in the tent. Gordon then asks Letts a question in a small voice. Is everything going according to the schedule? Yes, Your Highness. I have arranged everything according to your instructions. Letts salute and answer. Gordon nodded satisfactorily at the work of his trusted subordinate. He then looked toward the south and grinned. This is the end for Leonard Herr. But if this strategy succeeds, wouldn't your next plan turn meaningless? There is still a chance. This time the Brave family is also involved. In case we can't inform Duke Kruger about our plan, we will enact the second one. I will leave it to you. Understood. I will give it my all to meet your expectation. Yeah. Once Juz fall, you just need to keep pushing from there. Push as far as you can. I will follow right behind you. Yes, sir. I will definitely pave the way for you, Let's confidently declares. Seeing such confidence from him, Gordon smiles. Most of the commanders gathered here belong to Gordon's faction. No matter what the order is, they will follow Gordon's command. The war will definitely happen and the South will be crushed. And next will be the imperial capital's turn. It's almost time, isn't it? Yeah, this is the end of this petty and troublesome power struggle. I will become the emperor. The continent will be unified. After I unify the continent, next we will cross the ocean. Everything in this world will be united as one under the name of the empire. I will accompany you, Your Highness. Gordon and Letts are imagining their ideal future. However, the future the two drew up has already started to go mad. Section 1. The side of the covert unit that Gordon called to the capital. Due to them being an unofficial unit whose existence is only known to a selected few, their number is small. Despite that, their individual ability boasts some of the finest in the Imperial Army. Excellent soldiers have been gathered and subjected to severe training. They are cooperating with Gordon because they want an emperor who has close ties with the military so that they can have more ability to shine. However, the unit was stalled on its way to the south. Damn it! What's going on here? The commander of the unit could not believe what was happening to them. Gordon has dispatched the unit to the south in order to deliver information to Duke Kruger. That information is, of course, Leo's strategy. 100 people in the unit are moving to fulfill this mission. However, the unit is no longer functioning as one. No one told me about this damn fog. The cause of their distress was a fog that suddenly enveloped the area. The fog made it impossible for them to even recognize nearby people and scattered them all over the place. Even though they are an elite unit, they have to look for the slightest clue in their surroundings to move forward. This fog clearly is unnatural. Sensing that, the major erases his presence and cautiously proceeds. If it didn't occur naturally, then the first possibility is that it is the work of monsters. A monster that emits fog and hunts for prey inside it. He has never heard of such a monster before, but he can't dismiss the possibility that there is one. Without making any loud noise, the major proceeded quietly. No matter how thick the fog is, it won't be a problem for the covert unit to keep proceeding. Those who have scattered because of the fog can also keep moving forward without a problem, albeit slower. After judging that to be the case, the major moves forward. His judgment was both right and wrong. If it was a normal fog, there's no need to hesitate while cautiously moving forward. However, the fog they are seeing right now was not normal. How's the taste of the illusionary fog? Major. Floating above the sky was a mage in a silver mask and black robe, silver. In his line of sight was the major and his men walking into the mountain as if they were sleepwalking. They are being shown an illusionary fog that numbed their sense of direction. No matter how hard they train, they can't get anywhere with their senses numbed. Screams can be heard from all over the places. Being attacked by monsters, walking off the cliff. All the members of the covert unit had been completely trapped here. What a shame, Gordon. It seems your secret unit will be annihilated here. Saying so, Silver disappears from the spot. The covert unit will be trapped in the illusionary fog for several days. After that, when they begin to recover their sanity, they will not be able to reach Duke Kruger in time. After all, no matter how fast they are, Leo and the others would arrive at Duke Kruger's castle by then. They can't possibly catch up to them with the several days they lost. Thus, Silver effortlessly crushed Gordon's first plan. Chapter 113. The Released Arrow. Jez is one of the largest cities on the southern front. However, within the empire, it is only a medium-sized city with about 500 knights. Even if you add all the men who can fight, there are only about 1,000 men in total. And now, Gulliver is threatening such a town with his 10,000 elite soldiers. Wahahaha. Those weakling knights of the south must be shaking in their boots right now. Saying so, Gulliver gazes upon Jez in good humor. The town has a reasonably high gate and a fairly high outer wall. It would be quite formidable as a fort city if properly manned, but Gulliver knows that Jez only have about 1,000 men to defend it. Once Gordon commences his plan and they are allowed to engage, the town will definitely fall in no time. Colonel Letts. Have you heard anything from His Highness Gordon yet? No, I haven't heard anything. He simply said that we should try our best to scout out the area. I see. He is doing something somewhere else here. Perhaps. For now, let's follow his instructions. There is a hill further ahead. We should be able to have a good view of the battlefield from there. Good. Guide me there. When Gordon becomes emperor, those who support him will be promoted. That being the case, only a few will be able to get promoted to the rank of marshal. For Gulliver, Letts is his rival. However, now that Letts is serving under him, it means that Gordon has clearly recognized Gulliver as the one who has a higher standing. Now, Gulliver could see himself as an imperial marshal. When he was immersed in such an image of his future, Sonia interrupted him. General, that hill is too close to Jez. Shouldn't we use an observation point that is a little farther away? Me. What are you saying? Are you saying that they will start attacking us first? Ridiculous. It is not impossible if they have a sniper. As the commander, you should be more careful. Even if it is near, it is still far away from the city. If anyone can snipe at us from Jez, then I would have already heard of such a person. The problem here is that such a person might exist, General. This is why a half-elf girl like you is. You are being too cowardly. While dismissing Sonia's caution, Gulliver Stedding climbs up the hill. Letts follows slightly behind him. Sonia exhales and follows behind them. However, for a moment, Letts, who was walking in front of her, slowed down. The escorts around them also reduced their pace to match him. Because of that, Gulliver reached the hilltop alone. Then a unique noise of the wind reaches Sonia's ears. It then turned into a sound of something being pierced. Ah! At the top of the hill. An arrow stuck between Gulliver's eyebrows. Gulliver slowly falls and rolls down the hill. Letts quickly moved to confirm Gulliver's safety. General Gulliver. Gulliver, whose head was pierced by an arrow, died instantly. Let's confirm that and give out his command. Alert all men, the general was assassinated. Jez has willingly opened the attack on us. Hearing such an instruction, Sonia confirms the look on Letts's face, expecting the worst. There was a smile on his face, celebrating a successful operation. You have your own ally sniped. It was the enemy's doing. While saying so, Letts cleans up Gulliver's body. He then declares, "From now on I will take command. Sonia, as the strategist, you must draft up the plan to capture Jez. You went that far. Do you want to start a war? I didn't want any of this. The one who desired such a thing is them. They have assassinated our general. As we are under an abnormal circumstance, we will be acting according to my discretion." Saying so, Letts walks away without a shred of sadness on his face. As things went according to Gordon's schedule, Sonia strengthened her conviction. She then gazes at the direction of Jez. What have they done? Did they send a sniper to Jez, or did someone from Jez prepare the sniper? In any case, if Jez, the largest city on the front line, falls, the other cities will soon surrender. If that happens, war will be unavoidable. The safety of Leo and the others who are at the enemy's headquarters cannot be guaranteed. If Jez falls, this war will turn muddy. The trouble is that Sonia has the power to topple Jez effortlessly. What should I do? Sonia had many advantages when she was dealing with Ul in the capital. She had both the letter, Rebecca, and the initiative to act. However, this time it is different. It is Gordon who has the initiative and Sonia has little advantage at her disposal. Still, even if that's the case, I have to do it. Thinking that there must be something she can do, Sonia encouraged herself. Section. The state of turmoil also happens on the side of the sniper. What have you done, uncle? The Lord of Jez, Earl Alois von Simmel, was still a 12-year-old boy. His hair is bright brown, the same with his eyes. He is an ordinary boy who cares about little things in his life like boys his age. He succeeded as a lord when his father passed away last year while being assisted by his mother and uncle. In front of such Alois is his uncle along with his guards. Whatever are you talking about? Please stop pretending you don't know. That sniper was surely acting according to your order. I don't know anything about that. Uncle, please explain yourself. Explain myself. You are still too foolish to understand her, Aloys. I have joined forces with the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army? Then why did you use the sniper? Aloys couldn't make sense of what his uncle was saying. Most of the southern nobles have their relatives taken hostage by Duke Kruger. Aloys's mother was also taken hostage by him. That's why he can't surrender. Still, he doesn't want to be proactive in the war either. This is because he knows that he will definitely lose. There may be a chance to win if Duke Kruger leads the whole southern army, but their chance as a single city is non-existent. Despite such a delicate situation they are in, his uncle just ordered a sniper to attack a general of the Imperial Army while saying that he has joined forces with them. Aloys is now seriously considering that his uncle might have gone crazy. The reason is war. His Highness Gordon wants to start a war. Sniping that general gave birth to a cause for that. They will be enraged by his death and it will turn into a large-scale civil war. You are being crazy. What would His Highness earn by doing all of this? His Highness Gordon will get control of the army and will take the throne with it. After that, I will be appointed as a lord. That would be a much more preferable situation than the one we are currently in. Saying so, Aloys's uncle smiles. Seeing the ambitious smile on his face, Aloys realized that it is meaningless to say anything more to him. The situation is now unsalvageable. The Imperial Army will soon attack. You must not do anything until then, Aloys. Do nothing. This land has been inherited by our house for generations. We must protect our people. They are not my people. Seeing his uncle said that, Aloys powerlessly drops his shoulders. It is impossible to resist. What can a child like him do? While Aloys was depreciating himself, his eyes found the sword resting on the Lord's chair. It was the sword his father gave him at his last moment. It was still too big for Aloys and he never once pulled it out. His eyes still fixed on it, Aloys had a determined expression on his face. He pulled out the sword. What are you doing? I'm Earl Simmel, the lord of this territory. I will protect my people. What are you saying when you are rebelling against the Emperor? Your responsibility to them is already long gone. Even so, this is the pride I inherited. Don't think that everything will go the way you think. Aloys glares at his uncle while holding the sword that is still too big for himself. His uncle, who was taken aback by the determined look of a child, gave an order to his guards. Capture him. However, there is no reaction from the guards. Wondering what is happening, his uncle looked back at them. His guards were sleeping on their feet. While thinking how ridiculous the scene is, his eyelids also became heavy as he grew sleepier and sleepier. This is magic. Indeed. I made them go to sleep for a while. I have a little thing to talk about with the young lord after all. When he heard such a voice, his uncle fell to the floor, sleeping. Only one man remained standing in front of Aloys. You are SS rank adventurer, Silver. If you want to do something about this situation, I will offer you my help. Silver. Why is the guardian of the capital here? As an adventurer, I don't want the war to happen and spur up the monsters. It will affect public security. Some people will certainly have more jobs to do, but it will cost much more than it's worth in the long run. With that said, having peace is for the best right. Saying so, Silver slowly approaches Aloys. Then, Silver's appearance changed in an instant. He turned into a mysterious person wearing a grey robe from head to toes. With the hood covering his face, no matter how you look at him, he looks very suspicious. That being said, as an adventurer, it would be a problem for me to involve myself in the Empire's problem in a major way. So, I will be disguising myself, but if you are fine with this arrangement, I will serve you until this matter is over. Are you serious? Why would someone as great as you go so far for us? Currently, the Emperor's envoy is heading to Duke Kruger. Their intention is to capture the Duke and end this conflict with as little damage as possible. The reason the army is doing so much to make the war happen is that they want them to fail. Still, when there are people who want to sabotage the plan, there are also those who want to protect it. You are here because the person who wants to protect the plan asked you to? I don't mind if you take it like that. How about it? Do you want my help? Or is my help unnecessary? Aloys, who was faced with the simple alternative, was a little lost. However, he immediately made his decision. I will be borrowing your power. Good. Then let's start our strategy meeting. When I come out, can you introduce me as a wandering strategist? Now name her. How about you call me Grau? Grau equals grey in German. Grey her. After your appearance, I see. A name should be simple. Saying so, Silver became Grau, Aloys's vassal. Chapter 114. The Small Hope. I, who entered Jers as a wandering military strategist, asked the young Lord Aloys to explain the situation. For the time being, can you tell me why it is so restless around here? You are not aware. I was stalling the covert unit sent out by the army. I flew here afterward, but the army looked unusually restless. That's why I came here to ask about the situation. That's where I caught you earlier. I see. To put it shortly, someone from our side sniped at and assassinated an Imperial Army's general. So he has a backup plan her. This kind of plan is too much for Gordon, and for Sonia, it is too rough. This must be suggested by his other aides. However, forcefully pushing for war won't earn any praise from father. His intention after the war is over is clear with this. That's an interesting situation you are in. Was that sniper prepared by your uncle? Most likely. In that case, the blame is on this side. Since their general got assassinated, they have to retaliate. Well, it was quite forceful, but it allowed them to act according to their discretion on the field. Moreover, once they break through this city, it will turn into an all-out war with the South. If that happens, there's no way back. The only option left will be to seriously crush the South. That is probably the best scenario for Gordon. However, if this city doesn't fall, it will be a different story. We have to limit the conflict to this place. The information about this will soon reach Duke Kruger. By then Leo and the others should have already arrived and settled the matter. If we can hold out for a few days and confine the battle here, it will be somewhat manageable. If the information reaches the capital, there's no doubt that Gordon would be told to stop immediately, so he probably wouldn't report this. Like us who have to safeguard our information, he is now in a similar situation. The army's movement was too well ordered. That was probably because things went the way they expected. Battle is now unavoidable. How many men do you have here? 500 knights and 500 soldiers. We have 1,000 men in total, but our soldiers didn't receive any proper training. Conscripted soldiers her. Well, that's better than nothing. Still, the enemy has 10,000 elites of the Imperial Army, while we only have 1,000 men that were assembled in a hurry. They have 10 times our number, but their individual strengths are probably worlds apart from us too. Even if our winning condition is to hold out for a few days, the odds they have against us are despairingly high. If they seriously try, they should be able to siege the city in a few days. Can we really win? Aloys asks anxiously. I pat his head to reassure him. There is still a chance. Of course, it will require you to do a lot of things as well. Are you up for it? It's all right. I will show you. Good. First, introduce me to your vassals. What you must do first is to convince them. Yes. With his lively reply, Aloys and I started walking. Section. I understand the situation now, said an old knight. Still, for an old knight, his eyes are sharp and he doesn't move like an old man at all. This old man, who has the atmosphere of a veteran, is the knight commander of Earl Simmel, Vogt. If that sniper truly belongs to the Simmel house, then offering an apology is no longer possible. No matter how much Aloys Sama is going to plead, the Imperial Army will never be convinced. Your will to fight for your esteemed mother and the people of the South is truly splendid. However, who is that suspicious man beside you? Vogt stared at me as he said that. The same is true for others. They are his loyal vassals who have been in the service of his house for a long time. They were unrelated to Aloys's uncle's action and were standing guard at the city wall. It is only natural for them to fight for Aloys, but they can't fully accept the situation with a suspicious person like me standing beside him. Grau saved me. You can trust him. Even if he did save you, trusting him is a different story, my lord. So we are going that route, her. In a situation where we must band together, there is no time for infighting. Knight Commander Vogt. Can I say something? What? Wandering strategist. From your perspective, how do you see the current situation? This is the end of the Simmel house. Chempage. Naive. Your perception of this situation is too naive, Knight Commander. What? When Vogt said that, I pointed at the map that was spread on the table for our strategy meeting. Jers is at the forefront of the south. To let the army through here would mean that the war will spread to every part of the southern region. If we let them through here, the Imperial army will immediately push deep into the south. The war front will surely spread and it will greatly weaken the Empire. And what is the trigger for that? Yes, it is none other than the Simmel house. Even if you survive the battle, the Emperor will surely execute your entire family for it. That is. Still, surrender is no longer an option. You will be faced with the charge of assassinating a general and getting executed. Simmel house is only a step away from destruction. Moreover, your soldiers will doubt the reason why they have to fight the Imperial army in the first place. Even if the Lord's mother got taken hostage, that is the problem of the Lords alone. It will be hard to convince them to fight for you, you know? Our force is weak while the enemy is strong. The problems only pile up. Still, that is our reality. You must know the value of someone who offers you their help in this situation, correct? Even so, I cannot trust you immediately. Then you can keep a watch on me. The Imperial army will commence their attack soon. Fine. If you offer us your help while realizing how hopeless the situation is, then it means that there is still a chance for us to win, right? I nod to Vogt's question. I then shifted my gaze toward everyone here. There is no situation that fits the words absolute despair better than this. However, we still have a little ray of hope. The Imperial army is in the middle of concocting their plan. Within a few days, Duke Kruger will be caught in a surprise ambush. In other words, we will be fine as long as we hold them back until then. I have never heard of such a thing before though. It's a secret after all. Returning to the topic. The Simmel house's situation may be absolute despair, but if we can hold out for a few days, the situation will completely change. Holding back 10,000 men with only 1,000 to prevent the war from intensifying is surely an action that even the Emperor can't overlook. Moreover, with the matter about your mother that has been taken hostage by Duke Kruger, coupled with the fact that this war has many ties with the succession war that has been going on in the capital, your situation will definitely change if you can overcome this crisis. To be honest, the survival of Simmel House is already a secondary concern to me. What's more important is to keep this war from intensifying. That's what I think. I understand that you all can't immediately trust in Grau and that he has no credit to back him up, but we have no choice but to trust him and cooperate. We will simply lose if we fight this by ourselves after all. His vassals showed a look of hesitation for a moment, but they all hung their head as if they gave up. Seeing that, Aloys shifts his gaze toward me. Now, please tell us your strategy. Understood. When the Imperial army launches an attack on a fortified city, it is a common practice for them to concentrate their force at the main gate and send out another group to attack another gate with less fortification. If they act according to my expectation, they will surely use such a conventional means to attack us. Then should we distribute our force to all 4 gates? No, the difference between our force and theirs is tenfold. If you want to hold back the attack on the main gate, you will have to allocate an appropriate amount of force to defend it. The attack on the main gate should be a decoy, but the scale of our forces are too different in the first place. That decoy might turn out to be an actual attack from them, so it is unwise to move our force away from the main gate. Vogt's eyes squint at my words. So you have a plan to defeat the flanking unit? Indeed. Our enemy is a large army and a well-trained one at that. On the other hand, ours is small in number and not even a proper army. They will definitely let their guard down against us. Even if they are veterans, that is unavoidable. That's why they will be vulnerable to our trap. No matter how vigilant they are, their perception of us is but a rural city. As the difference in our force is clear, They will not waste much time to be cautious against us. Their purpose is to break through the city as soon as possible to take control of the southern front. If that happens, the emperor will no longer be able to stop them. The army will definitely come at us with all their power using conventional strategy. Aloy-sama, can you lend me 100 soldiers? 100. Can you defeat the flanking unit with only that many? The army will be aiming for a gate with less defense. We don't need to defend all 3, so 100 men will be enough. And one more thing. You can ask for anything. I will prepare it immediately. It's not anything big, but there should be oils that were prepared for a defensive battle. Can I borrow a little of it? Attack them with fire. But I don't think a simple fire attack would defeat the flanking unit though. I have a plan for that. Don't worry. I said so and lightly smiled. They can't see my face, but they should be able to tell by the atmosphere. Feeling a chill, Vogt took a step back. Thus I joined the fight against the Imperial Army. Chapter 115. The Wind to the East. Now, it's time to enact the plan. Right now, Aloys is standing in front of his knights and soldiers. The knights have moderate morale, but the soldiers' morale is clearly low. Well, that's a given, I guess. From their perspective, even if their lord's mother got taken hostage, they don't have any sense of belonging when they are being suddenly incorporated into the Confederation. The consciousness of being citizens of the Empire still doesn't change inside them. That's why they can't bring themselves to be fully motivated in this fight. And the only one who can send them into battle is only Aloys. Sorry that for suddenly gathered you all like this. But there is something that I must truthfully tell you. The one who ordered the assassination of the Imperial General was my uncle. I have nothing to do with it, but I think the army will not be convinced with that. No way. We have to fight them head on. Didn't you say that we just have to wait until the situation calms down? They have 10,000 men, you know. There's no way we would win. The soldiers voice their complaints and anxiety. Accepting all of that with a firm attitude, Aloys gives them a strong nod. I have decided to fight. Not for the sake of the Confederation or the Empire. I will fight for the responsibility that I have inherited for generations. The Simmel House is the lord of this territory. I have the duty to protect our people. Even if we surrender, the army will surely take many things from us for the sake of southern conquest. As a city that rebels against the Empire, not to mention the fact that we surrender, we will definitely be subjected to punishment. That will definitely lead to the decline of this territory, and that is the only future we must avoid. If he is being fully honest, he would probably say that he wants to fight for his mother. For a 12-year-old boy who lost his father, how important would his mother be to him? Still, Aloys carries himself with calmness. He is the lord of these people after all. His Majesty the Emperor has sent an envoy to Duke Kruger. When the envoy arrives and the negotiation begins, the war might not occur according to the result. However, if we let the Imperial Army through here, that negotiation will become meaningless. Only a few days. We only have to hold out for a few days and the situation will change. If the negotiation fails, the Confederation will have no choice but to send us reinforcement. On the other hand, His Majesty does not wish for a large-scale civil war. He will definitely reach out to the cities that put up strong resistance. If we surrender at that time, the damage to our land will be minimized. So, now, I will fight. Saying so, Aloys unsheathes the sword he inherited from his father. He then continues to address his knights and soldiers. I will not punish anyone who wishes to flee. If you don't have the resolve to die together with me, then you should leave. I'm sorry for being such a worthless lord. After being told that, his men stay silent for a moment. In that silence, a soldier carrying a spear shouted, "Don't make up some grandeur reason. If you want our help to save your mother, then just say it." He's a crude man. His age is around 40. Among the amateurish soldiers, he is the only one who carries himself well. He is probably a retired adventurer. Perhaps he already stood out in the first place. The eyes around naturally gathered at him. Jordan-san. Now, my lord. Just give it to me straight. What do you want to do? I want to protect my mother. And I want to protect this city. Your predecessor had taken care of all of us. Of course, we will want to pay him back by helping his child. Like hell, I can stay still when a kid just said something like that to me. I will chase those imperial soldiers out of here for you. From the words of the man called Jordan, strength returned to the soldiers' eyes. Their feeling of wanting to flee turned into the will to fight. They have just now become soldiers. That's right. We will fight. Leave it to me. The trust they have in Earl Simmel made them into soldiers. The soldiers' morale rose all at once and took the knights by surprise. Aloys then looks at me with happiness in his eyes. All right, with this, we can put up a fight. Now, I will start explaining our strategy. Following the momentum, Vogt announced in a loud voice. Hearing his voice, the men's morale increased even further. Section. Woo-ah. A war cry can be heard from the other side of the gate. The source of that is the first attack of the Imperial army concentrated at the main gate. Their vanguard doesn't seem to carry any siege weapon. They are probably doing that on purpose to create the image that they got drawn into battle by coincidence. That's why they will be using classic combat methods in which bows and arrows are used to suppress us while the soldiers use hammers to destroy the gate and setting up ladders to climb up the wall. Most of their force is concentrated at the main gate. In a normal battle, the defending side has the advantage in this kind of battle. No matter how much of an elite they are, the army doesn't have a soldier that can match 1,000 men, and most of their state-of-the-art weapons are being given to the border army as they have higher priority. Thus there is no groundbreaking weapon they can use to overcome our defending advantage. That's why they are relying on their number. Hey Mr. Strategist, can we really win? Jordan, one of the 100 soldiers assigned to me, said as he looked over the east gate. The terrain beyond the east gate is unique. The road leading to the gate is but a single slope. It is originally the most difficult gate to attack. That's why they will be aiming for this gate. If we are wrong, then it is just a matter of us moving to another gate. Well, it's not like we are going to be wrong though. Where did you get that kind of confidence? It's a common practice of the Imperial army, attacking the main gate while sending out a unit to attack another gate. They will be commencing a surprise attack, so they will be attacking the gate that is the most difficult to attack, incorporating the psychological effect that we would never expect them to attack such a gate. That was what they were taught. The moment I said that, enemies appeared in front of the east gate. Their number is around 1,000. They are rushing straight to the gate with a few cavalries in the lead and soldiers following behind them. They arrived here. Shoot arrows at them. They really came. That was surprising. Following my instruction, the few men on the wall released their arrows. The reason why there are only a few men here is that there are only a small number of soldiers who can accurately fire their arrows. Naturally, the enemies couldn't be stopped by just this. As expected, the other side also doesn't think that we would leave the gate unmanned either. Their expectations should be strengthened with the few arrows we released at them. Hit by an arrow, the cavalry leading them collapsed with a loud noise, hitting several people running behind him. However, they don't stop. Keep pushing. The man who seems to be their leader raises a loud voice while leading them on his horse. The archers on the wall started to get frightened, but I told them to calm down in a calm voice. Don't worry. Just keep shooting. Why, yes. Take care of the preparation below. Sure. Hearing my instruction, Jordan and the men started to hold down the gate. Soon after, the soldiers in the lead arrived at the gate and began to hit it with their hammers. They also tried to set up a ladder, but they were stopped by the archers who pushed it off or shot the soldiers below. However, the same cannot be said about the gate that is gradually being torn down by the hammer. Push. Hurry up and tear down that gate. Ooh-wah. The gate won't hold anymore. The wooden pillars that were attached to reinforce the gate began to creak. The soldiers somehow managed to hold the gate, but their attackers are clearly stronger. However, all of this is within my expectation. Checking the time, I sent a signal to Jordan. As he saw the signal, Jordan evacuated the soldiers from the gate. It won't hold anymore. Fall back. Run. Run away. Their retreat isn't an act. Only a few people know the details about this plan, so their terrified screams were real. That's why it will be even easier for the enemy to believe. The fact that their attack is successful. All right, take it down. Their hammer finally broke the gate. At that moment, Jordan and the others who fell back earlier threw their javelins. The soldiers who were trying to break through suddenly get skewered, but the enemies are not frightened. Weak. Don't be scared. Charge. With their commander encouraging them, the flanking unit broke through the east gate all at once and flowed inside. However, they were careless. A large amount of oil has been spread inside the gate and the soldiers that rushed in slipped and fell. What the hell is this? UWA. Oil. It's oil, sir. The scene of chaos immediately unfolds inside the gate. Unfortunately for them, the soldiers that rushed in behind them with great momentum pushed them even further into the oily trap. Meanwhile, Jordan prepared a torch and walked toward me. Oi, Mr. Strategist. Should I do it now? Sure, go ahead. The wind is blowing westward, you know. Won't the fire spread into the city? Don't worry about that. Today, at this time, the wind will blow east. You sure? I don't care anymore, all right. Saying so, Jordan threw the torch at the oil-covered soldiers. At that moment, the wind suddenly changed direction to the east. And when the fire came into contact with the oil, an explosion erupted. A large fiery explosion occurred and the gust of wind blew the fire to the east, so the city was left unaffected. Instead, the fire enveloped the rest of the attacking soldiers that were lining up vertically up the slope. It was as if a dragon just released a fiery breath from the east gate. The fire burned down the flanking unit, and those who managed to somehow survive are those who are at the back. Right now, the survivors are busy rescuing the people who got burned by the fire. They no longer have enough leeway to attack us anymore. To all survivors, I, Grau, the wandering strategist, is here in this city of Juz. I will never let any single one of you set foot in this city. Tell that to your commander. After I said that, I see the retreating soldiers off with a smile. Meanwhile, Jordan approaches me with a surprised expression on his face. Are you a mage? No, that was purely a calculation. Seriously. Saying so, I stick my tongue out under my hood. Of course, that was magic. The direction of the wind wouldn't naturally change in such a timely manner. However, a strategist who utilizes an ingenious plan is way more scarier than a strategist who uses magic. It's fine as long as they don't find out that I was using magic, and most things would just pass if I tell them that it was all a part of my plan. To deceive the enemy, first, you need to deceive your ally. Eventually, the rumor will spread and they will come to fear me. With this, the Imperial Army has to come up with countermeasures against me. This will buy us time and it will make them lose their calm. After all, they don't have much time. Alright, please move according to the plan after this. Yeah, I got it. Leave it to me. Saying so, Jordan gathers his subordinates. Our next move has already been decided. We also have to set things up ahead of time after all. Now, I wonder what kind of plan they would come up next. While saying such a thing, I gaze at the Imperial Army. Chapter 116. Battle against time. The next day, the army gave up on their surprise attack and came at us with a frontal assault. For their commanders, that is certainly a wise plan. Divided their force into 4, they have surrounded us and pushed their attack at all 4 gates. With that, our force will have to spread even thinner despite us having a clear disadvantage in number, or it was supposed to. However, the result is different. Get the hell down. The knights and soldiers of Juz are defending against their attack with high morale. Arrows and rocks are raining down on the Imperial Army. We are on the defending side, but it's more like we are on the offensive. There are many reasons for this. Their strategy was seen through the loss of 1,000 elite soldiers, the fire attack yesterday, and the appearance of the mysterious strategist who orchestrated that attack. These created rumors that raise the vigilance and anxiety inside the Imperial soldiers. There might be some kind of trap near the gate, or if they use fire something might happen. Such vigilance and anxiety dulled their judgment. Breach that gate. Yes, sir. Acknowledging the commander's order, the soldiers moved to the front. However, the moment they saw the gate, the image of the burned soldiers who were carried into their camp yesterday flicker in their minds. Instead of moving directly to the gate, they choose to go at it from the side. However, such unnecessary action causes the soldiers to become prey to the raining arrows. That being the case, even if they had to split up their force to cover all 4 gates, they are still elite soldiers fighting against conscripted commoners. There's no reason for them to lose. The cause of the current situation is basically from Zhuz. They never missed the opening shown by the confused soldiers and strictly followed the command of their commander. They continue exhibiting an outstanding ability to focus on the situation and continue to take the best course of action. The quality they showed makes all wonder which side is the well-trained soldiers. Continuing to be attacked by such opponents, their casualties continued to increase at each of the gates. Realizing that there was no prospect of breaking through any of the gates, the acting commander eventually ordered a temporary withdrawal. Section. Is the enemy soldiers a monster or something? Let's hit the table and yelled in his commanding tent. The feeling of wanting to yell the same thing is shared among the commanders gathered inside. They were the commanders who led the attack on each of the gates, who did everything in their power to breach the city but still faced a crushing defeat. They have lost both their precious time and soldiers. They were doing great halfway there, but it all went south afterward. All because of a single man. It's as if they were using magic. The enemy soldiers are too different from the ones we fought yesterday. I've never heard of any magic that can turn amateur soldiers into elites. I can understand that they gained confidence from their victory yesterday and their morale increased, but their changes today are completely ridiculous. Reading the flow of the wind and turning a mere fire into a dragon breath. Fear is spreading among our soldiers because of such rumors. Let's bites down his lips at the words of the commanders. Their original plan was to immediately occupy the city and push forward, but in reality, he lost many of his soldiers and they haven't moved even a single step. The person from the Simmel house who prepared the sniper for him has gone silent, so it is impossible to stir things up from the inside. There is almost no plan left available to Let's. If he can't break through Zhuz, Gordon's plan will be ruined and Let's himself will be in danger. Even if their general got assassinated, the emperor doesn't wish for war. Since he has already opened attacks on them, there will surely be some kind of punishment waiting for him. Moreover, the power structure inside Gordon's faction will change. Let's has many things hanging on the line here, that's why he immediately made the decision. Call Sonia. We need a strategist of our own to combat theirs. Can we really trust that half-elf? She might corner us even further, sir. That won't happen. As long as we have the hostages, Sonia has no choice but to obey us. But, enough. I have already decided. Just bring her to me. Following Letz's command, a soldier left to call Sonia. After a while, Sonia entered the tent with a dissatisfied expression on her face. You called me. Our enemy has a strategist. We need you to come up with a countermeasure against him. I think I have already submitted one though. We can't afford to have a battle of endurance here. Before the battle began, Sonia proposed to surround the city to weaken their enemy. Still, for Gordon's plan, they have to breach the city within a few days, so they didn't adopt her plan. However, for Sonia, that was a far better plan. We lost 1,000 men on the first day and another 1,000 today, no? We only have 8,000 men left. I can already see the result if we decide to continue our assault like this. Your plan already failed when we failed the surprise attack yesterday. Our enemy has already united and they are defending the city with high morale. I wouldn't attack such an enemy. We have to keep attacking. If you call yourself a strategist, then come up with a plan. Don't you care what will happen to the hostages? No matter what you say, my answer won't change. If you want to reach your goal, you have to breach Zhuz on the first day. The second way is to siege the city and don't give them the chance to unite. From the start, I intend to give you as much cooperation as I can. She already suggested a solution. Right now she is saying that it was their fault for not adopting it. That being said, she knew full well that they would never adopt such a plan. Even from Sonia's perspective, their surprise attack has a high possibility of success. Their enemy is an amateur. No, they were supposed to be. But it all changed because of just one strategist. They have a strategist that cleverly unites their soldiers under their lord and comes up with a way to intercept our attack. Right now, Zhuz is no longer a city that we could easily crush. If we forcibly attack them now, we can expect to suffer a counterattack from them. There's no other way left for us but to forcibly attack them. Just come up with a good plan for us. Being pressed by Let's, Sonia sighs. They will face a huge loss if they attack the city without a siege weapon. It would be a different story if they have a mage unit, but such a unit wouldn't be accompanying the soldiers on a reconnaissance mission. As far as she can think, there is no immediate way to effectively breach the city. However, if she doesn't come up with some kind of countermeasure, she doesn't know what kind of fate will await the hostages. Even so, if Zhuz falls, it will plunge the South and the Empire into an all-out war. Sonia mulling over it for a while and raises a question. How much time do we have left? Probably 2 days. After that, the envoy should arrive at Duke Kruger's territory. Even if they manage to break through Zhuz, there would be no war if the enemy's leader is already captured. What the Imperial army must fight against is not Zhuz but time. Thus Sonia offers them a solution. Then let's take 1 day off the offensive and build siege weapons. Didn't I just tell you that we have no time? Are you planning to stall us? At the earliest, the envoy might arrive tomorrow, you know. That is just one possibility. We have no choice but to bet against it. If we have that 2 days grace period, then we will use it. Let me ask you back. Are you still underestimating the enemy? Let's stay silent. Cutting down trees and making siege weapons. With that, she can buy more time and provide them with the possibility to breach Zhuz. The only fault in this is that the Imperial army might really be able to break through Zhuz, but Sonia decided to trust in Zhuz's strategist. Normally, if your enemy suddenly stopped attacking you for a day, you would let your guard down, but a master reading the flow of the situation like Grau wouldn't make such a mistake. He must have some kind of plan in place against their move. As long as Zhuz keeps this up, it is entirely possible for them to hold out for a few more days. Sonia read Grau's thinking and presented the plan with a 50% chance of success. This can go either way. This is the limit of what Sonia could do, and it is a plan that is worth a try for the Imperial army. Alright. Then let's get started. Order the men to immediately build the siege weapons. Let's gives his order. Seeing him, Sonia left the tent and began to slowly walk away. Her destination is the hill where Gulva was assassinated. She climbs up the hill and looks at the state of Zhuz. She doesn't know specifically why, but they seem to be lively. It's the characteristic of a strong enemy. If she has time, she would be able to come up with a way to defeat them, but time is something she doesn't have. Thinking that, she realized. Before she knew it, she already thinking about how to defeat the enemy's strategist. I wonder what kind of person you are, Grau? A gentle one, or a ruthless one? Sonia looks at Zhuz, asking the question that shouldn't be heard by anyone. Then, a man came up on the wall of Zhuz. He is covered from head to toes with a grey robe. He looks in Sonia's direction. Then he gives her a bow. When she was taken aback by his action, he raised a loud voice. You sure are carefree enough to visit your enemy, her Ms. Strategist. I heard the rumor of a half-elf strategist that outwitted the succession war candidates at the capital. I will look forward to seeing what you are going to do in this situation. To even know about something like that, you are quite informative, aren't you? Yeah, I know a lot of things. Your folks are being taken hostages, right? Quite a hardship you are going through, her. I do feel sorry that you are not able to choose your own master. Sonia opened her eyes wide in surprise. Seeing such Sonia, Grau lightly laughs. He then fixes his appearance and speaks again. Just move with the hostages in mind. I don't mind even if you come at us with all your power. I will render your efforts to ashes. I will take up on your offer then. Hearing Grau, Sonia looks ahead. That was a provocation. Don't use the hostages as an excuse and give up. Come at me with everything. I will win anyway. If that's the case, then I will get serious as well. Thinking so, Sonia enters the command tent and brushes the soldier who was drawing up the plan for the siege weapons away. Give me that. I will do it myself. If he went as far as to provoke her, then he must already have some kind of preparation in places. She can't afford to go against him with some half-baked siege weapons. Sonia does her best and draws up the plan for a siege weapon as Grau advised, so that later Gordon can't say that she is uncooperative with him. Chapter 117. The Small War. Around the time Ull is posting as Grau in the defense of Juz. Earlier than Gordon's expectation, Leo and the others were arriving at the home of Duke Kruger. This is all thanks to the southern cities they have passed through so far. I never thought that they would let us through so easily. Leo, who was expecting some obstruction, muttered as he passed through the gate of While observing the surrounding area, Sebas, who was there with Leo, replied, "That must have been because there are only a few people who actually side with Duke Kruger. The expressions of the people I have seen so far were also not lively. This rebellion surely is not the consensus of all the southern people. Then there is really a meaning for us to come here. There isn't any meaning by just arriving alone, Your Highness." Lars said so after he put his horse next to Leo's. The elite soldiers of the Nabi Ritter are escorting Finn's carriage, but it doesn't mean that they have to stay with her at all times. Something must be done about Duke Kruger. Of course, I know that, Colonel. Then allow me to confirm the plan. Once we arrive at his castle, Duke Kruger will probably come out to welcome us. That is our opening. If we let it slip, he will surely have the chance to alert his guards. But if we use that chance, Finsan will be in danger. Please rest assured. Linfiadono and I will be there to protect her. Moreover, if push comes to shove, we still have that secret plan in place as well. Saying so, Sebas looks at Leo. To Leo, who looks like he wants to ask if it will really be okay, Sebas quietly nods to assure him. Despite how strong the Nabi Rittis are as her escort, it will arouse his suspicion if Finn has too many guards with her when she conducts the negotiation as an envoy directly with the Duke. That's why the role of Finn's guard is entrusted to someone who can naturally stay at her side, like Sebas, who came along as her butler. Okay, Colonel. I will leave the timing to you. Understood. Please make sure to stay slightly away from the Duke, Your Highness. You don't have to worry about me. I can protect myself. If something were to happen to you, we wouldn't be able to face His Highness Arnold when we return, Your Highness. Colonel. I didn't come here to be protected. I came here to capture Duke Kruger. If we fail, it would be me who wouldn't be able to face Nui-san. Seeing Leo staring straight at him, Lars's eyes slightly opened and he bows his head to apologize. Forgive me, Your Highness. It seems my worry is unnecessary. Colonel Lars. What His Highness said is true. Unlike Arnold Sama, Leonard Sama never slacked off in his exercise after all. So he can carry himself in combat. Sebas. Yes, even though there shouldn't be much difference between them. For twins to have this much gap in physical ability really is rare. That person really is lacking after all. It made me worry a little about him when he complained about muscle pain just by holding up a sword. It would be fine if he gradually practices, but he always swings his sword at full power every time. Seriously, Ni-san. He was trying to put up a good impression after all. Agreed. He was trying to look good. Still, that is definitely why he stabbed his left hand. He always tries to look cool in his own way after all. Hearing such an impression from Leo, a smile appears on Lars's face. Leo never enjoyed participating in the succession war, but there are a lot of things that made him glad that he did. One of that is the fact that people are starting to appreciate Ull. Being lazy bones, all who tried to move as little as possible started to move after they participated in the succession war. Seeing him moving around, the people begin to realize that the dull prince is nothing but a false facade. It was a happy development for Leo. You look very happy about it though. I am. I'm glad that Nui-san is finally appreciated. And I'm happy that I can do something together with him. He set this stage for me. The best stage I could ask for. When I told him that I want to have as little sacrifices as possible, he went along with my selfishness and forcibly prepared everything for me. I'm happy that I am now standing on the stage he set. It made me feel that I can fight alongside him. Saying so, Leo moves his horse ahead. In front of him was the main gate to Duke Kruger's castle. I am the 8th Imperial Prince, Leonard Lakes Adler. I have escorted His Majesty the Emperor's envoy, Open the gate. At Leo's words, the main gate slowly opened. Leo advances inside on his horse. Entering the place is the last part of the preparation. With the conviction that he cannot leave until everything is over, Leo entered the castle. Section. After Leo and the others got off their horses, they were guided by the knights. Right now, they are currently under the castle's balcony. This is, if it isn't, Prince Leonard. It's been a while. Hearing that voice, Leo slightly squints his eyes. The reason is that Duke Kruger has appeared on the balcony. It was too rude to welcome an imperial envoy like that. It's been a while. Duke Kruger. What is the meaning of this? No, this is simply a small safety measure. It's not like I am doubting you or anything, but my life is prone to get targeted lately. Please stay there and send up the imperial envoy alone. That was synonymous with entering the beast's lair alone. Leo frowns as he protests. Don't you think that you are being too rude? Please come down here and receive the letter from us. The contents of the letter should have already been confirmed by the knight you dispatched earlier. Unfortunately, I will only confirm the content of that letter up here. If you find this arrangement unagreeable, then please feel free to leave. Then I will be accompanying the envoy as well. The imperial envoy must come up here alone. Hearing Duke Kruger, Leo unconsciously reached for his sword. The reason is that the Duke is being too rude toward them. However, the plan can't be enacted before the Duke checks the letter's contents. This is to justify their actions with Duke Kruger's refusal. If they spring their trap here, they will be perceived as nothing but a group of assassins posting as an imperial envoy. However, Finn immediately accepted the Duke's proposal. I understand. I will be heading up there then. Finn-san. I don't mind. Duke Kruger would never harm His Majesty's envoy, no? But of course. Blaumo. Then I'm relieved. My mission is to deliver His Majesty's letter to Duke Kruger. If that's what Duke Kruger wants, I will comply. Saying so, Finn urges the knight to guide her up with her eyes. After getting an okay from us, the knight begins to guide Finn upstairs. That is. He's the stuffed animal I took a liking to recently. Isn't he cute? Saying so, Finn shows off the bear to the knight. The knight can't keep up with Finn's uplifting attitude and guide her to the balcony without saying anything more. Good day. Blaumo. Your beauty shines even more from up close. Thank you very much. Duke Kruger. This is the letter from His Majesty. Allow me. Saying so, Kruger opens the letter surrounded by his knights. He read through it without even moving an eyebrow. I see. So this is His Majesty's answer. Yes. What a cruel person he is. To think that he would send you out here personally and declare war against me. Unfortunately, that was not a declaration of war, Duke Kruger. By the name of His Majesty the Emperor, I am ordering you. Bend the knee and immediately lay down your weapons. If you do not comply, I will issue a punishment. Ha ha ha. Punish me? What can you do in this situation? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Let's have you become our hostage and then we can start anew. Are you challenging His Majesty's decree? His Majesty, even if you mention him there won't be any effect on me, you know. My Kruger house was originally the king of our own country until it was annexed by the Empire. It was the imperial family who forcibly took that from us and label our house as a ducal one. My house never forgot our grudges and hatred ever since. I have never thought of that man as anyone respectable. I see. A long-standing grudge, is it? I don't know how much such a thing has accumulated, but one thing that I can say is that this land once belonged under your rule. Even if it were to be annexed by the Empire, the people of this land should still be your subjects. Still, you have put your people through suffering. The moment you did that, you have no right to call yourself their monarch. No, you can't even call yourself a noble. I will not argue with you about the obligation of royalty or the noble here. Let me say this one thing. Only the strong shall rule. Then you certainly don't have any caliber as a king. A king is much stronger than you think. A king is someone who shoulders their subjects. At that moment, the stuffed bear in Finn's hand started to move. It suddenly pulled out a spear and took down the knights around Finn. As expected, Kruger doubted his eyes at the scene. What? If you just keep talking, then I would be able to enjoy the paradise even longer. It's your fault, all right, Duke. But thanks to you, I get to enjoy such a good feeling, so, thanks. Saying so, Sieg, the stuffed bear, rushes through the knights. Kruger escapes with his knights shielding him, but Leo and his subordinates already invade the castle from below. You won't escape. Kruger. Kill them all. Hearing Kruger's command, the knights stand in front of Leo. However, the Nabi-Ritus led by Lars blow them away and open the path for Leo. Fin-san. I'm all right. Please go on ahead. Understood. Please be careful, Fin-san. Yes. Good luck, Leo-sama. Sieg-san, please go and support Leo-sama. Can't be helped then. I would be more motivated to escort a beauty though. Still, guess I can't deny the beauty's request her. Saying so, Sieg chases after Leo. Meanwhile, Finn leaves the scene together with several Nabi-Ritus and Linfia. Thus, a small war has started inside the castle of Wum. Chapter 118. Each of their battle. Don't let him get away. Following Leo's order, the Nabi-Ritus chase after Kruger. However, a group of knights rushed toward them to stop their pursuit. During the battle between the knights and the Nabi-Ritus, Leo's and Kruger's eyes met. You will never escape. Me. How many knights do you think I have in this castle? It seems you brought an elite unit with you, but my castle will never fall to some mercenaries. It would be nice if you don't underestimate us so much. Saying so, Lars then swings his dual swords and cuts through the enemy knights. Seeing that, Kruger immediately turned back and started to run away. Leo took some of his men and followed Kruger through the path Lars paved. It seems he is heading to the upper level. He must have something there. He is Xandra's uncle after all. Doesn't matter. We came this far already, the rest is just to break through anything he throws at us. Saying so, Sieg climbs on Leo's back. Seeing that, Lars let out a sigh. Being able to ride on His Highness like that, aren't you in quite a high position? My legs are short after all. Well, since we are working, cut me some slack, okay? It's fine. I will count on you when the time comes, all right. Without minding Sieg, Leo continues to run. The Nabi-Ritus also don't have anything to say anymore. It's a battlefield, so they understand that voicing something Leo doesn't mind about would be meaningless. Enemy soldiers incoming from the left. 3rd and 4th platoon, go and intercept them. Yes, sir. Upon receiving Lars's command, the platoons split off to intercept the enemy. If they stop, they will not be able to push through them with force anymore. Even if he has to split up a few of his men, Leo has no choice but to keep advancing. Still, Leo anxiously looks at the soldiers who head off to intercept the enemy. Seeing Leo like that, a soldier says this to Leo. Please do not worry about them. We are prepared for any kind of situation. What's your name? 2nd Lieutenant Bernd Lerner, sir. I heard that name before. Nissan told me that you were the first to volunteer, right? Yes, sir. I thought that this is something worth putting my life on the line for. So please keep looking forward and leave escorting you to us. I understand. I will leave my back to you. Please leave it to me. When Lerner and Leo were having such a conversation, Sieg, who was riding on Leo, detected something and started to get alert. Be careful. I got a bad feeling about this. Hearing the word bad feeling from an adventurer sure gave me a chill. While Lars says that, perhaps everyone also felt the same feeling, they all raise their vigilance. Something is there that worth them prioritize their vigilance rather than speed. That's what Lars and Sieg felt. And that feeling wasn't wrong. Loud noises echoed from the wall next to the passage Leo and the others are on. And it is getting closer and closer. Scatter. Receiving Lars's instruction, everyone jumped away from the place. Then, after a moment, the walls of the passage burst open. Ooh. What? Careful. The Nabi-Ritus take position. Then it emerged from the smoke of the collapsed walls. Its body length is around 2 meters and its width took up half of the large passage. Surprisingly, it was a human. However, no matter how one looks at it, that is no doubt a monster. That gave me a surprise. It seems this castle also breeds monsters here. This is not the time to joke around. Hold your position. Without going along with Sieg's light comment, Leo gave his order. However, Sieg took over. Give it up. This thing is not something you can go against with number alone. Saying so, Sieg gets down from Leo's back and held his spear in front of the man-like monster. Then, go. I will take care of this guy. Sieg, can you take it down alone? Don't be stupid. Of course it's the job of adventurers to take care of monsters. Leave this to me. Hearing Sieg, Leo gives Lars a nod. Lars immediately understands his intention and gives a command to his subordinates. Join the platoons that split off earlier and stop the enemy's advance. The rest, follow me. With the map of the castle inside the Imperial Castle's library, the Ritters have already memorized the layout of this place. Thus, the soldiers who received the instruction immediately move out. Sieg, be careful. You too. They might have something similar to this guy ahead after all. I will do something about it when the time comes. Smiling bitterly at Leo's reply, Sieg sees Leo and the others off. Then, he turned his sight back to the man in front of him. Either magic or some drugs here. Either way, this is still too inhuman. Sorry, but I am not free enough to go easy on you. I will come at you for real, alright? You owed. The man responds to Sieg with a scream. Sieg then turned his spear to the man and disappeared. Whoa, it seems that you are numb to pain here. Sieg said that as he stood behind the man. A large amount of blood was dripping from the tip of his spear. The man looks at it mysteriously and slowly turns to look at his left hand. He tried to move it, but it won't budge. His left hand was cut halfway at the elbow and dangling around. Whoa, you are slow here. The joint seems pretty weak, so I will be shaving that off. Now, come at me. In response to Sieg's provocation, the man swings his right hand with all his might. The force destroyed the floor, but Sieg lightly jumped up and planted his feet on the ceiling. He then uses it as a foothold and lunges the man. After he landed, he jumped up again. Sieg continued to leap around like a bouncing ball, attacking the man's weak points, and eventually, the man became unable to move. Tear. Sieg's spear sent the man's neck flying. The man's neck then falls to the floor with a heavy sound. Sorry. I'm not such a good guy that would be thinking about a way to save you. Saying so, Sieg looks at the man's corpse a little dejected. Making a human into a monster here. To hell with that. Sieg angrily muttered and turned his sight toward the approaching night unit that heard the sound and came to investigate. It's a bear. It's the enemy in the report. The knights pulled out their swords and approached Sieg, but he only silently pointed his spear at them. With just that, the knights stopped. Cold sweat ran down their back. Coup. Charge. A knight braves his way forward, but Sieg emotionlessly pierces his chest. Then, he pulled out his spear and started talking to them amidst the geyser of blood. If you want to get past me, then don't come at me with a half-baked courage. Charge at me with the resolve to die. I'm quite pissed right now. Saying so, Sieg blocked the passage. Section. After Leo and the others rushed into the castle, Finn and her guards are also being chased. However, with Linfia and the Ritters, they couldn't get close to Finn. Please step back a little bit. Yes. Finn took a step back, following Linfia's instruction. Then, the knight that tried to grab Finn was cut down by Linfia. Seeing that, Finn silently makes a saddened expression. The loss of life. She came here with the resolve to witness it. Instead of herself, who couldn't fight, many people have to stain their hands with blood in her place. It's not like she could tell her men to lay down their weapons because their enemies are pitiful either. Still, she couldn't just turn off her feelings just because they are enemies. It's done. Finn-sama. Finn quietly crouched near the knight who was cut down earlier. The Ritters tried to stop her because it was dangerous, but Linfia stopped them. I'm Finn von Kleinet. Do you have a final word? Or, I am a knight who serves the Talnath house. Why are you here? My lord, has been taken hostage. I have to catch you, or they will kill him. Is there anything I can do? Please, my lord. Saying so, the knight reaches out to Finn. Finn tried to grasp his hand, but before she could, the knight's hand powerlessly fell. I understand. Finn-sama. We have to move, one of the Nabi-Ritus impatiently said. In response, Finn gives them a small nod. She then looks at Linfia. Linfia, who understands the meaning behind Finn's expression, was a little surprised, but she smiled and nodded. As you wish, Finn-sama. Linfia-san. I am only here to protect you. And I also think that what you are trying to do is splendid as well, Finn-sama. Sorry. Thank you very much. Saying so, Finn looks at the elites of the Nabi-Ritus who are acting as her guards. For Finn's guards, only the most talented of the Nabi-Ritus were selected. To them, they couldn't understand why Finn would do something meaningless like she earlier did in such a situation. Escorting her to a safe place as soon as possible is their job, so staying still and talking is only a meaningless act to them. However, immediately after, they were told something in a language that they could understand. I will rescue the hostages. What? Are you sane? This is no time for that, Finn-sama. Please reconsider. All the soldiers oppose her decision. However, after a quick glance at them, Finn declared, I understand how dangerous this will be. However, as the emperor's envoy, I have an obligation to save them. But I know why everyone wants to stop me. And probably, you are correct. After all, it is smarter to just evacuate from here. Saying so, Finn slowly touches her blue seagull ornament. Ever since she received this hair ornament, she was no longer just a daughter of a duke. She hates that idea and refused to leave her territory. Still, she left and forcibly stayed by Ul's side. The reason for that is the special feeling inside her. The feeling of wanting to be useful to Ul, the feeling of wanting to repay him. Those kinds of feelings. A long time ago, beauties all across the empire were gathered at the imperial capital to decide who will be the owner of this ornament. Of course, Finn was there. However, with that as her first time in the imperial capital, the fact she had never seen such a large crowd before, coupled with how she will meet the emperor in person for the first time, made her very nervous. For Finn, who was still only 14 years old at the time, the pressure was too much for her to handle. As she was hanging her head as anxiety took over her, there was a boy who cheerfully encouraged such Finn. Finn, whose face was hidden under a veil, was told by the boy that the emperor was just an ordinary old man and there's nothing that she should be nervous about. It was quite silly because he was there with her, because he just escaped from the stage she will be standing on, because he thought it was troublesome. Still, Finn was able to calm down after talking with him. And then, she obtained the title of the Blue Seagull Princess. For that boy, it must have been something trivial, but for Finn, that was a big moment. Ever since then, Finn has admired the boy, Ul. When Ul arrived at her home, Finn thought that it was her chance to thank him. That's why she never said, "Nice to meet you," to Ul back then. However, back then, Ul furiously berated her father. It depressed Finn when she thought that the boy had changed. However, Ul actually never changed. The same as he was that day, he still remained a kind person. Knowing his secret, Finn begged her father. She wanted to stay by Ul's side and help him. She might be a dead weight to him, but she still wanted to stay at Ul's side. She wanted to help Ul however she could. She thought that she was willing to do anything for him. That kind of courage welled up inside her. But it's against my principle to not do anything just because it was correct or it was the smart thing to do. I came here to save people. Everyone here is the same, are you not? Were you not here because Ulsama's words moved you? Do you think that anyone who once called themselves a knight would be able to overlook something like this? However, if something were to happen to you, nothing will happen to me. I have excellent knights by my side after all. What are you saying? Everyone here was carefully selected to protect me, the emperor's envoy. Your strength should be equal to the imperial knights. I believe that everyone here has that much power. I believe in the knights that Ulsama personally recruited. And I will never say that I have no confidence in your ability. You all are the Nabi-Ritus, the most elite unit of the imperial army after all. Hearing that, the soldiers avert their eyes. They then nodded as though they made up their mind. It was because they thought that they wouldn't be able to persuade Finn no matter what they say. Personally, They couldn't leave things as it is either. She placed her trust in them. That's why they are prepared to protect this girl no matter what. Still, they have to take as many safety measures as possible. She is someone the prince who inspired them entrusted them with after all. But if the girl said that she would go, then there is no stopping her. We will protect you with all our power. However, if we judge that your life is in danger, we will forcibly evacuate you. Yes. I will be relying on you. Finn smiles as she says so. After the talk concluded, Linfia opened a new topic. Now, where should we search for them? If we can find them soon, we will be able to help our infiltrating unit as well, so we should hurry. There's no need to worry about that. Sebas-san. Finn confidently called Sebas. Hearing that, Sebas appears behind Finn. At your service. Do you know where the hostages are likely to be? I have looked around the castle and there's one place that I found suspicious. Can you guide us there? As you wish. However, Finn-sama, you really are similar to Ul-sama. Is that so? Yes, very. Hearing that, Finn cheerfully smiles. For that was the finest compliment Finn could ask for. Chapter 119. Hostage Rescue. Behind the castle of Wum, there was a place prepared as an annex. Its inside held the hostages Duke Kruger used against the southern nobles. Marquis Trout, let us out of here. A man in his early 30s appealed. This young noble is Earl Talnath. He is the leader of the nobles who support the empire among the southern nobles. Facing such Earl Talnath is a plump man. It was Marquis Trout, a man who could be said to be the kindred soul of Duke Kruger. You are still saying that, Earl Talnath? Laughing at Earl Talnath, Marquis Trout slowly begins to walk over. There are several knights by his side to guard him against the unarmed hostages, including Earl Talnath, so that they have no chance to rise up against him. The Emperor already deemed the South as an enemy. Isn't it time for you to cooperate with us and counterattack? That was because you and Duke Kruger colluded with that criminal organization. It has nothing to do with us. Oh my. Don't you know that over a third of the southern nobles are involved with that organization? Aren't you being too harsh on your fellow nobles? Don't spout nonsense. Most of them were threatened to cooperate with you anyway, right? Like what you did to Earl Sitterheim. Earl Talnath lunged at Marquis Trout out of anger, but the knights brandished their spears to block his way. Earl Talnath clicked his tongue as he stepped away and continued. Judging from your attitude, it seems that you still haven't changed your mind, right? Obviously. We will not join your confederacy. We are nobles of the empire. Ha! What splendid resolve. But all the southern nobles, including your territory, have already got labeled as confederate, you know? That's because you took us hostages. Who would believe in your words? Just now, the Emperor's envoy arrived at the castle. The Emperor panicked because of our movement and set up a negotiation. Now you are no different from us. All of the southern nobles are already in the same boat. Marquis Trout pridefully told him that. Hearing so, Earl Talnath's face distorted. Many nobles were called here by the fake invitation from Duke Kruger and taken hostage. They were captured when the Duke invited them here to discuss the future of the South. Everyone was surprised. They never thought that Kruger would really rebel against the Empire. Where is the evidence that it was really a negotiation? Isn't it actually a declaration of war? If so, we will fight. We have already made contact with other countries in advance after all. The Empire has enough power to overturn that kind of thing. If the Imperial Knight Order joins the battle, the South will turn into scorched earth, you know. Before that happens, a peace treaty will be concluded. One that will guarantee mine and Duke Kruger's safety, that is. Saying so, Marquis shows a disgusting smile. In the first place, Marquis Trout only sees Earl Talnath as a bargaining piece. If it turns out to be an all-out war, he could just trade him away for his own safety. Until then, the knights who will fight against the Empire will be those that belong to the nobles that he took hostages. His hand will be completely clean. Clearly seen through his way of thinking, Earl Talnath expresses his disgust. You bastard. You are still calling yourself a noble. Of course, I myself am a venerable noble. Earl Talnath lunged at Marquis Trout's proud attitude. The knights stopped him again, but this time, another male noble also attacked the knights. With that opportunity, Earl Talnath snatched a sword from the knight. However, at the same time, another knight was pointing his spear at a noble lady in the corner of the room. Such impudent. Don't you care what will happen to the other hostages? Marquis Trout raises his arm in a threatening manner. If he swings it down, the knight will mercilessly execute the hostages. Earl Talnath looks down with regret in his eyes. However, Earl Talnath, don't worry about us, said a noble lady a little older than the Earl. She looks at Earl Talnath with determined eyes. It is almost unbelievable that she was being pointed at with a spear. Lady Simmel, I will not say that this is for the sake of the Empire, but if I only live to be a chain that shackles down my family, then I would rather choose death. A bluffer. Marquis Trout. Someone who only cares about themselves like you will never understand. A mother who thinks about her child is stronger than you can ever imagine. If you are going to kill me, then do it already. Saying so, Lady Simmel draws closer to the knight. Troubled, the knight looks over at Marquis Trout. The Marquis shakes his head while making a distorted expression. If he kills her here, Earl Talnath will surely come to attack him. Marquis Trout decided that should be avoided at all costs and urged the knight to grab Lady Simmel with his chin. Bring her to me. Let me go. How about it? Earl Talnath, are you still going to fight? Marquis Trout pulls out his dagger and points it at Lady Simmel's neck. Clear hesitation showed on the Earl's face. Seeing that, Lady Simmel closed her eyes and prepared herself. Then, Earl Talnath, please. I accepted your resolve. The two made up their minds. Seeing that, Marquis Trout took a step back. However, the Marquis irritatedly laughs. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. So you want to die that much, huh? You fool. Humans are living beings. Only fools would choose to throw their lives away. Putting your life on the line to protect something, you say? There's nothing you can protect by giving up your measly lives. The Empire will never help you. No, His Majesty would never abandon nobles who still have their soul. The voice echoes. At the same time, the whole room was echoed with a mysterious sound. Hearing that sound, everyone's eyes turned heavier and some even fell down to their knees. They were attacked by sudden drowsiness. It was a magic that even the knights find hard to resist. What? All the knights were incapacitated. My apology. It is difficult to adjust, the girl said as she entered the room while swinging her spear. When the girl stopped swinging her spear, the drowsiness-inducing sound finally stopped. Thank you, Linfia-san. No, I am simply doing my job. While giving Finn her usual stiff reply, Linfia separates Lady Simmel from Marquis Trout. She then apologetically speaks to the sleepy lady. My sincere apology for getting you caught up in its effect as well. The spear form of Linfia's magic sword emits a sound that can lure people to sleep by swinging it in a circle, but in a narrow room, its effect cannot be used on a specific person. At best, she can only swing it in front of her or aim it in a certain direction. In a situation where she has to use it in a crowded room like earlier, it will affect everyone. However, she was able to neutralize all the knights. Seeing the girl in front of him, Marquis Trout still couldn't grasp the situation. Who? Finn von Kleinet. His Majesty the Emperor's envoy. Blaumo. Why are you here? I came to rescue the hostages. Ridiculous. Guards. Get in here. They were already put to sleep. The security was so tight, so I might miss some though, said Sebers as he appeared at Finn's side. Sebers has neutralized all the security in the building without any noise. As a result, Marquis Trout was completely unaware of their advance and got ambushed by Linfia. No way. Duke Kruger would never allow such a thing to happen. If it's Duke Kruger, then Prince Leonard should be chasing him down right about now. That was our original plan after all. Was the envoy just a ploy to ambush us? You damn coward. It was not an ambush. His Majesty's order for Duke Kruger was for him to bend the knees. We are punishing him because he refused to comply. Even so, I do not deny that it was underhanded. However, if lives can be saved by doing such a thing, then no matter how cowardly it is, we will do it. Even if we are cowards, you are simply vile. Plus, I don't remember denying that we are cowards either. When Finn shut down the conversation, Linfia struck the Marquis with her spear and put him out. After seeing that, Finn looks at Earl Telnath. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am His Majesty the Emperor's envoy, Finn von Kleinet. We are sorry that it took us so long to come to your rescue. His Majesty. He didn't forsake us. Thank you. The elderly nobles in the back began to cry tears of gratitude. Finn looks at them with a soft smile on her face. She then waits for them to settle down and start explaining the situation. I have a request I'd like to make to everyone here. There are many of your vassals in this castle. They have to fight against us because everyone was taken hostage. Please, convince them to lay down their arms. Certainly. Earl Telnath, correct? Yes. We have cut down one of your knights. Before he passed, he told us that you were taken hostage. You had a good vassal serving you. Finn does not apologize. She thought that neither Earl Telnath or the dead knight wanted her to. Biting down his lips, the Earl quietly nods. Then we should move right away. Let's head to a place where we can stand out and let the knights know that everyone is safe. I don't mind, but there are still other hostages. Only half of us were being held here. Several nobles have been taken to the castle in the past few days. Hearing Earl Telnath, Finn looks at Linfia anxiously. Linfia also has a similar look on her face. There's no way that it was just a simple hostage transfer. There must be something going on. It would be good if they are safe. We can't confirm that right now. For the time being, we must let the knights in the castle know that the people here are safe. If the knights stop resisting our advance even a little, it would be easier for us to search for the rest of the hostage. Linfia sets their immediate goal and explains it to Finn. Agreeing with her, Finn gives her a nod. However, anxiety doesn't disappear inside her heart. Something bad is happening. With that feeling, Finn touches her hair ornament. It was to gain the courage to move forward. Chapter 120. Capture. To all the knights in the castle, I am Finn von Kleinet, the envoy of His Majesty the Emperor. Finn addresses everyone from the castle's main gate. A loudspeaker is placed at her side. It was originally meant for the people in the castle to make an announcement to the city, but they took it and directed it at the castle. We have rescued many of your lords that were taken hostages. We are currently moving out to rescue the rest of the hostages, so please, lay down your sword. There is no longer any reason for you to fight us. There is no response to Finn's voice. Still, Finn continues calling out to them. I know that you were forced to fight us because your lords have been taken. By the authority His Majesty vested in me, you will not be subjected to any punishment. Please, listen to my voice. There is no need for you to fight the battle that goes against your pride like this anymore. I'm sure that the one everyone wants to protect certainly is not Duke Kruger. Announcing such a thing in a loud voice will obviously reveal their location. The knights gathered at Finn's location. Their armors all bear Duke Kruger's sigil. Linfia and the Nabi Ritters hold up their swords, but Finn tells them to stand down. If you say that you will continue to fight, then I will not stop you. But you must come at us with a resolve. If you are going to take that step, then consider carefully the meaning of turning your blade against the Emperor's envoy. The only ones who deserve to fight against my knights are those whose justice is not clouded with doubt. Being questioned about their resolve and sense of justice, the knights suddenly stopped. Not all of them are bad. Most of them simply serve under Duke Kruger as a knight. They were only fighting because they were following orders, not because of their own will. After all, if they start thinking about such things, they will be punished. However, when they are told to their faces to think about their actions, they can't help but consider it. Meanwhile, more knights rush to the scene. Earl Telnath, my lord. Oh, you guys. The group of knights that rushed over was the knights of those who have been taken hostages. When they confirm the safety of their lords, they cry and kneel down on the spot. Seeing them apologize to their lords over and over again, doubt started to rise up in the mind of Duke Kruger's knights. We might be able to persuade them now. Finn-sama. Understood. When Linfia whispered that to Finn, Finn began to persuade the knights. Everyone simply fought at the command of your lord. You will not bear any sin if you lay down your swords and cooperate with us now. However, if you still wish to point your blade at us, then that sin will extend to your family as well. After all, you will be turning your blades against the Empire if you continue to fight us. Linfia was surprised at Finn's tone, which was stronger than she thought she is capable of. It is not like Finn to include a threat into her persuasion. Then, Linfia remembers Sebas's words. He said that she is similar to Arnold-sama. Remembering that, Linfia smiles. I see. She might really be similar to him. That prince would probably resort to threatening without batting an eye. After all, that is the most effective in this situation. They didn't continue to fight because they like it. They only follow Duke Kruger to protect themselves and their important families. However, Duke Kruger has already lost his control over them. People like that tend to flock to the strong. Will we really not receive any punishment? Yes, you will not. No matter what terrible thing you have done, you will not bear any sin. However, that is only as long as those things were committed under Duke Kruger's order. The knights were frightened by Finn's words. The knights are aware that what Duke Kruger did was evil. Of course, they also understand that they lent their hands toward that. Finn was aware of it. Still, the reason she said that the knights will not bear any sin is Duke Kruger's personality. Judging by his attitude, she thinks that he would never leave any important task to the low-level knights. Then, Duke Kruger's knights who had been silent for a while began to kneel. We will follow His Majesty's envoy. Thank you for showing me your courage. Now, could you tell me where the rest of the hostages are being held? That is. The knights look at each other. It is not that they are reluctant to provide the information. It is because they don't know. We only know that they were taken to the castle's basement. Since us knights are not allowed to get close to it, we don't know specifically where they are. The basement. Hearing that, unpleasant feeling welled up inside Linfia. The children who were kidnapped were also held in the basement of Bassau's castle. Moreover, it is clear that Duke Kruger is conducting some kind of experiment on them. Knowing that, Linfia's expression distorted with that bad feeling. After all, this is the headquarters of the mastermind behind the incident. Finn-sama. It is hard for me to say this, but I think it is better to delay our investigation into the basement. Why? If it is only being guarded by the knights, then we can protect you, but at worst, a demon might appear. If that happens, we will not have enough power to fight it. I think it is better for us to wait until we can take complete control of the castle first. You think that this is the same as Bassau? We can't say that the possibility of that doesn't exist. At worst, this entire castle might disappear. We should wait until our group upstairs finishes their business first. I agree. We should be prepared in case something comes out of that basement as well. If there is no one to defend against it, then it will be impossible for Leonard-sama to withdraw after all. Sebas gave his advice from a strategic point of view. Finn is a little lost. She already put their group in danger because of her own selfishness, so she can't insist on doing something even more dangerous when the two advised against it. I understand. I will keep persuading the knights here. Finn, who declared their course of action, addressed the knights in the castle again, with the hope that she can end this battle even if it is only a second earlier. Section. Hurry up. Kruger, who escaped to the top floor of the castle, stopped running. What Kruger is urging for is the newly developed drugs that he and Xandra created in their joint research. He is rushing an old researcher for such a drug so that he can take it himself. Please wait a little bit longer. The purification of this drug takes time. Moreover, Kruger never expected to use it on himself. To create this drug, they have suffered many failures. This new drug couldn't be said to be safe. Still, Kruger chose to use it in order to survive. However, there are people who stood in Kruger's way. Breaking through the locked door, Leo rolls into the room. The knights turn their swords towards Leo, but Leo instantly cuts them down without giving them any chance to resist. Your Highness, it's dangerous. Lars advises Leo, who advanced forward by himself, but Leo pays no mind to him. That is because Leo's intuition is telling him. It will be bad if Kruger can get his hand on that drug. Everything will come to waste if he drinks it. Listening to his intuition, Leo pushes in even further. He dashed into the group of knights and cut them all down alone by himself. Amazing. A soldier of Nabi Ritter mutters as he fights another knight outside the room. Even from the perspective of the elites of the Nabi Ritter, Leo's skill really stood out. He advanced at the enemy by himself and wiped them all out alone. Isn't he the same as that rumored princess general? With such an impression, the Nabi Ritters rushed into the room and fought off any knight who tried to approach Leo. On the other hand, Leo only stares at Duke Kruger. He avoids all the blades that come at him from all directions using only his reflex. Up until now, Leo would never take such a risky action. He would look for a safe way to win and would never leave everything to his intuition. However, this time Leo leaves everything to it. Of course, he didn't abandon thinking altogether. He doesn't think about it deeply, he only calmly predicts the next movement of his opponents and leaves his body to his reflex as he slashes at the enemy knights. He optimally moves his body with the best judgment his mind can make. It is a fighting style in the situation where he has to fight multiple enemies. It was the way Liza carried herself during the battle, and Leo learned it during the southern incident. His way of fighting that prioritized breaking through his enemies as quickly as possible was far beyond Kruger's imagination. Even if he heard that Leo is good at martial arts, he thought that he is only a good swordsman. That was the only information available to Kruger. However, right now, the current Leo has an atmosphere like he could be a match for 1,000 men. Judging that the drug won't be completed in time, he picks up the newly developed drug that is in the middle of refining. It is not yet complete, sir. I don't care. Turning into a monster here would be far better than getting captured here. His action came from such a way of thinking. It was close to a gamble. It was quite a brave decision on Kruger's part. However, Leo, who saw that, also followed his intuition and made his own gamble. He abandoned his own defense just as Kruger abandoned his safety. He had been helped many times in order to get this far. Many people have offered him their help. If it all comes to naught here, then he has no right to face the people who are waiting for him at the capital. With such determination, Leo grips his sword and holds it up while being surrounded by enemy knights. Like hell I would let you. Yelling so, he threw his sword at Kruger. The sword headed straight to Kruger and cut off the arm that Kruger was using to hold the drug. You are. Kruger let out a scream, but this doesn't mean that Leo is out of danger. Surrounded by fully armed knights, Leo is completely unarmed. He can avoid the incoming swords, but he wouldn't be able to keep this up without anything to block them. A blade approaches Leo's chest. I'm done for, Leo thought. However, that blade never reached Leo. Good grief, you really are a troubling man. It was Lars who intercepted the blade and said that to Leo. Thank you, Colonel. No, our job is to protect you. Lars smiles as he says so. Then, he looks at the still screaming Kruger. Capture him. Don't forget to take care of his wound. Yes, sir. This is all thanks to you, Your Highness. That was splendid. My body just moved on its own, that's all. Leo humbly says so. However, his face is full of pride. The man who could be said to be the mastermind of the incident was caught, and he was able to stop him from using his last resort. Oh, you. What is this drug? Hi. PL, please. Whatever, just answer the question. That is a vampire drug. We take the blood of a vampire to make a drug that can turn a human into a vampire. Hearing that, Leo frowns. Since the word vampire came out, he can't help but associate it with the Eastern monster outbreak. Were you behind the Eastern incident as well? You. Phew, ha ha ha. I only procured the blood then. Don't start pointlessly throw out accusations now. So if we trace the route you got that blood from, we can find the real culprit, right? Do you have enough leeway to do that, I wonder? What? While we were developing this drug, we also created a curious medicine. I think you should be able to witness its result soon. The moment Kruger said that, many screams can be heard from the lower floors of the castle. The southern battle is not yet over. Chapter 121. Grau's preparation. The day after Zhuz repelled the Imperial army's attack. What kind of magic did you use? Aloys asked such a question to me, who is looking at the Imperial army pulling back to their encampment from the city wall. Which time? Yesterday. Honestly, I never thought that we would be able to hold them back. Chem. If the young lord personally took command of the field himself, then anyone would be motivated, right? That was what you told me to do. I think that also helped, but I can't believe that we managed to stop 10,000 soldiers with just that. You really are insisting that it was because of my magic? I simply want to know the truth. When he told me that, I went silent for a moment. I don't mind just telling it to him, but I felt that it would be kind of a waste. Chem. Then let me put it into a question. What kind of magic do you think I used? If I can arrive at such an answer myself, I wouldn't be asking you. Knowing when to ask others for help is important, but it is also important to think about it before that. Try to figure it out. How were we doing yesterday? I advise him like a teacher would his student. Aloys then obediently begins to think. Tracing back his memory, he tries to think about how we won yesterday. Then, Aloys put up 2 fingers with a little confidence. 2. I think our victory yesterday was due to 2 factors. Tell me. First was that the enemy was weaker than we expected. The other was that our soldiers were stronger than they expected. So you think that I weakened them while strengthening our soldiers, huh? You think that I used those 2 magic? Yes. That's what I think, Aloys said with not much confidence. For the time being I gave him a nod and started explaining to Aloys. Your answer is half right and half wrong. So you used one of those magic? Yeah, I used a magic to keep our soldiers' composure so that they won't panic during the battle. Thanks to that, everyone was able to calmly observe their enemies, defeat them, and composedly follow their orders. That was the only magic I used. Staying composed. That alone is a huge advantage in battle. Normally, if you don't have much confidence in yourself, you wouldn't be able to stay calm in front of your enemy. This is especially true for an amateur who never fought before. The army often trains soldiers to keep their composure in such situations. It could be said that my magic pushed an amateur into veteran soldiers. That was all. Then why were the enemy soldiers yesterday? The day before, a huge fire attack was fired from the gate, burning 1,000 of their elite soldiers. Seeing their injuries, it's inevitable that they would be cautious around the gate. There might be some traps at the gate. Our strategy might be read again this time. Those hesitations made them lose their composure. The army soldiers may be well trained, but they are not invincible. Once they lose their composure, they won't pose a big threat. Just because of that. When you fight for your life, such a thing will make a difference. In the first place, the defender side has an advantage in a battle like this. If the enemy hesitates to act, this is the result you can expect. Did you defeat their surprise attack unit that way because you were aiming for that? Well, yeah. When your opponent comes to attack you by such a by-the-book method, it is easy for you to come up with countermeasures against them. It might be simple in theory, but from the soldier's point of view, such a thing is scary. If you cling to the theory once you read it, then you will be the one who loses your life. Their commander gave them orders according to those theories. We simply created doubt in their minds, causing them to lose their composure and their movement turned sluggish. Our knights and soldiers simply didn't miss the opening they showed. That's all. All we need is to hold them off for a day. If we accomplish that, they will judge us as a difficult enemy to deal with. And in that case, the ways they can defeat us in a short time will be limited. Then I take it that you already took your next step, right? Why do you think so? You have taken advantage of their discomposure by planting fear in their minds the day before. With that line of thinking, it wouldn't be weird if you used what happened yesterday to plan something ahead. You have a good head on your shoulders. But that is still too naive. What do you mean? It wasn't yesterday that I made my preparation. It was the day that we defeated their surprise attack unit. I already took a step toward my plan on that day. You have already done something before yesterday. The surprised Aloys tries to ask me about it, but he immediately starts to think about it by himself. I smile at such honest behavior of his and put my hand on Aloys's head. You were busy yesterday, so you might not notice, but it should already be visible to you by now. Visible? Yeah, take a look. What is missing since yesterday's battle? Hearing my hint, Aloys hurriedly looks around himself. Something was missing. Since yesterday, something was missing that he normally would have noticed. Aloys then curiously tilts his head. However, as if he realized something, his eyes opened wide. So he noticed her. So, since yesterday, I haven't seen Jordan-san. I smiled at his answer. I then pat his head with my left hand, telling him well done. When they are faced with a difficult opponent, they can't afford to use the same tactic. The enemy will try something to break us with all their power. That is our biggest chance. Even such an elite army can be dispersed if we attack them using such timing. However, they will surely be on guard against that. They probably posted lookouts for us already. If we dispatch a unit outside, they will definitely be notified. Then, you already sent out a unit when you defeated the surprise attack unit. Those 100. The Knight Commander Vogt was really excellent. He acted in a way that prevented our enemy from noticing the missing soldiers. Even if 1,000 men become 900, there shouldn't be much changed from the enemy's perspective after all. It might be because we wiped out 1,000 of their soldiers first too. So you did something like that. Then are you going out for a surprise attack? Yeah, it's a surprise attack. But it is not just any surprise attack. If we have a unit of 100 soldiers outside the city, the enemy might notice. That's why I told them to hide. The hiding spots are the nearby villages. With Jordan being widely known by the people around Shuz, he has many acquaintances who he could ask for help. Why do you think our enemy is so quiet today? They must be preparing something to breach our city. Yes, but they have some restrictions. The first is time. Another is their cover as a reconnaissance unit. That cover prevents them from asking their HQ for reinforcements or calling in a powerful mage. This is a fatal weakness for an army that wishes for a short-term battle. That being the case, their options are limited to coming up with some clever scheme to capture the city or constructing new weapons. Constructing weapons? Are you talking about siege weaponry? They can do something about that if they decide to mobilize their soldiers. Even if it is a simple siege weapon, it will make their battle much easier. Seeing the battle from the past 2 days, they must realize that we don't have a mage on our side as well. That's why there won't be a problem if they decide to make a large-scale siege weapon either. However, that is their blind spot. Since they want to drop the city as soon as possible, they will surely resort to making a desperate decision. If they want to make a huge and complicated siege weapon, they will need more manpower. That being the case, the army will surely hire workers from the nearby villages to help them with their project. Don't tell me. Our 100-men unit have already infiltrated the enemy camp. Well, if it is only that, then it won't pose much of a threat for them. They wouldn't go against the army's request without my instruction after all. At most, it would end up with just some simple harassment. But what if I personally go there myself? But the enemy is watching us. That doesn't matter to me. I can go wherever I wish after all. From the enemy perspective, it would seem like I appear out of thin air. Of course, I won't say that I use magic either. We will destroy their food supply and siege weapons, then it will be over. They will have no choice but to retreat. Even if they can capture the city, they can't push in any further, and without their siege weapons, they won't make it anyway. After explaining my plan, I look at Aloys. Despite his young age, he is still a lord. I have to properly explain something like this to him. I will leave after I'm done with the raid. You can be relieved since they will no longer pose any threat to you. But what you have to work hard for is the thing that will come afterward. I understand. We fought against the Imperial army after all. He is still working with the Imperial envoy right now, but you can rely on Prince Leonard. After they take down Duke Kruger, you should immediately apologize to the Emperor when you can confirm the safety of the hostages. Your circumstances should leave plenty of room for consideration, and he is not a foolish emperor who would punish a lord who holds back 10,000 elite soldiers of the Imperial army either. I'm sure your punishment will not be a heavy one. Understood. I will follow your instructions. Good. Let's head down. It's getting cold. When do you leave? That is a secret. I said so as I pat Aloys in the head, and the two of us went down from the wall. Chapter 122. The Raid. Night. I quietly transferred to the enemy camp and called Jordan while hiding in the shadow of the tree. Please casually walk to the east. I am hiding near the big tree. Using wind to carry my words, only Jordan can hear my voice. Jordan, who was probably chatting with the other gathered villagers, opened his eyes in surprise at the sudden voice he was hearing, but he immediately walked over naturally without arousing any suspicion. Oi oi, what was that? Strategist's armor. It was something like a parlor trick. More importantly, what's the situation? Their siege weapons are almost complete. Our men are scattered right now. Of course, we don't have any weapons either. I brought the weapons. But it seems there are a lot of villagers here. Yeah, they paid 1/3 of the wage in advance. It seems they will pay them the rest tomorrow. That's a shame. It's all right. Even those who came don't like these pompous military guys anyway. That's good news. We will start the operation in 2 hours. Please make the preparation. All right, but there are a lot of guards, you know. They are only being vigilant toward the outside threat. There won't be any problem. If strategist's armor said so, then that must be the case. I will notify everyone about the time we will launch our attack then. Jordan says so and leaves. As far as I can see, it seems that they have recruited a considerable amount of villagers. As I thought, they are making large-scale siege weapons. Well, the bigger the weapons are, the bigger the damage we will do once we destroy them. Now, let's make this grand. Muttering so, I left the place using transfer magic. Section. At the time when many people went to bed, Jordan and the 100-men unit were quietly moving among the trees with me on the lead. Catapult, ballista, siege tower. Quite impressive of them to make these in such a short time. There are 2 of each weapon. Moreover, their structures are fairly complicated. They were probably designed by Sonia. It seems my provocation triggered her. Thanks to that, they gathered the villagers and their eyes pointed to the outside. Still, if we failed here, they would come after us. This might be quite a dangerous gamble. It seems there are still a lot of watchmen left. No, I think this is probably a little different. The watchmen looked tense. Maybe their commander is coming to inspect the progress. As if to confirm my speculation, a uniformed officer walked toward them soon after. That guy. Who is it? That's Colonel Letts. He's their temporary field commander. I see. So he came out to inspect the progress personally. It seems they are quite cornered. He probably couldn't sit still before he can confirm that his precious siege weapons are safe and secure. After all, this is his only hope. However, it was a bad idea for him to show up like this. The soldiers were already overwhelmed as they are, but now they grow even tenser. Let's confirm that the siege weapons are safe and head back together with his subordinates. Since their commander left, the atmosphere relaxes. I can see that the watchmen were starting to slack off, but I decided to push it even further. I quietly set up a barrier around them. Its effect is not that strong, but it's a barrier that induces drowsiness. For those that are already sleepy, its effect should be considerable. They might endure their sleepiness, but that's it. It should take their all, just remain standing up. Now, let's commence our operation. Is it really fine? They must be vigilant against our attack. And our equipment is. One soldier muttered anxiously. The weapons I gave them were daggers. It was impossible to bring large weapons for this number of people. However, for killing those sleepy guards, this should be enough. They are only cautious about the outside threat. What they are waiting for is the report from their lookouts outside. I don't think they will immediately gather at our location. In other words, they are indeed cautious but also being lax at the same time. Lax. It will be all right. You have already deceived the eyes of the Imperial Army. Everything will be fine. Let's win this and return to Juz. I am sure that great rewards await you. The strength returned to the eyes of the anxious men. Seeing that, I make a small gesture with my hand to give them instructions to proceed slowly. Under the cover of darkness, We are getting closer and closer as we lower our waist and approach them in a crouching position. Even when we arrived at the distance they would normally notice us, they are oblivious to our approach. Right until the moment the dagger was thrust at their neck. The same goes for others who are half asleep with their guard lowered. With Jordan leading them, the soldiers gradually proceed to quietly eliminate all the watchmen. It didn't take long before all the guards were eliminated. As I surveyed the area for any guards that are still alive, my eyes found one of the dead watchmen with their eyes open. I slowly approach him and close his eyes. I wonder if he had a family. He probably didn't join Gordon because he supported him either. Foot soldiers don't have the right to choose their commander. Still, they are those who always end up the victims. This is exactly why the succession war is so ridiculous. The lives of those who we should be protecting are being easily discarded just because of a sibling's quarrel. I'm sorry. You can complain to me later when I head over to your side someday. Leaving such words, I walk over to the siege weapons and cover them with oil that I brought. It was also because I was carrying this oil that I couldn't take any large weapon with me. However, this oil is the thing that will drive the Imperial army into despair. After dousing all the siege weapons, I give Jordan my final order. Let's head back. I am going to set them aflame, so if you take advantage of the chaos you should be able to escape easily. What about strategists' armor? I still have something to do after I set fire to these. Is it something necessary? Yes, it is necessary. I see. Don't die on me now, all right? You are our benefactor. We will have to repay our debt someday. I understand. I will be looking forward to that. Saying so, I send off Jordan and his men. After confirming that they are already a distance away, I set fire to the siege weapons. Then, I create a breeze and fuel the fire even further. Now, time for the final task. I walked away as I watched the fire envelope the siege weapons. Section. What is going on? I don't know. There was suddenly a fire. Fire wouldn't just start burning out of thin air, right? What were the watchmen doing? Why didn't they notice the surprise attack? There was no movement from the enemy, sir. What? The command center was a mess. For such a command center, I set up a stronger version of the drowsiness barrier which causes the soldiers inside to fall asleep one after another. At? Good day. Colonel Letts. Slowly entering the command tent, I called out to Letts. If I left this guy alive, he might order an unreasonable charge and increase the damage even further. I can't let this guy live. Bastard, who are you? Growl. The wandering strategist. You. Damn you. What did you do? I was just playing a little trick on your food supply. What? Let's look at the water in his command tent. Although that was totally a ruse, I shrug at him to affirm his speculation. Letts bitterly frowned and I pull out a dagger and point it toward him. Wait. If you kill me, His Highness Gordon won't stay silent, all right? So what? You will be targeted by the next emperor, you know. Rather than killing me, just cooperate with His Highness. He will surely be able to use your ability effectively. I heard the rumor that you are treating your strategist quite coldly, though. That's not true. It seems you are a bad liar, People wouldn't gather under a guy who resorts to tricks and cuts off their subordinates when it's inconvenient, you know. Saying so, I pierced Letts's chest with the dagger. Those words also apply to me, so I was also hurt by it. A liar cannot be a good leader. With this, the Imperial army will be forced to withdraw. Right. Half-elf strategist. Ha ha. You have done it. Growl. Chem. I told you that I will render all your effort to ashes, right? Out of breath, Sonia jumps into the command tent. She arrived considerably fast. Perhaps she gave up on the siege weapons once she saw it aflame, so she rushed here in the case that her enemy aimed for the headquarters. I have always moved with the next step in mind after all. She probably thought that the fire might be the next step toward something as well. And that is exactly right. I have been on watch. But the surprise attack still arrived. Did you already move them even before we posted the lookouts? Sonia walks towards me, but she staggers and has to support herself with the desk. The barrier is still in place. Entering the command tent means that she will receive its effect. That's right. I sent out the unit before you posted your lookouts. The method I used to come here is my secret though. This is a barrier. As expected of a half-elf, it seems you won't be tricked easily here. Elves are originally sensitive to magic. Sonia, who draws blood from them, is of course resistant toward it as well. Even if it's the barrier I made an effort to hide, she would still notice it once she entered inside her. She probably wouldn't enter carelessly if she knows that I can use magic though. Well, this is also a win for my strategy here. To be able to hide your magic so well like this. Just who are you? I wonder. What meaning does my identity have for you? Saying so, I point the bloody dagger at Sonia. Sonia looked like she was about to put up a fight for a moment, but she immediately lowered her hand as though she gave up. If you want to kill me then, that is fine by me. You are quite quick to give up her. You should have enough power to put up a fight, right? You should be experienced in self-defense technique as well, no? This is embarrassing, but my sword arm is quite weak, you know. Ha ha ha. You are funny. It's like you want me to resist or something. It's okay. I'm done already. What do you mean? I couldn't protect the commander nor capture the city. I'm sure that I will have to shoulder the responsibility for this. You already killed him after all. The man who should bear it. He is too dangerous to be kept alive. And I don't think that you are in the position to take the fault for this though. It doesn't matter. I will be killed when I exhausted my usefulness. I'm sure that His Highness Gordon is such a person. A beast that couldn't be controlled. I was too naive. So just kill me. There was no will or strength behind Sonia's eyes. There was some when I met her before, but it seems those are completely lost by now. Surely, Sonia was looking forward to the future when she helped Rebecca back then. She thought that her action still has meaning. However, there is no such thing in Sonia today. Even if you let me live, I'm sure I will be killed. Even if I'm not killed, someone I care about will be killed in my place. If that's the case, then I would rather die here. You are too naive. You don't even know what I know. You are being forced to cooperate with Prince Gordon because he took someone you care about hostages, right? So what? Anyone can lament at their own misfortune. I did all I could already. To not intensify the war. To not endanger the hostages. I did everything. I did it all, but still. There is rarely a plan that would go well on your first try. That's why you come up with your next move. You turn your wisdom to overturn the situation at the next opportunity. That is what a schemer. No, that is what it is to be a strategist. Someone who folds after their plan fails has no right to call themselves a strategist. If you are a strategist, then come up with plans until you can resolve your situation. Feeling the shock from my words, Sonia collapsed on the floor. Certainly, Sonia failed to control Gordon. Then she should have devised a plan to rescue the hostages and contact the other factions. You can't overcome the obstruction if you do nothing after your first plan fails. The problem won't wait for you to recover, it always comes at you all of a sudden. Sonia, who was trained by the genius strategist, should be capable of coming up with many plans, and I think that she already has some in her mind, but she still lacks experience in the field. That is the most necessary thing for a strategist. Half-elf strategist. Sonia Lespade. I investigated you. It seems you were raised up by your stepfather, who was a genius strategist, right? I know that you follow Gordon because he was taken hostage, but your life was saved. Don't give it up so easily. Your stepfather didn't raise you up so that you can get killed by me. You are incredibly arrogant to think that your life is yours alone. Saying so, I throw the dagger at Sonia with all my might. Seeing that, Sonia guards herself with both hands. Passing beside Sonia's face, my dagger plants itself into the ground. Ah. I can kill you here, but if I do, your stepfather will be too pitiful. If you still have the will to live, then try putting up a fight. Don't be so selfish. I just don't want people to get hurt. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me, but still. Tears spill from Sonia's eyes. Her folks got taken hostage, and she has been pushing herself for them. No matter how good a strategist she is, Someone who has never been on the battlefield would be too immature to call themselves a strategist. Originally she should be gradually gaining experiences, but she was suddenly thrown into the battlefield, a life or death situation. Many people will die with just one command. The pieces on the board turned into living and breathing humans. If she couldn't overcome such reality, then she cannot become a strategist. Sonia forced herself to make that resolve. And it was Gordon's fault who forced her to do that. I just want to live in peace. I can sympathize with that. Then, help me. I did not immediately give my answer. The reason is that I heard the sound of a flute echoes from a distance. That's why I immediately walked past Sonia. Sorry, but I have some previous engagement. Moreover, you must do something about it yourself first. Don't simply ask others for help. Do everything you can. From my point of view, I still don't think you have given it your all yet. Do it even if it is something small. If you do that, I'm sure that your situation will improve someday. Saying so, I left the command tent. I can hear the loud sound of crying from the inside. It may have been cruel and I should have extended my hand to her. But if I reach out to her, the only one I will be able to save is Sonia herself. I'm sure that I won't be able to help the hostages. As long as I don't know where they are, I can't save them. If she wants to acquire the best possible future, then she has no choice but to struggle for it herself. With such a thing in mind, I left the place with transfer magic. Chapter 123. Man-Eater. Hurry. Outside. Lars has the Nabi Ritter soldiers carry Kruger and orders everyone to evacuate the castle. The reason was the suspicious roar they heard from the castle basement. Relying on his intuition, Lars decided to immediately leave the castle without investigating it. And his decision was not wrong. Oi! What was that roar? That is. Lars questions the old researcher. As he ran with his hands tied, the researcher pushed his chest out proudly for some reason. It was the roar of our masterpiece. I don't care. Just tell me what it is. Hi. Please don't hit me. We tried to make an artificial vampire using their blood, but all our attempts failed since the blood was just too strong. Even though their muscle mass grew and their strength multiplied, they lost all their reason. We call them the failures. So that was one of them, her. On their way up the tower, they encountered a huge monster. Reminded of that, Lars's expression distorted from the discomfort he felt. After all, that man was also a victim. So, was that scream their mating call or something? No, that was not something remotely close to those failures. To overcome the strength of the vampire blood, we used a little something. With that, we managed to dramatically improve them. What did you do? We used the blood of the human that was possessed by the demon. We combined the blood of the demon and the blood of the vampire together. Hearing that, everyone was at a loss for words. That concept was just too unorthodox. In that silence, Leo asks the researcher in a small voice. That demon blood? Where did you get it? I don't know. However, the effect it produced was immense. They may have lost their ability to speak, but the alteration on their appearance was minimal and they were blessed with special power. They can turn everyone they bite into a similar state with them. Leo looks away from the old researcher who is proudly presenting his creation. As you can get from their name, vampires prefer to drink blood, but it is only a superstition that those who got their blood sucked by them would become a vampire themselves. Vampires originally don't possess such ability. It was something like a myth made to scare children, but now they have turned that into reality. Leo couldn't understand why someone would do something like that and shut his eyes. The more he thinks about it, the more his head aches. We named them the Man-Eater. Once we send one of these man-eaters to enemy territory, the infection will explosively spread and we can easily attack and crush them. Duke Kruger. Who did you use it on? Leo looked at Kruger, who was being carried. When they caught him, Kruger looked carefree for some reason, even though his winning chance should already have been completely erased by then. Surely, you must have already had some guesses. Of course, we used it on the southern nobles. Naturally, we did not use it on anyone who cooperated with us but those we took hostages. You have gone insane. Ha ha ha. Such a poor loser you are. If you don't kill those man-eaters, disaster will befall the empire. But if you kill them, all southern nobles will bear a grudge against you. Eventually, the second me will be created, and someday the empire will be crushed under all the resentment. Having said that, Kruger continues to laugh. Leo frowned as he silently went down the stairs of the castle. When he reaches the entrance, Sieg and many knights are holding back the failures. You are all right, her. Hurry up and get out of here. Sieg, I'm glad you are safe. Finsama already rescued the hostages. Thanks to that, a good number of knights joined our side and it got a lot easier to move around now. I'm grateful. Are those the only things that came out? What? There's something more. There should be another type of them too. No, haven't seen anything like that yet. Good. All men withdraw to the main gate. Colonel, close off all the routes connecting this castle to the city. Your Highness, you must escape first. No, I don't think I can afford to do that. A large number of footsteps can be heard from deep underground. Hearing the ground shaking by the footsteps, Leo urged Lars to hurry. Quick. Coup. Understood. Seal off the castle. Lars ordered his men to block all 4 gates that connected the castle to the city. During that time, Leo held back the enemy at the main gate. It's useless. We already unlocked everything in the basement. Monsters will overflow from it soon. Shut up. There are still people here. Colonel, I don't care who they are. Get everyone to the main gate. Understood. Combining the number of Nabi Ritus and the knights. Approximately 600 people have gathered in front of the main gate. Finsan and the others safely got out right. Oi oi, is this the time to be relieved? You don't have an escape route anymore, you know. We can leap out from the top of the gate, but I don't think that they will wait for us to do so. I don't mind if any of you want to escape, but we still need people to hold them back. As long as we are here, the enemy won't head outside. Using that time, Finsan should be able to evacuate the citizens. Hearing Leo, no one chose to escape. In the first place, every knight who stayed behind already made the resolve to give up their lives. Some of them are Duke Kruger's knights and some of them are of the other southern noble houses. They chose this place to make their redemption. Of course, some of them did not make that choice. However, even they did not just simply escape and chose to join Finn to assist her. On the other hand, the man-eaters haven't left the castle yet. They are attacking Duke Kruger's knights who are late to escape. If what we heard is true, then every knight left in the castle should already be turned into man-eater by now. Duke Kruger, how many knights did you have in the castle? Chimpate. Around 2,000, I guess. If we estimate that 500 people were killed and 500 have joined us, the remaining 1,000 should already have been turned into man-eaters. What about their combat ability? It should only be a slight improvement. The demon blood mixed with the vampire blood, so there should be a huge change in its original effect. Even if it's a slight improvement, it still poses a high enough threat. It is not the case where a demon possesses a vampire. Instead, both of their blood were combined and injected into humans. It was a miracle that the person who got injected with it managed to stay alive. Leo stared silently at the castle as he thought that the reason it had such an effect was that the strength of 2 powerful blood is repulsing each other. As he stared at the castle, a man emerged from it. He is wearing fine clothes. Perhaps he is one of the southern nobles. However, the way he walked was shaky, like he is a sick person. Then, when he raised his face, his eyes are completely white. That abnormality sent chills down Leo's spine. However, the man-eater did not immediately rush toward Leo. He waited for a large number of failures to come out from the castle and set up the formation first. Is he leading them? There was nothing like that in the report. The old researcher panicked. Thinking that this is going to be a hard battle, Leo ordered the men to form a semicircle with their back against the gate. Then, the failures rushed at them. Stop them, Your Highness. Even alone, you must escape. I didn't come this far just to retreat. However, we don't have any way to deal with the man-eater that is commanding them at the castle. If we crash with them directly, our side will have casualties. If that happens, they will not be able to thin the number of the man-eaters. To beat them, they have no choice but to annihilate them all with a force that is 3 times or at least twice their number. Lars thought. However, Leo has a different idea. I have a plan. What? If you have a plan, then now's the time to spill it. Sieg spoke as he dealt with one of the failures. The knights are also struggling and appear to be locked in a stalemate. If the man-eaters jumped into the fray in this situation, it would surely cause a lot of casualties. This is just a guess, but if the man-eater is the production of demon and vampire blood, then they should be something close to a possessed human. That's true, but if so, then I might be able to purify them using holy magic. Holy magic that can purify demons is an advanced magic. However, its effect is that much potent. The body of those who are possessed by demons are altered, but with just the diluted blood, the effect it has on them should be weaker. I might be able to save them by purifying their blood. That is too reckless, Your Highness. We don't know whether that is possible or not. What if only the blood of the demon is purified? We will have a lot of casualties on our hands. What do you think? Leo asks the old researcher who is standing nearby. The old researcher was reluctant to give his answer, but he immediately speaks once Leo reaches for his sword. I don't think that will be the case. We mix the demon blood with the vampires, so if the demon blood can be removed, they should revert back to a normal human. I wouldn't recommend trying it though. That's what he said. Please don't make it sound so easy. To purify all the man-eaters in the castle, you would need to use a holy magic with a wide range of effects. If my memory serves me right, the only one who can use holy magic here is you, Your Highness. Yeah, I planned to do it myself from the start. You are being too unreasonable. A wide range of holy magic couldn't be used unless you are a master of holy magic. I have heard of a lot of mages who lost their lives trying to use magic that was beyond their capability. We can't let you do such a reckless thing. Please order us to wipe them out. We will definitely accomplish it, rather than risking the Nabi Ritters turning into man-eaters. I think this is a much better choice. If it works, we will be able to save a lot of lives. Even if it doesn't, it should be able to do something about this situation. If something goes wrong, you might lose your life. Even if you survive, you will be right in the middle of the danger. Please realize your importance, Your Highness. Lars desperately tries to convince Leo. Sieg also agreed with him. I also agree with the colonel. If we have you, we will be able to mobilize the Southern Knight and the army, but if you die here, there will be no one left to solve this situation. I understand what you are trying to say, but when I have the opportunity to save everyone, I do not want to throw it away. And if I let even a single man-eater escape, the infection will surely spread through the empire. Even if I survive, I will not be able to do anything. Now is that the time to act. Leo had already thrown away his survival instinct. His mind focuses on the way to stop the man-eaters here. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Lars regrets his naivety. If push comes to shove, he planned to take him and escape. However, such a thing never existed in Leo's mind. What is currently in his mind is the question of whether to do it now or not. Recognizing his resolution, Lars clenches his teeth and speaks to Leo. If you realize that it is dangerous, please immediately stop. I will cut everything down and solve this situation for you. Thank you, Colonel. His Highness is preparing a great magic. Focus on defending. Don't let them lay even a scratch on him. The Nabi Ritters and the Knight's morale were raised by Lars's command. Seeing them, Leo begins the preparation for his magic. On the other hand, Sieg tiredly speaks to Lars in a small voice. Even though he's an imperial prince, this guy is quite an idiot here. I'm with you there. If it gets dangerous, I will drag him out of there. Got it? I will leave it to you. I made a promise with His Highness Arnold. I will buy you the time to escape even if it costs me my life. Decided so, Lars held his sword up. At that time, the sound of the whistle echoes. That sound is inaudible to those who are there. However, there was certainly a person who heard it. Chapter 124. The Older Brother's Encouragement. Appearing in the sky above Wum in the appearance of Grau, Ul tilts his head at the situation he sees below. NN. What is going on here? Ul, who thought that Finn was in danger, immediately searched for her. Soon after, he spotted her. With the flute in hand, she climbed up the city wall alone. "I'm surprised. I rushed here because I thought you were in danger. Ulsama." Finn calls Ul without any hesitation, even though he is still under the disguise of Grau. For some reason, she looked like she was about to cry. "What happened?" "Please. Leo-sama will die." Sebas. "Sir." Looking at Finn, Ul gave up asking about the situation from her. So, he called his butler, who could briefly explain the situation for him. "Explain." "Yes. Duke Kruger was developing a drug that is the product of combining the blood of demon and vampire together, and half of the southern nobles who have been taken hostage were turned into monsters called man-eater. This man-eater has the ability to turn anyone they bite into another man-eater, and 1,000 knights in the castle were already turned. Currently, we have sealed off the castle and the evacuation of the citizens is in place." "I see. So what did Leo choose to do?" "He is planning to use a large-scale holy magic to purify the demon blood and save everyone who got turned into the man-eater. But since a short while ago the progress of his magic has stopped." Finn jumped in and explained. Looking at Sebas, he gives me a nod to confirm it. That was a Leo-like decision, Ul thought. In a situation where he should be satisfied getting a 6/10 score, Leo is still aiming for the 10 out of 10. It is an obvious thing for him to do where the situation involved human lives. He will never give up the lives of the people and try to reduce the damage to 0. That is exactly what Leo would choose to do. That was Ul's impression of him. However, that idiot. If he just seals off the city and takes command of the southern border army, he would be able to save all the lives that could be saved. That is certainly a splendid plan, but that won't be enough for Leo-sama. "Please, Ul-sama, you must." "I refuse." With one word. Hearing that from Ul, Finn's eyes opened wide in surprise. A strong wind blows on the walls. After the wind stopped, Ul muttered, "It's a family rule." "A family rule? Do whatever you want, but you will be the one responsible for it." "That is our family rule." Leo decided that this is the better choice. It may not be the best, but it was a decision that could save a lot of lives. A grudge might be born if you kill the southern nobles. If you sacrifice the city, a grudge might be born from the citizens. Even so, he needs to stop the war and protect the people. But Leo threw all of that away. He tries to save everything. That is the responsibility he chooses to bear. This is Leo's problem. He will have to do something about it himself. But up until now the opponent that Silver helped Leo with were those that were out of his reach. Vampires, dragon, demons, each and every one of them were too much for a human to handle and needed to be dealt with through raw power. But this time is different. This is a situation where Leo could manage if he prepared to make sacrifices. If those man-eaters are overwhelmingly strong, then I can blast them all away with my magic, but Leo should be able to lock them in this city with this level of opponent. In that case, many Nabi Ritus might be lost. Still, Leo turned away from that and decided to aim for a better outcome. He threw it away and decided on the best result where both his enemy and ally can be saved. All with his own power. That is. You might be wrong, right? Right now, Leo-sama is trying to save a large number of lives, like what Ul-sama has been doing. That's a matter of course. Finn. I know that there are lives that can be saved by reaching out to them from a safety zone, but if you want to save more lives, you will have to take a step further into the danger. Not just the lives of the people who follow him, Leo is now setting out to save everyone here. That is why it is only natural for him to put his life on the line. The act of helping someone is not easy. If you want to save 1,000 lives, the risk of it would increase accordingly. As long as he is also risking the lives of his own followers, it is only natural that he would also risk his own. That is what Ul thinks. After all, if he couldn't do that much, he would never be able to lead the people. Even if it is so, Leo-sama is in a desperate situation right now. He needs Ul-sama's help. "Please, I beg you." Finn begs and lowers her head. It was because there is nothing else she can do. However, in return to that, Ul's words were cruel. "Finn, I can't save them." There is no ancient magic that can purify a demon. After all, holy magic was created 500 years ago when the Demon King appeared. Naturally, the ancient magic which existed before that didn't have such magics. The only thing I can do is destroy. It is something that both I and you can't do. Do you want me to tell Leo to stop and destroy the lives he bet his life to save? No. Ulsama must have some way to. I am not omnipotent. I have no shred of talent for modern magic after all. The result Leo wants can only be brought out by Leo. Well, even if there is something I can do, I won't interfere. Still, it would be unreasonable for Leo to risk the lives of his followers for his ideal, so I will lend a hand when the time comes, but as long as Leo is desperately trying, I will not get involved. After all, this is Leo's problem. It is his responsibility to bear. But, even so, Ul looks at Finn and smiles. Large teardrops spilled from Finn's eyes. Ul smiles at her while wiping it away with his right hand. Don't worry. There is nothing sad about this. I'm not crying because I am sad. I am just so worthless. All the more reason that you don't need to cry. You did what you could. I did what I could. And Leo is doing what he can. He's a little overstretched right now though. Well, just looks. He is my younger brother. No matter how high the wall is, he will overcome it. Saying so, Ul looks at Leo, who is focusing on his magic. Perhaps he doesn't have enough magic power to cast it. He doesn't even start the aria yet. It's a classic case of insufficient magic power where you would normally stop casting. If he doesn't stop, it will surely endanger his life. Your trust is fine, but it doesn't change that this is still dangerous, sir. If he dies, then that's it. But my little brother won't die. Leonard-sama also has it hard. His closest relative placed so much expectation on him after all. Obviously. I know best how amazing he is. Isn't the same goes for his weaknesses though? Tempage. I guess. Well, I should give him a cheer like a good elder brother would her. Saying so, Ul took a quick breath. He then started slowly speaking. Leo, can you hear me? Section. Goo, ooah. Leo felt the power being drained out of his body. The bleeding-like sensation makes it hard for him to stay conscious. Leo looks down with a rough breath as he sweats. Just a little more. He really felt that it needed only a little more before it completed. It may not be possible. It might be better for him to stop. Such weak thoughts passed through his mind and his heart shaken. At that time, a voice reached Leo. Leo, can you hear me? N2. San. Leo thought that it was a hallucination. A hallucination that occurs because of his weakened mind. Leo laments that he was pushed to that point already. Even though he made a decision to save everyone, he failed at the first step and now he is starting to hallucinate. However, that hallucination shook him back to reality. What's wrong? Looking down like that, is there something funny on the ground? Ha ha. You are so strict. I'm your big brother after all. That was why you pushed yourself so much even though people around you tried to stop you, right? No matter how many cautions they threw at you, the only word you came up with was, even so, right? You didn't want to sacrifice anyone. Am I wrong? I really can't compete with you. Ni-san. The hallucination came in the form of his brother's voice. Leo smiles at such a situation. However, now he has recovered to the point that he could smile. How? It was because he could hear Ul's voice. Your decision really was idiotic. Choosing the easier way makes living life easier. You can't get the perfect score every time. It's important to know when to give up. May be. Still, that was the choice you made, right? Then don't give up. Whether how hard or difficult it is, just clench your teeth and endure it. You involved a lot of people in this. You don't have the right to give up now. That's true. But my magic power is. His feeling got a little better. However, none of his problems have been solved yet. He doesn't have enough magic power and he can't cast the magic. However, the hallucination doesn't tolerate that. No, but this is not the question of whether you can do it or not. You are doing it. Not enough magic power. Did you squeeze every bit of it out of your body? You can still talk, right? Your mind might think that this is the limit, but it is not. If you are the man who decided to save everyone, then overcome that limit. The voice that will not forgive any half-baked resolve corners Leo. However, every time he heard that voice, the power returned to Leo's body. As if agreeing with that voice, a fire lit inside him again. He hasn't vomited blood yet. He can still stand. He can still do more. Leo realizes that he was being too naive and begins to release his magic power, intending to exhaust every bit of it from his body. Someone will deny your decision, saying that you are too much of an idealist. Some will laugh and gloss over it. Certainly, it might be a decision where if you gathered 100 people, none of them would choose to make. But you are that 101st person. Only someone like that can create a miracle. It doesn't matter how they deny you or laugh at you. Shut them all up with the result. That's right. I will save everyone. I already decided to do that. Good. Now, look forward. The people who you wish to save and those who are waiting for your salvation aren't at your feet. Leo slowly looks to the front. A little ahead, the Nabi Ritus and the knights are fighting against the failures. And beyond that are the man-eaters looking in their direction from the castle. Their white eyes and shaky movement were abnormal, and it makes you think that they couldn't be saved anymore. Still, Leo thought, you can't save anyone if you give up on them. No one can be saved unless you make an effort. Because I am powerless. Because I am weak. Those are not the reasons to give up. He has to overcome it. That is the root of the reason he came here. He will save them because he wants to. Even if everyone says that they can't be saved, he will save them. He wanted to become a person who can say that. He aspired to be one. Now, the real worth of Leo is being questioned. I came here to save them. To stop the war. I came here to save everyone. The figure of the man-eaters gives him strength. It pushed himself to save them. Pushing himself, blood rose up to his throat. But Leo swallowed it down. He can't show a pathetic appearance here. He has to look bold and proper. This is what it's like for someone who aspires to be an emperor. If he can't do it now, then there's no way he would be able to do it in the future. I will become an emperor who can save people. I will help up anyone who fell on the road, even if someone says that it is impossible. Those who do not pursue their own ideals cannot become an emperor. Yeah, you will become one. You are my proud younger brother. Don't worry about the rest. Focus on what's in front of you. If you exhaust everything you can, then I will do something about it myself. I am your older brother after all. At that moment, Leo felt like his back was pushed. With the power he received, Leo puts his hands together. He clenches his teeth and squeezes out all his magic power into his magic. Then, the golden light begins to shine around Leo. The light of salvation poured down from heaven. He started chanting the aria. Seeing that, Ul smiles satisfactorily. See, there's no need to worry, right? The only one who doesn't worry here is Arnold Sama though. Relieved Finn covers her face with both her hands. While patting the head of such Finn, Ul slowly looks around. It seems some rats are lurking around her. Perhaps they are from the organization. They probably plan to disturb Leo her. Ul said and grins. I told him not to worry about anything else. That he only has to focus on what in front of him. To protect those words, Ul moves out. I leave Finn to you, Sebas. Yes, sir. Ul Sama, wait there. I will finish this right away. Ul said so and transferred away. To protect his younger brother. Chapter 125. Golden Light of Purification. I wonder when it began. The time I started consciously acting like an elder brother. My mother treated me and Leo equally. I have never been told that I am the elder brother. I was never raised as an elder brother, but after a while, it changed. I started treating myself like one. Just when did it begin? While thinking about such a thing, I finished my transfer. There are many tall towers in the city. On top of each of them is a mage aiming their magic at Leo. That's why I mercilessly pierce his chest. There was no finesse or technique, simply relying on the brute force of magic power. But that's fine. That way, it would be harder for them to notice my presence. Ugga! While being surprised at my sudden appearance, the mage life was snuffed out. At the same time, I started my magic again and transferred to another mage. What? He probably never expected someone to suddenly transfer in. Appearing in front of him, I pierced his chest without him putting up any effective resistance. Finally, the mages who were targeting Leo noticed that something strange was going on. However, my transfer magic was faster than their reaction. I transfer to their location and pierce their chest. I keep repeating that action with high speed. While transferring from tower to tower, I remember something. The figure of an ideal older brother I once saw. When I was put in prison, he came to see me every day. No matter how busy he was, he visited and talked to me. That was all he did. He never said that he would get me out of the prison, nor does he ever bring snacks for me. He knew that I didn't want such a thing, so he only came to talk to me so that I won't be lonely. Then, when I got out of prison, he gently patted my head. The only word he said was, "You did great." I wanted to be like that person. To be a brother who can support his younger brother's recklessness and a brother who can follow up for it. That's right. He was someone that Leo also admired. I admired him. My eldest brother, the crown prince. I wanted to be an elder brother like him. We are siblings after all. Even the person we look up to is the same her. While muttering so, I pierced the chest of another mage. Blood spatters. But I have no sympathy for them. They are not soldiers that fell victim to the succession war. They are people who decided to dye their hands with crimes of their own volition, and they want to spread the damage here even further. They should be punished by law, but they would be given the death penalty. So, there shouldn't be any problem for me to clean them all up here. Hi. There are only 2 left. One of them raised a scream. However, I didn't hesitate. I pierced his chest and immediately transferred away. The last one gives up his defense against me and turns his hands toward Leo. Leo, who is pouring all his concentration toward his magic, has no way to avoid it. The Nabi Ritters also focus their attention on the front. They probably couldn't intercept his attack either. That's why I grabbed the mage's arm and broke it. Gya, my little brother is working hard right now. Could you not disturb him? Little brother. It's hard, you know, seriously. Scolding him when he does something stupid, follow up for him so that he won't fail. Having to do both is really the tough part of being an elder brother, you know. Don't tell me. You are, no. He didn't get to finish his word. After all, I already pierced his chest. Letting him go, the mage fell like a marionette with its strings cut and lay down on the ground. Meanwhile, Leo's chant is going smoothly, bringing salvation to the people. The brilliance is the mercy of the god. The golden light is the miracle of heaven. O Evilders, repent. The chant continues. 7 verses chanting. It is the highest type of magic in modern magic. Considering the difficulty of mastering holy magic, this magic is more advanced than the low-level ancient magics. It is of course the highest level of holy magic. Holy magic was developed to combat demons. It was magic that didn't allow any impurity, the weapon of humanity. Why can Leo use such a magic? Perhaps he studied it after the Southern incident. He probably thought about what would happen if he could use such a magic at that time. The result of that incident was not something that Leo satisfied with. Such thought made him study this magic. However, putting something he just learned immediately into practice is simply ridiculous. His chant still has strange pauses. Perhaps his internal organs are strained and blood is rising to his throat. Desperately swallows them down, Leo makes an effort to continue his chant. So I decided to create an environment where that will make it a little easier for him to do so. O God of time, I am one who defied your providence. The flow you decided is unchanging. Time continues to flow without interruption. It does not stop nor does it interrupted. This great current is endless. I shall rebel against that current and peer into that instant of future. Deja vu clock. Usually, ancient magics that manipulate time is hard to use. In the first place, the user cannot use most of their magic during it, and at best it would be better to have others use magic for them. Despite that, It requires a large amount of magic power to cast, so it is not practical. Among those magic, this one is moderately reasonable to use. This magic is one that shows people the possibilities of their future through déjà vu. It doesn't show their definite future, only some possibilities that have not been realized yet. Moreover, since it is only limited to the immediate future, it has very limited use. Still, it is useful enough during battle. They will be shown what would happen if they choose to do something by the déjà vu. If there are lives that can be saved by that, there will be people who choose to act on it. A young soldier suddenly jumped in front of a big monster. That was dangerous. However, to him, it shouldn't be. I don't know what kind of possibilities he saw, but I am sure that he chose the best one and committed to it. Then, when the soldier thrusts his sword at the neck of the big monster and he falls down together with it. Through the dust cloud, the soldier rolled out. So you kept your promise, Her. Second Lieutenant Lerner. The young soldier, Second Lieutenant Lerner, showed a splendid performance. He then takes out a new sword and started moving again. Everyone is fighting for Leo. Even if they think that his decision was ridiculous, they decided to follow him. That surely wasn't because Leo is a prince. He's an idiot that is worth supporting after all. Simple honesty. I think that word is the perfect fit for Leo. He is an honest idiot. Even though giving something up is the wiser choice, he never decided to do so. Still, people gather around Leo because they themselves don't have such stupidity. People long for things that they don't have. It is also a good quality of a leader to have something that others don't. And it is the duty of the subjects to stop and follow up for him. Leo has the ability to gather those subjects at his side. Like when Father put the Prime Minister by his side, Leo will definitely be able to find someone like that someday. Now, Leo. Everyone already opened the path for you. Let them eat it. Heaven does not abandon the virtuous. Let this golden light destroy all that evil. Holy glitter. A golden circle emerges around the castle and golden light begins to shine from it. It is a barrier. A barrier that will not let any evil escape their coming demise. A complex magic circle emerged above the castle and a huge pillar of golden light fell from the sky. It wraps up the entire castle and purifies everything inside. Before long, the light fades away. If the demon blood is deeply fused with their body, then they can't be saved. Their bodies will probably be completely purified and disappear. However, after the golden light faded, there are many people collapsed on the ground. A big cheer rises up. With Lars and his men defeated all the big monsters, the crisis was over. Many are shouting Leo's name. Leo was trying to answer them, but it seems he has already reached his limit. Leo collapsed. However, the moment before his body hit the ground, Sieg supported him like a cushion. It seems that the person himself intended to catch him, but due to their size difference, he ended up as a pillow instead. After a light laugh from Sieg's predicament, I returned to Finn with transfer magic. It all worked out somehow, right? Thank you for your hard work. I didn't do anything great. I was completely working behind the scene this time after all. Ulsama. NN. Finn muttered as if she found something difficult to say. She then lowers her head with all her might. My deepest apology. I said so many selfish things to you. You are not at fault. Whether about calling me here or the things you said. I prioritize the trust in my brother more than the big picture this time. If that ended up causing people to lose their lives, then I would be no different from a criminal. Sorry. It was all because of my stupid brother. When I said that and made a bitter smile, Finn panicked and waved her hand. Without being able to come up with anything to say, her mouth opens and shut repeatedly. After a burst of laughter at such Finn, I say this to her. But, I believed in Leo this time. I thought about a lot of things and decided that Leo would be able to save them. For you, that must have been a dangerous and cold decision. Sorry. It seems I have done nothing but troubling you. That's not true. I am not troubled at all. The one that always causes trouble is me. I am sorry for being so useless. Seeing Finn drop her shoulders, I turn my eyes to Sebas. I don't know what Finn has been doing so far. I thought that she made some fatal mistake, but Sebas shook his head. Finsama was doing very great. Nobody would dare say that she is useless. Hear that? That is. It's all right, isn't it? People have different roles to play. No one can do everything. You, me, of course, Leo as well. If you can't do something, then I will help you out. You might not have the strength to help us in battle, but you have the power to help us outside of it. It is a power that I don't have. That's why I am always relying on you. Ulsama. That being said, I have a request. Can you take care of my stupid little brother that is sleeping over there for me? He's such a troublesome guy, so I can only ask you to do it. It will be quite a trip before you get back to the capital, so take care of him until then, all right? Yes. Please leave him to me. I looked at the rejuvenated Finn and opened the transfer gate with a smile. Then I glanced at Sebas. It was a gaze that told him to take care of Finn, but being the omnipotent butler that he is, he probably already understood what I wanted to say, as he said as you wish and politely bowed to me. He really has no opening. Next time, I will definitely look up some of his weaknesses once we are back in the capital. With that in mind, I headed back to the capital using the transfer gate. Chapter 126. The Black Twin Princes. Second Princess Zandra Lakes Adler. I hereby subject you to an indefinite house arrest. Until you receive my permission, you may not leave your quarter in the inner palace. You will not be allowed to meet with others either. Of course, your right to participate in the succession war is now confiscated. The southern turmoil is over. We have now entered the cleaning up phase, and the first one to drop out of the race is Zandra. Your Majesty, Duke Kruger is certainly my uncle, but more importantly, I am of the imperial family. I have no intention of revolting against the empire. I do apologize for not noticing Duke Kruger's plan, but I have never once cooperated with him. I shall believe in your words. However, the situation remains the same. You are still related by blood with Duke Kruger, and the fact that Duke Kruger supported you. Those facts will never change no matter what you say. I will say this as your father, so listen carefully. Give up the throne, Zandra. For Zandra, those words would be something close to a death sentence. She was told that she will no longer be a contender for the throne in front of many influential nobles that are gathered here. Zandra's face distorted from the humiliation. She then stares straight at father and says, "Do you hate Okasama that much? This is not something personal. No, Otusama. This is personal. You really believe in those stupid rumors that Okasama was the one who assassinated the second consort, right? I know that ever since that day you no longer look at me as your daughter." Zandra takes a step forward. The Imperial Knights standing nearby reached for their swords, but father stopped them. "I do think of you as my daughter. If I didn't care about you, I would have married you off to another noble long ago. That's a barefaced lie. Whenever you look at me or Okasama, there was never a moment where you don't have anger in your eyes. I have been trying to tell you so many times ever since that day. The one who assassinated the second consort was not Okasama. Why can't you accept that? Zandra, this incident is unrelated to the second consort. If you really think of me as your child, then you should believe my word. Isn't it too unreasonable that the sin of uncle fell on me as his niece? Zandra, the house arrest you received was from my kindness. That is no kindness. I have already put everything on the line to become the crown princess. As I thought, you are not suited to become an empress. Give it up." Father lonely said. The weight of those words was different from what he said before. Father looks straight at Zandra and says, "A person who can only think about herself cannot be an emperor. The emperor must first think about the country, the people second, and yourself last. Duke Kruger's evil deeds have become known to our people. He cooperated with an organization that deprived people of their children. That was something obvious, and you do not understand it at all." "I do understand. If you really understand, then why did you only talk about yourself? The state of our country and the sentiment of the people. No matter which side you look at it from, the fact that you will be aiming for the throne is forgivable. The bloodline of the person who caused the rebellion, the person who connected with the criminals who afflicted pain on people. Even if you didn't know what was going on, it is still true that you are connected to them. The people are angry. They need someone to get punished. Just consider it a mercy that you didn't lose your head for this. Oh, Otu-sama. I'm. Withdraw. I don't want to hear another word from a person who can only think about herself. Saying so, father gave a command to the Imperial Knights with his hand. 2 Imperial Knights grab Xandra's arms. Seeing that, Xandra glares at the knights. Insolent. Who do you think I am? I am a princess, you know. Release me. Forgive us. Your Highness. You. I will not forgive you. Let me go. Otu-sama. 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 Father tiredly exhales and leans back on the throne. His eyes turned to Gordon next. Seeing Xandra like that. Do you have anything to say? Gordon? No. I see. Losing grasp on your subordinates endangered the envoy and started a full-scale war with the South. The punishment for those crimes will not be light, you know? Yes. It was all due to my incompetence. I am willing to accept any kind of punishment. Seeing Gordon being so upright is a rare sight. However, in a sense, this might be because he still has some leeways left. The skirmish that happened was because a general was assassinated. One could argue that what happened was out of Gordon's control. If he stands upright and takes the punishment, then his penalty won't be a heavy one. That is probably what Gordon is aiming for. And in fact, it didn't end up as a big deal. Well, one could say that it was a big deal since war did happen with the South, but Gordon is not in the place where he could be punished for it. It seems like you are reflecting on it. Still, punishment is punishment. You will be sent to join the Northern Border Defense Army. You may not come back here for 2 months. Go and remind yourself what protecting your own country is like on the front line. I understand, Gordon said as he clenched his teeth. Gordon was once told to take command of the Northern Border Defense Army. He turned it down because of the succession war and the low priority of the Northern defense. But I know his real reason for turning it down. He doesn't want to be compared to Lizaranyu, who is commanding the defense of another border. Being sent to the place he once refused to station at is a humiliation for Gordon, not to mention that he will not be its commander. The reason why he didn't get sent to the South is probably that father is being cautious about the turmoil it might cause when the South is in its reconstruction phase. There are powerful countries on both our western and eastern borders. He didn't send him there because Gordon is hard to utilize, so the better choice for that is to send him to the northern border where he will receive the most humiliation. That's all for the punishment. Everyone, it seems you all had a hard time. With help from all of you, the damage has been minimized. Father said so and thanked everyone there. He is not here right now, but Eric has been fending off other countries as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The reason for that is for him to prevent other countries from using the unrest in the empire created to invade us. It might be plain, but it is an honest work. Leo may earn points this time, but Eric also earned a point as well. Xandra dropped out. We lined up next to Gordon, maybe even overtake him, but we are still far away from Eric. Especially Eric, who is not here, and Leonard. You all did great. I only did what is natural as a prince. Don't be so modest. You cast a great magic in the end, right? Is your body all right? Yes. There is no problem. I see. Arnold seemed to work hard this time too, right? You did well. Father looks at me. He is probably talking about the thing with the Nabi Ritus. I made a bitter smile and scratched my head while making up my mind before I said my next words. Yeah, I didn't really do much. Well, a lot of things went well this time. In the end, war didn't happen, after all. We can say that all is well, right? Making it look like I was swept away from being praised, I said those words. The ministers who were waiting to hear my reply all frowned at once. That is because they all know what father will do next. He just told Xandra about the importance of the people. In other words, father is well aware of how our people view this situation. That being the case, it is clear what is coming next. War didn't happen, you say? You fool. War did happen. From our perspective, it might have been only a small skirmish, but one city had become a front line. To them, what happened was a big war. War did happen, fool. It was a slip of tongue. Please forgive me. You didn't understand a thing. Our role is to run this country so that our people do not have to bear such a feeling. If you can only look at things from a higher standpoint, then you are no different than Xandra, you know. Do you want to be disciplined too? Think carefully about what you said. Being scolded at, I turned my face to the ground. Well, it's natural for him to get angry. However, I already got what I wanted. The emperor himself admitted that what happened at Jers was a war, not a simple skirmish. In other words, it means that the next war, in our promise with Gordon, is now over. I peek a glance at Gordon. Perhaps he noticed it as he strongly glared at me. I grin at such Gordon. Serve you right. I would never leave such a troublesome promise unattended to. However, the price for that is high. My father's sermon never ends. While thinking that it was quite an expensive price to pay, I continue listening to his sermon while praying that it would be over soon. Section. A party with nobody to talk to is boring. The party was held to celebrate the conclusion of the southern turmoil. Like the time when Leo came back after subjugating the demons, I have no acquaintance here. Once again, I stay at the venue wall while hoping that Father would leave early so that I can leave as well. While I was thinking so, Father stood up and raised his glass. Thank you for gathering here tonight. I will properly hand out the reward for the heroes who solved the southern turmoil at a later date, but tonight I would like to offer them this toast. Saying so, Father raised his glass at the participants. Then he started speaking. Everyone expected a war to happen in the south. I would like to make the first toast for our Blaumo, Finn von Kleinet, who bravely nominated herself to be the imperial envoy. Cheers. Cheers to the Blue Seagull Princess. Cheers to Finnsama. Everyone at the venue raises their cup. Finn's name and the cheering sound continue to echo within the venue. Next, I'd like to offer a toast to my proud soldiers. A surprise attack with only a small number, it was indeed a dangerous mission. The only one who could accomplish such a thing is definitely them. To the elites of my imperial army, raise your cup for the Nabi Ritters. Cheers. To the scarred knights. Cheers for the Nabi Ritters. This incident changed the evaluation of the Nabi Ritters completely. Everyone was reminded that even though they are soldiers, they are knights at the same time. The only knight order in the imperial army. From now on, they will be more recognized. The final one will probably be for Leo Her. After that, Father should finally head back. While I was thinking so, an unexpected thing happened. I would like to dedicate the last toasts to my son, S. Leonard presented me with a plan to make a surprise attack with a small number of soldiers and brilliantly pulled it out. In the end, he even saved all the southern nobles by performing a great magic. His action is nothing short of magnificent. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly admire Prince Leonard. This might make His Highness Leonard be the one closest to the Crown Prince position. Everyone begins to talk cheerfully. However, Father's talk is still not over. There was a continuation. And, my other son who supported Leonard. Arnold persuaded the strict Nabi Ritters to volunteer for the mission. He has earned the right to have his own toast, no? Ha! I didn't expect my name to be called, so I let out such a stupid voice. However, Father was looking straight at me. His eyes were not joking. Y-F, Father. I didn't. You wouldn't accept the reward even if I told you to, right? So just accept the toast. The Nabi Ritters came to me. When I was praising them, they all said the same thing. We fought for His Highness Arnold, they said. Making them saying something like is nothing less than a job well done. Your concern for your younger brother brought out their power to the fullest. Your achievement is no less important to Leonard. Saying so, Father holds up his glass higher than ever. He then loudly says, "Let's make a toast. To our empire's princes. Well done, my sons. I am proud of you. Let this be known through the empire. This accomplishment is theirs. Cheers to the Black Twin Princes." After Father said that, everyone loudly cheers for the Black Twin Princes. After that, the names of me and Leo echo loudly through the venue. For Prince Leonard. For Prince Arnold. For the Empire's Black Twin Princes. Cheers. Long live the Empire. No, Give me a break here. A party with no one to talk to is boring, but a party where I am the center of attention is very uncomfortable for me. The noble ladies who definitely have no interest in me are approaching me. A male noble whose name I don't even know came to talk to me like a friend. When I tried to escape from them, I found Leo, who was taking a breather outside. Ah, Ni-san. Good work. Yeah, good work to you too. It is a little sudden, but, sorry. Ha! I apologize, and after messing up Leo's neatly arranged hair, I leave Leo there as a decoy and leave the party venue. Hang out with them for me, all right? Wait, Ni-san. W.A. Wait, I'm not Ni-san. I'm Leonard. My bad, Leo. Forgive me. Even I have a situation where I can't help you from. While whispering such a thing, I pushed everything to my brother and fled the scene. End of Volume 4.